It is the final day of the NAL Stage 2 with not one, but two finals on the agenda. And you might be wondering how that's possible. Honestly, I don't know either. Either way, everybody, welcome back to the NAL, our last day, 2 best-of-3s, and we'll be crowning our NAL Stage 2 champion. I'm your host, Jeannie, and I'm joined with Foxay and Lax. And we're all very excited that it's coming to an end, but also sad.
Yeah, I'm definitely sad it's coming to an end. I mean, I've been enjoying watching this. This league has gotten far more competitive from one stage to the next. It's unfortunate that's coming to a close, but I'm super excited to see these 4 teams that we are now sending to Munich to see what they can do internationally.
It's so different because as a player, you're scrimming and practicing the whole time at home, so it's not really like you're taking a break, but as a viewer now, you just kind of sit there and you're like, I can't wait for Munich. Like, I can't wait.
Yeah, well, let's reminisce a little bit about yesterday as well, just to kind of refresh our memory in terms of how we exactly got here, because we started things off in the lower bracket with OXG Wildcard.
And we started off with an upset. I mean, Wildcard really came to play. It looked like OXG reverted back to old ways when they were unconfident during Stage 1, where they would really fall behind Force on the shield. It looked very disjointed, and Wildcard just played very classic defenses, especially in this last round where Canton had a beautiful 1v1 play, where Grixer looked like he was going to bring it back in the clutch, but unfortunately he got double impacted.
That was beautiful. And as for this Dark Zero M80 game, I wasn't sure what to expect here, but M80 completely dominated that first match on Chalet. And then we jumped into Consulate where, again, M80 steals the show, being able to maintain that lead and maintain that momentum. But we talk about momentum. Dark Zero managed to claw it back, but it was that round 12 where they spoon-fed M80 that round, where then M80 would close it out and win the series.
And I'm so happy Dark Zero lost, because then we got a great game of M80 versus Wildcard, and I don't think Dark Zero would have been able to show us exactly what M80 was to show us, which is why they went undefeated during the regular stage. They really looked like they were so much better individually, and now they put themselves in a position where they've been able to push themselves to potentially play for the grand finals.
Yeah, something to remember as well is that DZ did win their game against OXG, which means that OXG didn't win a singular game since they have gotten into the playoffs after going undefeated.
Yeah,
in the regular stage. That's so sad.
I don't know. If you're OXG, I don't know what you would do here in this situation. You know, roster change after roster change.
I don't think a roster change.
No, we said they needed to change their coaches. They did. They've had so much success, and now for all of it to amount to nothing, it's really disheartening. And, you know, I'm sure OXG will try to bounce back for next year.
Yeah, today though we have the lower final and the grand final. These are playing for spots number 1, 2, and 3 in terms of seeding, which is obviously important when you're going to an international, but also keep in mind the amount of SI points that are up for grabs when you get these spots, which are genuinely like the real deal here. So we're gonna start things off with M80 Shopify, and the winner of this matchup will go up against SSG, who has been patiently waiting for the last 2 days.
And honestly, patiently waiting can't be too much of a bad thing given Space Station's last stage in playoffs, their run. They had to climb through that lower bracket to be able to get to the grand final to then win it all. But not only that, they played every single game like it was hell to be fire. I mean, every game went max OT. They had to claw their way there. So they must be feeling pretty comfortable waiting to watch this game unfold.
Yeah, and that's the first game we're going to be looking at. Shopify Rebellion against M80. Both of these teams lacks very heavy hitters when we're looking at their rosters individually, when we're looking at their track record, but a little bit of a different way at how they got here today.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we saw what Hot and Cold said on Twitter yesterday. You know, he's going up against Shopify Rebellion and
Spotify.
Or was it Spotify? That's what it was. And then Shit Station Gaming. So we know Hot and Cold's ready. And as for the side of SR, I'm sure they want to right their wrongs, given the last time they played was during the regular stage, losing that match on Nighthaven Labs 8-7, where it really came down to defense is what pulled them through.
Yeah, let's have a look at Spotify Rebellion or Shopify Rebellion here. This is a roster that we've highlighted individuals a lot of the time and again. And, you know, that's how they got here.
I mean, we've highlighted a lot of Spoit and how he's consistently getting 3Ks, 4Ks, clutching up for his team. But this many times that he's able to find success doing it, you have to ask yourself, is it really just Spoit doing it? Or is it the setup that Shopify Rebellion has been able to put around him? And not just around him, but Surf throughout the playoffs. We've seen both of these two players be monumental when it comes to clutching up in these last-second efforts for Shopify Rebellion to be able to shut down every team that they've been playing against. And it comes down to the teamwork, and that's something that we needed to see throughout playoffs. And it looks like Shopify Rebellion has been so well a lot more tighter when it comes to setting their players up because they have the drones, they have the information. And every time you talk to one of these two players about their clutches or how they're doing in a situation, they always say, oh, well, we had the information. We knew where everybody was. So, of course, when you have great players put into these fed spots, they're going to be able to execute. So it's not just Spoy, it's not just Surf, it's the whole team around them, setting them up for those moments to shine, and they're shining.
Yeah, which is a good thing, though, that you have individuals that are able to capitalize off of that, because there are certain players who don't necessarily have that star power when it comes to being able to frag.
Yeah, I mean, Canadian isn't on this team to be the guns. He's there to be the brains. And, you know, throughout playoffs, we've seen him be able to get everybody on the same page and focus on one goal of being able to win. And that's something that, you know, it's not the biggest deal. But as we saw throughout playoffs in their first matchup versus SSG, Canadian only went 3-16. So that was a pretty big drop. And then against their game in OXG, he went 11-14. So it's not to say that, wow, Canadian is popping off one game and not, but it goes to show that if he's just able to hold his own, get his 1v1s when he's put in those situations too, it makes things that much easier for Shopify Rebellion to be able to close things out because we know he's the brains of the operation, so he just needs to do that. But as long as he's not giving away bodies, I mean, every team will say it's really difficult to play a 4v5 situation regardless of what players you have on the team. So as long as he's staying alive, doing his job to get his ones, again, Shopify Rebellion will look that much cleaner if he's able to show a little bit of that performance that he said that he was doing in the dry runs, 1v1ing Spoy, 1v1ing Ambi.
Getting those mechanics going.
Yeah, if
He
we could
did
just
say that he was getting shit on, so, you know, I don't know if you really want to see
get shit on to
that.
improve.
Yeah, well, it's a path to something. But something that, however, Shopify is very, very good at is their clutches.
Yeah, and so, of course, it goes without saying, we talked about how every single player on the team consistently wins their clutches. They're first in almost all of these categories with their triple kills, their quads, their aces, and their clutches. They're continuously able to bring rounds back when they're in a man-down deficit, and it just paints the picture that, yes, they have such a talented roster. Everybody on the team, maybe not Canadian all the time, but sometimes he's in those 2v4s. They're able to do work and be able to clutch out situations, but that's a great stat to have. It's not something that you want to rely on if you're Shopify Rebellion. You want to be able to shut teams out, win consistently, and then when you go to a major event, you're not always going to have big players be able to pop off like that because there's also amazing players on the other teams from other regions. So great statistic to hold on to, but that being said, still room for improvement for Shopify Rebellion.
Yeah, and if anything, a great opponent today that they're going to be going up against is M80, because as much as maybe that one loss that they suffered at the beginning of playoffs was the wake-up call that they needed, this team is looking incredible.
They are, and it's the same weight class, a little different bit of a stance. And one thing that I really like about M80 is their defenses in particular. They do such a good job at controlling the narrative. Once the round starts to fall apart or get down to that late to mid round, that's when we see M80 really come alive. That's when they play an aggressive and an offensive defense. And it's a very hard, I mean, being a former player, when you're getting set up for an attack and you play a team against like M80 where you think you have the strat, you have the play in mind, and all of a sudden it starts to collapse because you have a team like M80 that gets on the offensive, gets on the aggressive, and you just see Dark Zero fall apart here in this consulate basement, trying to bring back this round. But 1, 2, 3, everyone is collapsing on M80 with the same goal in mind. And it's a little bit of a scenario here when you're looking at this. It's almost a Clutch 80 versus Fragify Rebellion to look. When you look at their 1vx's, this is playoffs where we're looking at Foxes throughout the entire stage. In playoffs, M80 is doing it significantly better on the side of their, I mean, they're tied for triple kills. Their 1vx's they're maintaining, but it's the quad kills, as Fox said. This game really is going to come down to these big clutch moments, these big individuals stepping up, getting these triple kills, whether it's these quads, but it's not just on the players themselves. We have to look at the IGLs as well.
Yeah, because we've already highlighted Canadian in terms of how instrumental he is to the success that Shopify Rebellion is finding, but when we're looking at the side of M80, Hot and Cold has also been doing his job.
I mean, it's funny we say Hot and Cold because something that really stuck out when we did speak to him in the interview, he said there was too many chefs in the kitchen. That's more my wording, is because he put all the blame on him, why they had to come through this lower bracket, why they weren't in the upper bracket. And what he simply said was there was too many input in the strats, in the goal in mind, where that's the whole point of having the IGOL. He's the one that is going to lead the team to the success. He's going to facilitate an entire round. And too many people were feeding too many ideas in their first matchup to start out this series. And then he reeled it back in. He said, all right, I'm going to be the one making the strat. I'm going to be the one making the calls. We're going to execute it on. And since them pivoting and changing into that, we're seeing that performance. We see a 2 2-0 in Dark Zero. We see a 2-0 in Wildcard. Now they find themselves one game away to put themselves in a grand final, to either put themselves with 150 SI points or 300 SI points. Obviously, very massive in terms of needing those points. And then we want to talk about those IGL comparisons. Hot and Cold is a prime example of a very good IGL, not only leading the charge, but even in his stats when we did that IGL summit throughout the stage, which I'm sure hasn't changed that much. He has been the highest performing IGL out of any single team, not just leading his team, but even in the frag department. So it is a very scary matchup when you're comparing these two to be going head to head with Hot and Cold versus Canadian, because on one side, you can rely on Hot and Cold to not only lead, but also frag. And then on the other side, Troy needs to step it up in the frag department, especially when we're looking at these two matchups being so neck and neck.
Yeah, but the brains also are going to have to play a big role when it comes to the
Absolutely.
map veto, of course, because that is just as important. It is best of 3, which means that in some way, shape, or form, you want to at least give yourself one favorable pick.
Yeah, we're going to be going to a map like Bank. Great pick for Shopify Rebellion. It puts M80 in a situation where they have to ban uncomfortable maps for themselves because they don't want to go up against Shopify Rebellion on that. So Shopify is picking Bank right out the gate, which is a map that has ups and downs for M80. I mean, that's the notorious get 7-0'd by Cruelty or 7-3'd by Cruelty. So it's a great situation to go to. Of course, M80 is going to want to change their stuff around, but Shopify Rebellion is a lot more slower of a team than M80, in my opinion. So going to a map like Bank where you can control the defensive tempo, like you were saying, that's a strong suit for M80. That's something Shopify can excel on Bank.
Now, actually, I think both these maps, I'm going to say I actually really do like them for M80. However, obviously, Shopify Rebellion is good on Bank. But going into the Skyscraper, we've already seen how M80 has a pro sit on their attacks. What I'm going to be looking at here from Shopify Rebellion is to being able to stop them from entering the building, or at least fighting for as much control until they can fall back and play those power positions and make M80 feel uncomfortable. But again, from what we've seen in terms of what M80 has done on Skyscraper, in my opinion, they've looked to be one of the best teams I've seen to be able to attack a Skyscraper, and they understand that map so well and fundamentally. And again, that's really going to be on Hot and Cold, not getting a lot of input from his players, but being able to facilitate that round himself and then transition to that defense and do exactly what I was talking about of dwindling that time and stalling out.
So Bank, Skyscraper, Chalet, 3 maps, probably going to all 3. Predictions then in regards for the whole series here.
I think the last 2 maps, Skyscraper and Chalet, definitely favor M80. Yeah. So I'm going to be picking M80. I think Bank could go either way, but I would say that's Shopify Rebellion's map. But the biggest factor that we've highlighted is when you go to a map like Skyscraper or Chalet, you need all 5 players to be able to shoot because it's such a small, confined map. There's very few situations where you can sit outside the map and find success. You got to get into it. You got to get into the nitty-gritty. And that's something that, so far, Shopify Rebellion Canadian, if we can see him turn back the clock and be on the stat sheet a lot more heavily than we've seen him throughout the stage, then maybe they have a fighting chance. That being said, I've got to give it to M80. I mean, everybody on the team is able to put up their own weight when it comes to firepower.
Yeah, just because I want to get into the match, I agree with everything that you're saying. So, Jenny, you can just take it and send us right into that match.
Yes, absolutely. We're ready to head into the lower final. M80 against Shopify Rebellion. This should be a very exciting one here, and the winner is going to be going over to the grand final later today against SSG. Let's head into our first map with our casters in Taro and Jesse, who are both saying that they're ready.
We are ready. Of course we're ready. Why wouldn't we be? We wore our matching U.S. colors. Jesse in a reddish kind of brown, maybe. We are both white, and then I am wearing blue. So we have all 3 of them covered. Look at us go. And of course, we have to wear these colors as there are teams chock full of Americans, North Americans, present. Shopify Rebellion got to this point by losing to Space Station after qualifying for the Munich Major just a couple days ago. They're eager for a rematch. M80 on their side, very eager to prove that their first overall in the group stages was not a fluke. Which of these teams will earn a spot in the grand finals to go up against the Stage 1 champions and for the second time this year, the finalists, SSG? Let's find out. We'll start on Bank. Jesse, you heard the desk talk. What are your thoughts on this matchup?
I think it's going to be an exciting one, Parker. I mean, M80 Shopify Rebellion fans of M80 will no doubt remember their matchup in the Stage 1 playoffs where SR shut the door on M80's major champions, beat them in the upper bracket 8-7, 8-7. A choke M80 really got to come out in full force, but This time, the pressure is a little bit lower. The stakes are a little bit softer, right? Both these teams already heading to Munich, but there's a lot of SI points on the line. First place, NAL gives 300 points. Second place is 150. Third place is only 50. So if you lose this game, that could really come back to bite you when we get closer to February and that big event that everybody needs to qualify for looms in the distance. It's going to be important to be able to lock down these wins. And more than that, I think there's a lot of pride on the line here. You know, you look at all three teams playing today, Space Station Gaming, Shopify Rebellion, and M80. I think all three of these teams truly believe they are the best in North America. I don't think there's really an argument for any other team being the best overall. And I guess we'll find out today who really is the best. But prior to these games being played, I think all three squads have very strong arguments for being the top of the top. There is no real one true king in NA. So it's really anybody's game who's going to come out on top today, who's going to be the champion, and who will have the #1 seed heading into Munich.
Starting shock drone.
I do like watching Bank. I enjoy all these Bank matches. By the way, North American map.
Yes, sir. The only
People
one.
who are unaware, based out of Los Angeles. So that's cool.
One day we'll get Yacht in the map pool, and then there'll be 2 NA maps.
Well, Yacht is in Canada.
It's still NA.
I was gonna say, there's a bunch of North American maps here.
Yeah, just not in comp. We
Do you
just
know
have
what-
Bank.
Do you know
for
what
comp.
country Lair is technically in? Nighthaven Labs is Singapore, right? Where's
Nighthaven
Lair?
Labs is Singapore. Lair is Portugal.
Portugal. Very cool.
Oh boy, Kino. Yeah, I don't know if
Almost
it's tying
takes
to
out
Portugal.
He's not from Portugal. He's from Brazil.
Yeah, slightly
They speak
different.
Portuguese. That's not the same thing. It's a Brazilian dialect. Oregon, obviously, from NA as well, but it's not in the map pool. Plane is in the UK. House also in North America, but it's not in the map pool. Coming into today, Bank is one of the highest played maps here in the North American League. And it has an attacking sided win rate. That's good news for M80, or at least it should be, especially with how good M80 have been on attack. Kino almost got that very first pick. Nobody from Shopify Rebellion right now seems to be watching that main door. Nope, never mind. Surf had his eyes on it, whether they were calling it from that pulse or not. Canadian will go to a very familiar spot as he allows Ambi to take out Gunner. He's got a good read on it. Tucked into gold here. And this is where you've seen Pulses play for almost a decade, Jesse. It allows you to call with impunity. You can't really be pressured outside of back of vault. Kino shoots out that Goyo canister. It also kills Diffuser, so that's a bit of friendly fire, even though it was the gadget that was put down by Spoit, who'd suffered some damage from Kino just a little bit earlier. Very oddly paced round. M80 struggling to get in. Now they're going to drop a bunch of Candelas and a pop in from the Ying, but Kino is slaughtered by Rexon, who's far enough away. Spoit also on the board, and a flawless round for Shopify Rebellion will happen. Ambi, the first kill, the last kill. SR starting off on a good note.
Nothing like a little flawless round to start things off here in the lower bracket finals of the North America League. Good thing for SR. Nothing crazy in that defense, right? Very passive, kind of anchors-focused defensive lineup that they were coming through with. Lots of fire that did a lot of damage, both in terms of stalling out that push and getting one of those kills. I love the Canadian Pulse spot. I remember watching him in that spot when I first found Rainbow Six Siege, discovered it as an esport. So seeing that come back definitely brings back some memories. We're seeing a lot of really solid defensive play coming out from SR, and I think a little bit less coordination from M80 than what we're used to seeing. 2 players going down before the first Candela gets tossed is never ideal. Of course, you had a lot of players just poking their heads into the bomb site. Ambi finding the opener on the Gunner maybe a little bit before Gunner wanted to go down. That was the garage pinch for the opening pick. But then after that, Diffuser, I think, thought he had a gap, didn't quite have it. Hoping the sound coverage maybe was there, but took a little bit too much damage in the process. So very clean start from Shopify. I should mention as well, operator bans are a little bit weird. You typically see a focus on ranged hard breach on Bank. You would remove the Ace, you would remove the Habana. That would then allow your basement hatches to be a lot more protected. That would allow the Canto wall, top elevators to be a lot more safe. The mirror window positions you might have in Janitor. There's a lot of great benefits to those ops being banned, but Not this time, and not an opening pick for M80 either. Canadian happy to take down Gavin out on the roam and starts SR off 1-0 up on this second round.
You were a little surprised by one of the stats shown before we got into the game, which was how Canadian seems to be, what was he, 1-7, 1-8, 1-7 on entry, was it? And you said, how the hell is Canadian finding himself in 8 entry engagements in his role? Well, there's a great example. On defense, he does like to play this floater style of support where he can either hard anchor a site or give calls while on the run. It's very evident at this point that he's playing aggressively near the site, but is not tethered to it. So he's able to make plays and get pretty good engagement. Gavin dying as the Lion means that M80 will have a very critical tool for entrying and finding these defenders out of the equation for the next 2 minutes.
That was 1-7 entry KDR and a single BO3 from the upper bracket finals. So already off to a better start is Canadian, getting his first on the board now. Slows things down for M80 a little bit. They're going to start to open up the wall from top square. That's going to be likely where the plant comes through. Kino here on the collie trying to cover from outside the window. I think the best sniper in North America. I've said that many times. And using that utility for good work, he will get the first mirror window, but Rexon's got the second in his pocket. I imagine he will be placing it right next to the first. He's deciding about it. Typically, you'd put it right next to the first so that you can then pop the first mirror window that had been cracked and then use it as a good angle, but unsure where Rexon still wants to put this one. For the moment, he's keeping it in pocket. Now he will commit to the common strategy.
Mirror windows have been used to try and stop whether they be exothermic charges or other regular hard breach gadgetry from opening up walls. I mean, if you can't bandit trick and you don't want to bring a bandit, bring a mirror instead, because worst case scenario, you can always put those black mirrors somewhere else for information. I don't know how much those will aid Rexon, as it looks like both of them have been destroyed upstairs. M80 running out of time now. They've got Canadians' whereabouts known. Down below, they will hunt, and man, he ate his spinach and his Wheaties today. Down goes Diffuser. Already a great start for Canadian. Off to the races, 2-0. The aforementioned Rexon taken down as Hot and Cold thought he had safe passage inside a paper, but no, Hot and Cold is finished in the bomb site by Spoit in that position. It leaves Gunner and Kino now as Surf will encroach upon their spots. Ambi on the board for the second round in a row. They're just waiting on the call. Lee here is another flawless round unfolds. My goodness. M80 in a troubling spot, Jesse. No kills through these first 2 rounds.
Yeah, not the start they were looking for against SR, to say the very least. And I mean, it all comes off of how good Canadian was from down below. Getting a 2K entry, immediately starting your team off in a man advantage like that is a huge deal. Canadian was actually caught on a Lion charge at the very beginning, probably the first 10 seconds of that round, which is why Gavin felt so emboldened to go after that frag. Loses the 1v1. A second 1v1 frag for Canadian takes down Diffuser. Here's some of the best gunners on M80. The entry duo of Gavin and Diffuser going through that and still not able to take down the captain of Shopify Rebellion. Very tough to make a plant work then in the 5v3 with Canadian down below, feeding the information with the bout cams if he had gone down. Not a lot Kino was able to do despite clearing out those mirror windows on the collie either. So very provisioned defense from SR. Nothing has gone wrong for them at the moment in this game. They're hitting every shot. They're winning every fight. They seem to know exactly what M80 want to do for the push. That means both primary point of the push, right? In that round, it was through the windows, through top square, but also the secondary point of the push, down inside of open area in round 2. The garage pressure that we saw back in round 1 for the entry frag. So not sure if M80 maybe need to try something a little bit more unpredictable, get a little wild. That might be an option here as we'll go to Archives Tellers, the least played bomb site on Bank, but no matter what they choose to do, they've got to find a solution.
M80's had their backs against the wall before, and I mean, this is a best of 3. There's still plenty of road left. I wouldn't really be sounding the alarm bells at this point in time. You got Skyscraper up next, and Chalet is a decider if you go there. Admittedly, we haven't really seen a lot of third maps throughout these playoffs. There was one in Shopify Rebellion and Dark Zero to start off the upper bracket qualifiers. Then M80 was a part of one with Space Station, but that's been it. Everything else has been a 2-0. Some competitive, some quite quick. Space Station's been on the right side of a couple quick 2-0s. They'll be watching this, hoping that one of these teams that emerges will be fatigued enough that SSG can enter at their prime. But as we saw with M80 yesterday, They were fired up and ready to go, and sometimes it's not about fatigue, it's about getting those game day reps in. Surf has been dropped, but he's not finished off yet. Gunnar and Gavin, you cannot say the same for. They are gone, dead to rights. M80 still struggling for that first kill. Down goes Kino as he was sitting on top of that diffuser, mother henning it. Hot and Cold and Diffuser, the last two standing. Ambi will hop on it, all 5 kills to his name. There's a vault in from Houghton. He takes out Canadian. The team captain's the first one to go. Ambi removes himself from the plant. They'll plug it yet again, and now here comes the Clash of Surf, who's been picked back up. Down goes Rexon at the hands of Diffuser, who's now searching for something, but SR does not fake this time around. Ambi stays on it, and despite the fact that M80 was able to get a couple of kills, they still fall well short of the round. A perfect rotation for the Rebellion as they are off to a hot start, up 3-0 on Bank.
Looks so easy for them through the first quarter. I mean, very dominant rounds, 1, 2, and 3. Like the strategy, I was hoping to see M80 mix something up. They end up barreling through the garage, up the main stairs, straight into sight. And it would have been great if the Clash wasn't right there, spotting their every movement, not catching SR off guard. I wanted to see them go for something less predictable, and I think they did, but it didn't seem to matter. That was something that SR were very ready for. They were watching for it. And as soon as Surf saw that that was happening, he saw the players running up the bottom of the main stairs. He heard them coming as well. That Blitz, not a quiet operator, was able to just call for his teammates, let them know what was going on. Rexon then came down the main stairs, found the opening pick. Ambi collapsed in from open area. The body started to fall into the post plant. Beautifully done as well with those Kivas. So start to finish, it just does not feel like M80 are able to get a leg up in this matchup. If it's an anchor strategy, they have not been able to break it. If it's a roam strategy, they're getting fried by Canadian. If it's a rush strategy from M80, they're getting read early in the round that it's not working the way they want it to. 3-0 start, and I mean, this is SR's map pick, so maybe not the end of the world. M80 chose to start attack here, which was, I think, a little bit surprising, but in any case, I mean, the way these rounds have gone have definitely made me a little bit concerned.
Steady aim fixes any problem. Okay, let's get back to work.
One of the additions to CJax is the banter of operators between the rounds, and we just got to hear it there from the operators on the side of M80. Just a little bit of spice added. Some of the maps got visual overhauls and also some environmental destruction that was added, and then destructible ingredients, as Ubisoft calls them. You'll see them with the fire extinguishers. You'll see them with the pipes that also explode into flames, and also the metal detectors that can be turned on and off. Honestly, really not much of a factor in most of these maps. Defenders tend to take them out really early on. I haven't seen much of a statement being made by them on any of these rounds here on Bank. Not really much good to say for M80 at this point, Jesse.
No,
I was trying to think of a transition statement, but there's nothing.
They brought the Osa this time around. Hot and Cold going to be playing Garage with that operator, which is, I think, the better spot to bring it in. You can hold a really nice cross. It's a lot more difficult as well to break that Osa shield. You're not going to toss a Nitro that far, and an Impact also probably not going to reach that distance. So you got to wait for him to get a little bit closer. More of a distraction right now, though. The rest of the team is doing good work. Gunnar actually alongside his captain inside the garage finds the first frag. And I mean, you take out a Tachanka with the help of those Osa shields. That's huge value, as is Gavin getting a double kill on the main stairs.
A great start for M80. I might have to bite my tongue. I cast her cursed in the right way, I suppose, this M80 squad. Kino, the only one without a kill of the 3 remaining combatants alive on the side of M80. Spoit and Canadian each having more kills than that M80 set of adversaries combined. Only 2 from M80. Kino last time around was quick to get to this bomb site, if you'll recall, and he did some serious damage to Spoit, but Spoit has played a little bit more sheltered. Because M80 have this advantage, they're able to position themselves upstairs on flank watch should either the Goyo or the Pulse on SR choose to take up space there. You can see from the silhouettes there is one player above. I have to imagine it's Spoit, but I'm not entirely certain. It's hard to tell. Goyo canister goes off. There goes Gunnar at the hands of Spoit. Pulse now in this position, and Diffuser gets baited, and it's all up to Kino, and he's killed by Spoit as well. What is going on in this match? My God. Shopify Rebellion are just simply toying with this M80 squad. M80 has been able to muster almost nothing. 2 rounds without a single kill, 1 round with 2 kills, this round with 3, 5 kills across 4 rounds. That is just not going to get the job done. I assume M80 was waiting to call this time out, but I think you're at the point where you have no choice. Fabian will have to settle this team down.
Yeah, certainly not what you're hoping for. A 3v2 advantage tossed out the window. And I mean, I didn't think it was a very easy clutch from Canadian and Spoit to come back on the 2v3. They were quite separated. Spoit deep into sight, playing long angles with the TCSG. Canadian, of course, was roaming. He went top floor to come back down and trade out the double kill that Gavin got main stairs. Then they were, again, quite isolated, not really playing near each other as the brunt of that push was coming down through square, down through server, trying to get towards the bomb site. And I have to imagine if they went for just a traditional plant, they would have had a decent chance there. Gunner holding the cross from garage. Instead, they really tried to group up and push deep for those kills. They didn't want to test Spoit on the long angles, so they just said, screw it. We're going to have to fight these guys. By the time they got there, Spoit and Canadian had already grouped up just like this. And you can see, while one player is trying to find Spoit, Canadian's gunning them. While they're trying to find Canadians, Spoit is being able to get those frags. So really good teamwork coming out from the 2 newest pickups on SR. They're having big value to come through like that. And now you're just starting to wonder from M80, you know, where are the problems coming out? Where are the decision makings starting to fall apart? Because to me, Parker, this is starting to feel like that game from M80 where, you know, it's Nighthaven Labs, map 3 versus Space Station. They kind of just fell apart in that series. That was the game for the major, and it did feel like on the final map, the attacks were not there at all. They didn't know what they wanted to do late round. I feel like I'm seeing shades of that again now against the Rebellion.
Attackers must locate.
Yeah, I'm not really certain. It's obviously a concerning situation for M80 to be in. And it's not like they would be the first team that showed tons of promise and had a history of being quite good and then ultimately falling short. For those that didn't watch yesterday's matches and didn't hear the update, or simply if the broadcast was over before the update even went out, there was a 5th place match that was played off stream. Dark Zero and OXG failed to qualify for the Munich Major, so they played for 5th overall. And DZ won that. So what a disastrous slide for OXG. They were in 2nd place heading into this playoffs. They were nipping at the heels of M80, and for a period of time, could have very credibly finished 1st overall. So to go all the way down to 6th, that is a dreadful slide. That team will need to do some work in the offseason in order to ensure that whatever success they find is a bit more permanent. They've shown growth as a team, and they've definitely bought into the system, but under the brightest of lights, it did not seem like they performed up to snuff. Both they and DZ seeming to have some issues that are going to be a focus from now till SI quals and other events that we might have later this year.
So a somewhat similar defensive setup from the Rebellion this time. They've changed out a few operators. Canadian no longer roaming into that open area, but on the pulse, so definitely still leaning into those intel ops, no longer rocking the Valkyrie. Spoit does go down early, and Canadians actually dropped the elevator too. That's a double kill for Gavin, lining up for him as he's able to really clean up that maybe a overly aggressive play coming out from those 2 players in SR. Gunner hoping to continue to add to that tally. Lots of pressure from these outside windows. That's really making life difficult for the Rebellion. Another one falls. Diffuser on the outside rappel. Braxton the last alive trying to fight them in lobby. He gets to the Spider-Man, Parker, but I'm not sure if this one's in the cards.
It's possible that Rexon pulls this off. I think it's extremely unlikely. It's a good sweep through by M80, though. They brought the right tools. They approached this correctly. A small fumble by SR, and, well, it was M80 to punish them. Lots of teams will make mistakes over the course of a round and over the course of a map. But if your opponents don't capitalize off it, mistakes aren't really mistakes, are they? Rexon takes Kino down before getting finished off. The round goes in favor of M80. Finally, they get on the board after calling their timeout. A confidence-inspiring round, to be sure. But you're going to need a couple of those in order to not just close this gap, but get your head in the game. SR will be riding high as they will guaranteed to be taking this first half. They cannot lose it. They've already got 4 rounds. The only question is, will M80 close the gap even further, or will the lead go back to 4 rounds with SR escaping half one, up 5-1?
I really want to give credit to Diffuser that round. Obviously got a kill kind of in the midst of things, but was also the guy on the drone, bottom main stairs, which saw Spoit's initial aggression. That was absolutely critical for allowing Gavin to get those first 2 kills. It's that little drone information that really made all the difference. Meant that Spoit didn't get the jump on them. It was kind of an ego move from Spoit to walk down the main stairs, somewhat unprompted, go for a swing lobby, see what he could find, kind of go fishing. Probably prompted by the fact that they have been dominating so much of this game so far, and then Canadian with the follow-up again, I think just coming down to the fact that you believe you're so much better than them after how the first 4 rounds went, but you do have to show a little bit more respect than that. M80 can still frag, and especially when they nail down the basics, when they've got really strong droning, they're a deadly team you got to watch out for. So good to get 1 on the board. SR not going to be feeling too sad about that, though. Very much still in a position where they can run this back, get the 5-1 half, especially because we go to open area now, and this is a bomb site that they didn't have to show through the first quarter, so it'll be a brand new strategy, one that M80 likely will not have seen before. They're going to have to find a new solution to break this hold.
Completely different lineup now being trotted out by this M80 team. Fastest operator in the game in play on the side of SR. That P5 that is in the hands of both Legion and Oryx doesn't see as much play after some changes to Legion. His pick rate has actually plummeted in comparison to where it was in previous stages. It'll be interesting to see how they employ this Oryx for this particular round. Obviously, he can navigate the map faster than anybody else. He also has that passive to jump up through the hatches. So if you have opened up some of those, say into paper, say even into elevators, you can find yourself a pretty sneaky flank. And honestly, I don't know if flanks have been the major Achilles heel for M80. It's been more direct confrontation, but it's a long game. Anything can happen. And of course, a good flank can always be devastating no matter when it's employed.
Well, I like to see so much droning again. I think that was critical in their last round win, and we see most of the operators using those drones now to start. There is a drone for the defenders too. So far, though, it's Kino away from the drones. Doing a bit of a solo entry here on the top floor. Canadian did end up finding Gunner, so that's going to be a big problem down on the main floor. Kino's just got to find some way in with Gavin. They're trying to pressure the top floor players, but after 1 frag, they're happy to just retreat, Parker. They got the opening pick. They killed Gunner. 1 in 6 now lurking on the Nook. Not the game that we were hoping to see out of him. And now they got to find some way to claw this back. They do at least have the good soft destruction, but they don't have great information on these other aggressive players. Canadian feels like he's in a spot where he could find value, but that was a good catch.
I mean, Gunner enters as the best offensive threat on the side of M80. Without him, everybody else has to do a little bit more work, and that's frankly what we're seeing right now. Canadian down for the count. Tied in terms of kills with Ambi and Spoit atop his team. Canadian has steadily improved as this playoff has gone on. But I do need to ask that question. When you've got guys like Surf having quieter games, Rexon having a quieter game, Ambi can have a quiet game too, obviously not here. Somebody like Canadian shouldn't be shouldering so much of that burden, unless maybe SR has changed things up and we just haven't been privy to it, which is also possible. Teams make small adaptations and changes as they go along. In is Hot and Cold, as there's another on the board for Diffuser. Down goes Ambi. Hot and Cold getting watched by Kino, slaughtered by Surf. Bullets whizzing out. And now Surf looking for yet another. Over by Copier, tucked into a bit of a tough spot. But he's got Spoit and Rexon with him as it's a 3v3. The clock will obviously aid M80. They're hoping to ride out as much time as possible before these engagements happen. Spoit goes down at the hands of Diffuser, still posted up inside of Archives. He's got all 3 kills for M80. Gavin will deny the ace. Only one more to be found, and it'll be Gavin. So a full house. 3 kills for Diffuser, 2 for Gavin. And after the timeout, M80 has converted both rounds. Could have been nerves, could have been just simple mental energy. Who knows what Fabian said to this team and what Houghton gave as advice as the leader in the field. But either way, M80 stocks trending upwards. They escaped the first half, salvaging it as best they can. It's a 4-2 scoreline as we head into the second half.
Well, again, Parker, I think, you look at those last 2 rounds, they're a much slower approach, right? They're focused on the drones. It's, again, another really big drone that comes out, catches Canadian, equalizes the man count at 4, and then the 4v4 execute coming in through square. Unfortunate that Hot and Cold doesn't get caught sprinting to the plant spot. I think if he does, that round goes the other way, but M80 saw their win con in that round despite the early loss of Gunner, and they managed to put pen to paper, got the job done. So good to see that bounce back. The mental's still strong on this side, and they can move to defense, which you have to imagine will be a little bit stronger for the M80 team. actually, through the one game that they've played this stage, have a exactly even record. 7 attacking rounds played, 7 defending rounds played, and they have a positive win rate on both, 57% for each side. SR have been a little bit weaker on their attacks. Again, they also only played Bank once this stage. That was against Dark Zero way back at the start of September. It was an 8-7 victory, but in that game, they did perform a bit better on their defenses than they did their attacks, only winning 3 of their 7 offensive rounds. That'll be enough if they get it in 3 of 6 this time to lock down the win versus M80. But I don't think it's going to be so easy this time. M80 have been looking a lot better than DZ have this stage, and it's been a long time since the early days of September.
10 seconds left.
About a month.
And there's a lot of games that have been played.
It was about a month ago.
It's a long time in Siege terms.
I mean, that does encompass the entire stage.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
All the groups and now the playoffs, and here we are. All right, so the first 4 rounds were kind of hard to judge M80 by, just because they showed a bit of a rare deficiency on attack. The Rebellion have a pretty even score across the board. Only Surf has been below in terms of kills. He's playing a utility op in Maverick, so given that this is a bottom floor attack, his focus is going to be opening up those hatches as best as he can. Extremely good value from the Twitch drone here of Rexen, by the way, taking out those Goyo canisters, also marking the bulletproof camera in sight. One drone has negated a ton of utility brought by the defenders, and we are only 45 seconds in. That's just Twitch doing Twitch things.
It also gets good information, right? You didn't see any defenders down there. It's only Kino actually on the bomb site, which is why nobody was able to shut down that drone. 4 M80 players looking around this mid floor. I don't think they're wanting to commit to much, but if they shoot some drones, maybe get 1 kill, that would be huge. And there's that frag. Gunner able to take down Spoit on the entry.
I mean, Deimos dying early again. It happens. He's the operator that you'll see have the first engagement. Canadian just watches the 2-brow diffuser walk away, and he manages to take down Gavin, almost finds a second. Ambi's been downed in the Bedlam somehow. I'm not sure how, but he's at the halfway point. He's bleeding out in a hurry and will need to be retrieved. Surf will get him back up on his feet. A lot of action for just 90 seconds.
Weird engagement for Hot and Cold. I don't know how he got down the open area hatch with Canadians standing above it, but he's back in sight and we're in a 4v4. Honestly, util's not great for M80, given how many of those Goyos were destroyed in the first 15 seconds of the round. They'll have Toxic Babes from Kino. Often the smoke will play top server stairs, but that's not what we have this time. He is deep in lockers looking to deny a plant. And you've got 2 Nitros as well. Gunner and Diffuser both rocking those. Zoto canister's probably not so impactful for Diffuser just because they do have the Maverick, but even more util work now being dealt with thanks to the Twitch. This has been excellent from Rexen. And you look at the util still on the side of SR. Smoke grenades, smoke arrows at least being played by Ambi, the firebolts too, 3 flashes on Canadian's shield, and the smokes that are still being played by Rexen. There is so much util to work with the plant, and that's why Hot and Cold's going for this flank. It's a desperation move because he knows they don't win the 4v4 push.
And now, with 20 seconds left, desperate times call for desperate measures. Surf punished. He took some damage earlier on. Ambi was downed as well, so he's low HP from being recovered. Canadian doing all the offense right now, but there's Ambi on the board. Canadian now maneuvering around with Rexen, who will hit the deck. Very limited time for them to start the plant. Rexen will do that. Ambi, no! Kills the team captain. Rexen manages to pull it off. Gunner in a 1v2. And Ambi redeems himself immediately, killing everybody, including his own teammates. I don't think Canadian will care too much, as the end result was still good, but if that had gone bad, we all know where the fingers would have been pointed. Ambi, to his credit, having a very good game. Shopify Rebellion win their very, very first attack and go up 5-2.
Yeah, nice opportunity for the 19-year-old to showcase his ridiculous mechanical ability. Ambi stepping up so big. I was a little worried because we were in the dying section of that round and he had used none of his capital bolts at all, plus had a can opener still in the pocket. So I was a little worried at the utility not quite getting used, but it's fine. He's hitting shots. He's doing what needs to be done. And sometimes it's worth just not using the util when you know you've got targets to hit. That's got to be priority number one. So brilliantly done by Ambi. Go back to that flank from Hot and Cold as well. I said that they weren't going to win the 4v4 engagement. Hot didn't really do anything on that flank. He didn't find any players. He walked up the main stairs, went over to, I believe it was the lobby hatch, just dropped back into gold. Didn't end up seeing anybody that whole time. So for a large chunk of that push, it wasn't a 4v4 for SR. It was a 4v3 as Houghton was off on his little adventure. So definitely a tough push to come through from him. I think if Hot and Cold had timed that a little bit better, he gets a pick or two up on the top floor. That could have made all the difference in the world, but wasn't able to do so. And so it was a really nice push coming through from SR. Maybe a little sloppy at times. You know, there were some awkward moments there, but in the end, I think they were in solid control of that round. Plant was going down when they wanted it, and Ambi was hitting every shot he needed.
Just want to say, it's a little dismissive to call it Hot and Cold's little adventure. That's a thing of beauty, by the way. Look at that.
That's nice.
I believe it's
That's
called
crazy.
art. I believe it's called art. So, Hot and Cold can go on whatever adventure he chooses to, and you don't get to demean him like that.
Okay, well, maybe next time he can go on an adventure and win the round. How about that?
Maybe he can.
He is roaming open area. This is a bit of an adventure, too. Very similar to what Canadian was just doing. He's got Gunnar helping him out with the yokai cam, so hopefully they can get a good frag. Also, Diffuser playing an archive. This is a really heavy commitment to the main floor. You very rarely will see two players and a yokai committed to that roam below the site.
Spoke of how much value that Twitch drone provided in the previous round, and now we'll have an opportunity to see what Rexon can amass with it in terms of either info or in terms of destruction. You're right. I mean, this is something that we talk about when the extra drone operators come to play, like when a Bravo or a Flores is brought. Obviously, Flores's drones have a detonation timer, so you're only able to gain so much information off of it, but I mean, at worst case, Brava, even if you're not grabbing any gadgets, is provided 4 drones to give more information. Same with Twitch. So valuable assets, whether you're actually using the gadget appropriately. Ideally, you're using it appropriately, but you never really know. Gunnar gets the first frag. Ambi and Canadian follow up in quick succession. 1 minute still left on the board. Now Canadian searching for kill number 9 at this point. He only trails Ambi on the team. I don't know what's gotten into this SR squad. But as I said the other day, the captain and the kid, those are the two left standing. Ambi and Canadian now up against M80 with 1 extra player over their numbers. Diffuser has been getting very, very good as this game has gone on. Only player on M80 that's had some sputtering offense is Kino. Nice shot by Canadian as he finds Diffuser through the floor. And we're right back to a 2v2. Final 30 seconds. Yokai drones might still be up. This could be a thorn in the side of M80 if they're not aware of them. Canadian is hoping for the all clear to get that Diffuser down. He and Ambi, 18 kills between the two of them. There is the Yokai drone, so still in play. And it's got a read on the Blackbeard. The problem is it will need to get in position. Through the soft wall, there goes Canadian. Ambi absorbing some damage too. Gunnar down below, but Hot and Cold, where is he? Can he get there in time? Diffuser successfully planted. Ambi finished off. And now that Yokai drone almost knocking Canadian out of his position. I don't know if he'll be able to recover Ambi one bit, Jesse, but he's going to play Ring Around the Rosie with this team. Falling back, keeping his shield up. The goal is to isolate these players. One at the top of the stairs. He finds Gunnar first, not able to do any damage to him. Gunnar still surviving. Now it's Hot and Cold to aggress as they both work their way around. Canadian finds the echo. Gunnar wins the duel. Too tough for Canadian to handle. Ambi is also finished off. And it's Gunnar to hop on the defuse kit and give a nail biter to M80.
And honestly, what a sick strat to come through from M80 in that round. I don't believe they've ever played that setup before with Gunnar on the Echo, Hot and Cold, and Diffuser down below the site. It's really sick because you've got 3 different ways to deny the plant. Hot and Cold is downstairs with a Nitro Cell, a classic plant denial tech here on top floor of Bank. Diffuser is below as well, playing on that on the Solus is able to spot out the plants, guide the C4 for hot and cold, and also do some damage too. Then Gunner on the Yokais actually was playing top floor to start that round off. He was top of elevator and got the opening pick lobby side. But then after he gets the frag, he drops down to the main floor. Diffuser rotates up the square stairs. So there's still 2 guys below, but they're different players now. And then they've got the Yokai to stop the plant too. All that committed, they didn't stop the plant, of course. It didn't go their way, but it caused enough worry in the minds of SR. It caused enough chaos that it really slowed down the push, and it eventually led to players bleeding one after another. And it was enough at the end for SR to be left with just a Blackbeard in the 1v2 post plant, not a spot you ever really want to find yourself at. So really creative, cool stuff coming out from M80. That's definitely one of the strats and one of the reasons why they picked this map. They knew they had brand new stuff to show on it. They knew they had some interesting ideas, and I think that one looked really cool.
At this point in time, with both of these teams having their spots at the Munich Major secured, the next goal is to make as deep of a run here in Stage 2 and maybe knock off Space Station, who are the presumptive favorites to win the second stage of the year. They made an improbable run in Stage 1 to capture the championship. Now, they don't need to go through that miracle run in the lower bracket. They've already made their way to the king's seat, the throne, so to speak. Sitting at the top of this upper bracket, there's no real advantage gained from getting there. You just have to play fewer games, and I guess that in and of itself is an advantage. SSG now sitting and waiting, watching this fight. One of these teams might emerge battered and bruised. It just depends on how quick or how long of a series this goes. Right now, with the way it's shaping up, M80 starting to heat up. Jesse, I expect this one to go deep into the night.
I think so, but it honestly hinges a lot on this round too, Parker. I mean, this is the basement bomb site on Bank. This is what you expect the defense to be able to win quite cleanly. They lost it the first time they came here. It was an SR successful attack. Part of that was due to these Twitch drones. Rexon trying to find similar value, but there's way more players actually in the basement. All 5 of them, if you count Kino top server, are playing inside the site. That makes it way more difficult to start to open up with those Goyos being popped, open up with some of the ADSs. I guess they didn't even bring a Goyo to get cleaned up by the Twitch this time. Instead, they're going to rely on things like the Arunia, which will make opening these hatches a lot more difficult. Managed to burn out the one on Square, which is nice to see from them, and then can do Mav on the admin office hatch instead. So I think the Utso work is going pretty well from Shopify Rebellion, but this isn't the hard part. The difficult thing is going to come when you're pushing 30 seconds into the site and it's a 5-on-5.
It's definitely been one of the slowest rounds, just in terms of pacing. 10 players alive with just a little bit over a minute to go is quite surprising. They find Kino first, 0-9. Kino has been sensational throughout these group.
Okay.
Ambi almost kills himself with the Gon 6 at point blank range, but he's seemingly fixed the issue. Kino has been great in terms of kills, not at the bottom, but yeah, he's having a bit of a rough start, and he's been struggling to get his offense going. In his role, it is expected that he gets a couple kills. Right now, him not showing up is hindering this M80 team, but they've gotten to this point because of his ability, so you can't really point your finger solely at him. 9 players still alive, 15 seconds left on the clock. Good God, this is gonna get ugly. Spoit falls, first one on SR, dead. Now amidst the smoke, Ambi attempting to get Diffuser down, and look at that. M80 brushing aside this SR team. They crush all of them. They don't lose a single player besides Kino. SR just not able to deal with the clock effectively, and now the lead at one point that was 4 rounds has shrunk to just 1. The comeback, very real and not over just yet. Operator bans will pause the game for a period of time, but M80 has found a spark and it is turning into a flame.
Yeah, and I think it's coming off of smart ideas, good knowledge of how they want to play these sites. I mean, yeah, you look at Kino, maybe he's 0-9, but he still has a massive impact in that round. He uses all 3 Toxic Babes on server stairs. He slows that push dramatically. Frankly, despite the fact that they had the man advantage, that push really did not look good for the Rebellion. It came so damn late. There was so much util still being used by M80. It practically had no chance of succeeding, barring a miracle push coming in from some other dimension, maybe a player on a hatch, maybe somebody coming around through admin or something that could have found some way to get some kills. But M80 just had really good utility in the site. Yeah, they were a man down, but they had good timing on it. And a lot of that comes off Kino, who does sure, maybe go 0-9, but still stalls things out pretty dramatically. Allows guys like Gunnar and Gavin to really rack up the frags inside the site. Chaos of the smoke, chaos of the plant going down. Really does look quite clean, I think, from M80 in a round like that. So you're going to feel pretty good about this. There's a reason why you chose this map. You're now on the more comfortable side of the defense. And even though you were in a deficit, you've done a lot, I think, mentally to play yourselves out of this bucket that you've fallen into. And one more round is all that separates you from tying up this game 5-4. Even if you lose this, though, Parker, I mean, yeah, it goes 6-4. Then you get to run back top floor, and then you get to come back to a site like open area where you might have some more success. There's still very much in it.
It's really anybody's game at this point. Just again, based on numbers, the Rebellion should have the upper hand. Attackers historically doing well on bank through this stage, but I think those numbers can be a bit deceptive, especially when we had so many 7-0s. This is the one pitfall I think we fall into when we're trying to get this data into the games, and when we touch upon it, is that there were some real serious blowouts. And because there were so many 7-0s, all it takes is 2 games on bank where one of those, or both of those 7-0s occurred, and both of them started with the team that's 7-0'd on attack, and suddenly you've got 12 rounds on attack that were all victories, not necessarily because this is an attacker-sided map, but just because there was such a canyon between these two teams in terms of skill. So it was a very top-heavy stage, and it's tough. Oh, it's tough for us to really know what's what. I'll tell you what's what, though. Gunnar gets shredded by a beautiful shot from Spoit outside on rappel, looking through the lobby, and that's a desperately needed first kill for SR.
This is a Boss G free zone, Korean on Korean violence inside the server. As our 2 operators do go head to head, and Spoit comes out on top. Logic Bomb will come through as well and attempt to clear this top floor, and it just keeps getting better. That's Kino's 10th death as Rexon finds his head from outside the building. Spoit another one to hot and cold too. They're chasing down the stock players. It's an exit frag from Gavin and a second into the site. All of a sudden, Gavin has given this round a little bit of life because the early couple of minutes did not go the way of M80.
I mean, I like Diffuser and Gavin still as the last 2 standing on the side of M80. A combined 18 kills. They've been able to stand up against tough competition internationally. They can certainly do it here, and they've done it so far today. If you can beat the best on the side of SR, well, you're in good shape. Rexon's numbers underwater, same with Surf. Yet again, the 3 points of the spear that are often referred to on this Shopify Rebellion team are Ambi, Rexon, and Surf. Spoit has made a serious name for himself and actually has the most kills through the entirety of Stage 2 after an absolutely phenomenal performance in the first set of games. But there's been some issues finding offense on the side of the Rebellion, and with inconsistency creeping into round after round, it's going to be a bit of a demotivating factor here. Ambi's doing it all himself, though, Jesse. His 10th kill. Down goes Gavin. He's found a way to get Diffuser down, too. Remaining players are Rexon and Surf, close enough by, and there's Surf taking out Diffuser. Map point for SR, as boy, oh boy, this is a scrappy matchup.
Bit of a gamble on Archives. Doesn't really pay off there for M80. Again, the least played site that we see on Bank, but gets run every now and again. Both of these squads using it at least one time. But that is the last lifeline gone. You've got to win these next 2 rounds. You've got to lock them down if you're M80. They will be on stronger sites, which is huge. That's a beauty shot from Spoit. Kind of comes back to this the strength of this bomb site for attackers, right? You have to separate your forces a little bit. Some on the top floor, some on the mid floor, and clearing through top can actually be pretty successful for these attacking teams. They will be successful on that for SR to get the match point. And M80 subverting expectations. They're going to bring out open area. Again, top floor is unlocked, and they did win it. I guess it wasn't a clean win. They brought out that strategy with 2 players down below, and maybe thinking that if SR get another go at it, it'll be too easily read. They'll be able to shut it down. They will, just like SR did, bring out open area for the first and only time here late into the half, doing what they can to lock down this bomb site. Parker, it's a bit of a risk, but we'll see how it goes.
Ambi's finding a lot of success on Gridlock, an operator that I quite enjoy. We always hype her up whenever we see her. Grenades and track stairs are good for anti-flank, for flushing people out of positions. Also, the sounds that come with it. The F90, the gun that's brought by Gridlock, is pound for pound one of the best in the game. And because Gridlock's 3 health / 3 armor, as it used to be called, It's got a bit more staying power and can absorb just a bit more damage, especially with high rate of fire but low damage guns that are headshot machines. If you light up her body with it, especially the limbs, you're tickling her at that point.
Could definitely be a big game changer, right? That limb damage has been talked about a lot.
Are you giggling at the fact I used the word tickle? What do you know? Tickle.
What's wrong with that?
If I say the word tickle, do you just instinctively laugh?
Yeah.
Would you get into a tickle fight with Gridlock?
I'm not going to answer that on broadcast, Parker. We've got an open area push coming through pretty quickly here, I think. They've got all the util that they need. It's not going to be a heavy map control take. They don't want a full clear top floor just by the looks of the early rounds. They've got that blitz. They've got that ying. Their whole goal is to blind everyone in the site, rush in, get a plant down, likely inside cafeteria. Kandel's coming out from Surf now. That should prompt the push.
There's damage being done to Rexon. That's the first bit of contact. Logic bombs still ringing away. Information that SR will be able to play off of, but there's no immediate follow-up. M80 not taking any damage at this point, but brisk pace being set. Ambi eliminates Gunner. He loses most of his HP in the process, but he stays alive. Why? Because Gridlock's just got a little bit more HP than I think you'd think. Diffuser uses his Nitro Cell to get the remaining 15 points of HP from Ambi. Either team really suffering by losing these two players. I assume that most of the utility from both has been used, so at this point it's just about guns being off the board, in which case it's damning for SR to lose their top fragger.
Yeah, also tough that you use all your Candelas, all your smokes. I guess you still have a Logic Bomb and the Blitz Shield, but you did really use a lot for just that one kill, and Kino's still got 2 Toxic Babes. Hot and Cold's got a Kiba in the pocket. I feel like the util advantage is on the side of M80. SR will need to hit some really nice shots, I think, to make this push work. Toxic Babes are going to be their biggest problem in getting this plant down. Canadian will want to run the defuse kit deep into cafeteria, but there's still barbed wire on the angle, and Rexon just got smoked. I don't like this push.
Oh, M80 trying to survive what is a do-or-die round. SR 4 kills away from putting this one into the history books and moving on to Skyscraper, hoping for a rematch with SSG. And believe you me, this SR team is hungry to prove that what we saw just a couple days ago is not a proper reflection of their skill. They'll have to wait another round, though. M80 absolutely dogpiles the remaining players on the side of Shopify Rebellion, and there was really nothing other than Ambi's opening that SR should be happy about. Things fell by the wayside very quickly on. You get a soul searching there as a blank look on Ambi's face slowly creeps into a smile. One more round before OT is required. And it's a good time for SR to call their timeout.
I will say I did like the attempt at the end there from Shopify Rebellion. I said I didn't like the push, expecting it to kind of come through bottom square to cafeteria, but Canadian did go for a rotate. He went printer window instead. Bit of a mix-up, bit of a new idea, something that could have caught them off guard, probably their best chance, but yeah, I think the advantage is too heavy for M80 given the utility and given that frag that they got to just on Rexon before the push came in. Nice to see all of that coming to fruition for M80. They will force attack timeout, as you mentioned. This makes it 6-5 on the scoreboard. It's do or die still for M80. So they're still on the back foot. But the big thing for them is they've got a couple of options as to where they want to go. Every site is going to be unlocked with the sole exception of that open area bomb site. They could go down to the basement, which they're 1-1 on so far. They could go top floor, which they played in round 8 and then didn't touch again. They could go Archives Tellers, which they played once and lost. I don't expect that one, but you never know. The mix-up is there. Makes it kind of an awkward tack timeout for the Rebellion, right? I mean, you have to discuss what the options could be. It will be the basement as we find out now, but they didn't necessarily know that going into this. I think top floor was just as likely of a choice.
Attackers have located a bomb.
If this is anything to go off of, I expect us to see all 3 maps. Though, I will put a little asterisk on it. Shopify Rebellion hate their fans so much that they want to give them heart attacks as frequently as possible. Every single post-game thread that you see that involves this SR team, invariably, one of the top comments will be, I have heart palpitations. I didn't think I would make it. Oh my goodness, I was sweating, etc. This is what I used to say when Canadian was the leader of DZ, the team was like that.
Yeah.
Now, he's just brought it over to SR. I feel for these fans, frankly. I really, really do. It would be nice to just have a quick and easy 2-0, but with SR, it seems almost impossible. They do get it from time to time, but it seems with far less consistency than their counterparts here in the NA League. So never know. A 7-5 is definitely possible, as is overtime. I expect us to go to Chalet, which means we will have a best of 3, which means Space Station will have even longer to prepare and or watch this match in anticipation of that grand final coming up later tonight.
Could be early action. There is Gunner roaming the top floor. They'll try to drone him out, but of course, Gunner on the Vigil will be tough to find. He's just hiding in the CEO corner. Oh, God. Spoit's got to be really careful about this. I'm not sure if it's been droned out quite enough. It seems like that's a misdrone, Parker. They also lose the opening pick as Diffuser finds Ambi elsewhere on the map. So things have just gone from bad to worse. They might not be aware of every player position. Seems like Spoit has an idea now. This is a really critical gunfight for the Swede to hit.
Strong gun, but you can't wait in that position forever. Gunner needs to get the call that there's somebody there, and he'll get it. Shotgun out now at close range, opening up a line of sight to C. Very smart play by Spoit if there was a rotate, but no. Gunner using that opportunity to try to disappear through the lobby. Rexon loves these upside-down skylight repels, and he gets them, earning a tip of the cap from Gunner in the process. Yes, you've lost Ambi and one of your most important utility ops. Trying to attack this bottom floor bomb site without the fire and the smokes is going to be a challenge, but it's definitely doable. SR just needs to be a little bit quicker than last time. They've got a minute still left on the clock to pull it off.
I went back. I believe that opening pick from Diffuser was actually on the printer window, Ambi outside the building. That might be a critical frag to come down. I mean, last time Ambi fragged out on this bomb site, he didn't actually use any of the Capital arrows, but his gun was still absolutely necessary to win the round. So good bit of utility off the board, a good fragger off the board for the Rebellion too. This is going to be a 4v4 execute coming through with all of them maybe back in the basement. Hot and Cold is on the Echo. He has not played this operator since the map began. It was seen once by Gunner, but that's going to be about it. This could be the one thing that's not expected by Shopify Rebellion. If they're not careful, if they're going for a really late push, which it looks like they are, the Yokai could end this right here and now.
All it takes is plant denial, right? You can still have 8 people, 9 people, a whole lobby still upright. If you're not able to pull off that objective, you are in serious trouble. Canadian drops. He survives a little bit longer than expected. Spoit not so lucky. There goes the Yokai drone. Rexon desperately looking for it, can't find it as it just keeps getting positioned over and over again. Now it's Diffuser dead, Yokai coming right back in. M80 gets the job done. Were they at it? It must have been out of charges. I was very curious as to what was going on as he was staring at him. M80 collecting all of the kills. I think there's some confusion on their side too. A bit of a head scratcher to end regulation, but hey, scratch your head as much as you want. M80 has done the job on the second half, and now 3 rounds separate us from victory.
Parker, it came at the final moment, it came at the last hour, and it came only after the Yokai had done all the stall in the world, but I am pleased to announce that Kino has gotten kills in this game, maybe the most important kills that anyone has gotten since the map began. 2 frags right here to stop Rexon and Canadian in the bomb site. Help of the Yokai feeding that info to him. He hit the shots with the SMG-11 when he needed to. And 2 and 10 has never looked so good. M80 actually choosing attack as the start side for overtime, which means that they might prefer this as their overall side. Their attacks have been good on this map historically. They weren't great at the first half, so we'll have to see how that goes for them. But since this is their map pick, they got to choose what side they wanted to start on. I really liked, again, the thought process, the creativity in some of those defenses. And you know what? I will even say, whilst M80 did lose their attacking half 4-2, it felt like after the attack timeout, Parker, they really figured out their issues. They slowed things down. They started droning more. So if we see attacks that look like round 5 and 6, this overtime could be really shaky for the Rebellion.
I mean, when you forfeit the first 2 rounds to your opponent flawlessly, there's only up to go at that point, right? I mean, what's the old adage that I always say? Can't jump out of a basement window. Like, you are already, you're not the bottom of the barrel, you are under the barrel. You can only go up. And slowly but surely, M80 put the pieces together, right? That 3rd round, they got 1 kill, 2 kills. The 4th round, they got 3 kills. They fell short on all of them. It was only until they lost that 4th round when Fabian said, all right, enough of this. Let's try to figure our issues out. Again, the stats, I think, kind of hide a more traditional bank, which is very friendly to the defenders. Because both of these teams should have thrived on attack, but that's not what happened. The defenders emerged 4-2 on both sides. That means SR's in great shape. They'll be defending twice. In a perfect world, if those numbers hold, SR will then take this series. But we don't live in a perfect world, and there's siege to be played. M80's confidence might have been shot after that second round, after that third round, after that fourth round. But they look like a rejuvenated team, and I think you're spot on. They just continue to improve. Kino finding not 1 but 2 kills is a motivating factor for him. As long as he can continue to do his job, they'll be in good shape. And they brought 2 sets of shields in both the Monty and the Blitz to tackle this execute.
It's going to be a weird push coming through. Obviously, SR banned the Capitao, so you won't have that for your execute. Instead, you're going to have to rely on the Grim really to displace these defenders when you go for your push. They got quite a bit of time to work with, and the util isn't... Wow, there's a lot of util for the defense. I was going to say it's not crazy, but they still have lots of C4s. They have the Toxic Babes, the Goyos too. Looks like it's going to be a back hit from M80. They don't want to deal with all the utility and server, so instead they're going to try to drop a couple of these hatches. Elevator and Gold going to be our most likely targets, as well as the main stairs. Here comes Hot and Cold making his way in and almost feeds a kill to Gavin, but Rexon just makes it out.
There's gas inside of that elevator shaft. It'll make it challenging for M80 to emerge without taking any damage. Kino slaughtered by Ambi as now it's M80 being reminded of how hard it is to attack, but wait a moment. Gunner eliminates Ambi, tries to turn tail and run, shut down by Rexon. Nitro Cell goes in. Hot and Cold still surviving. 2 players now trapped inside of that vault. Hot and Cold's managed to make his way out, but he's trapped in a corner. Gavin, next one to emerge, 15 kills to his name. An incredible performance for him. Down goes Hot and Cold. Shopify Rebellion have trapped this M80 team, sequestered them, and now it's Rexon continuing to hit shots. Diffuser will need to save the day. Working ever closer to the bomb site, but no Diffuser, his namesake in hand, and the clock will run out on M80 that round. The Rebellion move back to match point. Can they get the job done as they now move to attack for but 1 round? If not, and we go all 15, SR will defend again.
Normal people, when they go to bed and they have a nightmare, they get a couple of different dreams. Maybe you missed a test in school and you wake up in a hot sweat. Maybe you are being chased down by a monster. When a Rainbow Six Siege player ends up with a nightmare, they find themselves in a push like that. They're dreaming and there's Toxic Babes being tossed at them. They didn't get the opening pick. Their Monty is in a miserable position, having to... ADS right in front of a player as he's got the defuse kit. There's zero hope of making any kind of an entry. I mean, it's just a disaster from start to finish. And you have to think maybe if that opening pick goes the other way, right? If they catch the Mira on the elevator hatch at the very start of that execute, well, that opens the door for them to get deeper into the site. But because they couldn't find that frag, because it was very obvious where that push was coming from, as soon as Hot and Cold dropped down and they didn't get the pick with it, all of a sudden, all attention turns that way. SR were very ready for the push as it came through, and I think that element of surprise that M80 were relying on to get an entry into the bomb site just never really showed up for them. So that's a bit of a tough one to lose. Comes through, looks a lot more like the first couple attacks that we saw from M80, where it's close to a flawless round. They get to defend this round, and again, I think their defenses have been pretty good, so that 15th round I think is still looking likely, but they'll have to find some answer on the attack when we get to round 15, and of course this round, I shouldn't write it off either, because SR have had some good attacks today.
2 successful attacks from both teams. M80's opportunity falling short. Just both of these teams, it's been clock management, and I mean, it's not even clock management from their end. There are rounds where SR is just dithered, and there are rounds where they're not able to manage the clock because M80's defenses have been so tight that there's no air between these defenders. There's no way to exploit a weak spot. Look at this M80 lineup. They've got stall potential. You're gonna have to wait out those Zoto canisters. You're gonna have to wait out the Goyo canisters. Oh my goodness. Gavin in an unpredictable spot catches Spoit completely unaware and then drops 17 kills for Gavin. By the way, Gavin once teamed with Canadian on Dark Zero many, many moons ago. He's having a fantastic game against tough opposition. But again, just to finish that statement, look at M80's lineup. Lots of stall potential. You're going to have to wait out those Molotovs from the Tachanka. You're going to have to wait out the canisters from Goyo. You're going to have to wait out the Zoto canisters as well from the the Tubarão, you're going to be starved of intel, especially around the bomb site with the way those mute jammers are used. So every tool at your disposal will be helpful. Once again, you will do it without a Deimos. That is a real challenge for SR. They have the Ying and they have the logic bombs from the Dokkaebi, but those mute jammers will render the logic bombs completely ineffective, and the defenders will likely be within arm's reach of them.
I gotta say, I think it was a really smart idea from Spoit to go for that push. He obviously knew Gavin was in the elevator because that's a very default position when you go for a hold like this. Hatch would have been open. He was ready to drop on down, so he just tried to check it quickly with the shotgun. But man, Gavin's 17-8 is a monster to go up against, and you can't blame anyone for losing the gunfight to him on a day like today. Committing to the server push, that means they're going to burn out the Goyos. They're going to wait out the Tachanka. They've got a lot of util to deal with. Canadian is committed into server at the moment. He could rotate for a hatch that might be able to catch off guard some of the utility. He's got the Capital bolts if he wants to make a play like that, but to me, Parker, it looks like a very simple play. They're going to have to go in straight from this server position, and their backline player just died in Surf.
They're trying to wait it out. Surf might have gone down, but so did Hot and Cold. Do they have the all clear to walk in? Are all of those Goyo canisters gone? Nitro cells will be armed and ready, 3 of them in the hands of M80 players. Canadian now tied for most kills on his team with Ambi, and he's very concerned about lockers. He'll turn his back and hope for all that he's worth, that somebody can watch him. Ambi looking the wrong direction. 1 nitro cell goes out. There's still more to be had. Ambi picks up the diffuser, but that bottom floor site is just a fortress for the defenders. M80 do not allow any quarter whatsoever from SR, and we're going all 15 rounds here in map 1.
Parker, I think this game is genuinely impossible to predict who's going to walk away, but it should have been obvious from the get-go that we were going to take 15 rounds to figure it out. These two teams met in the group stage. Of course, stage 2 back on September 19th, 15-round game, 8-7, M80 walk away the victors. They also met in the playoffs, the upper bracket semifinals back in stage 1. Map 3, the second most recent map they played, 15 rounds, 8-7 goes the way of Shopify Rebellion. Map 2, Nighthaven Labs, you better believe it, 15 rounds, 8-7 Shopify Rebellion. So that means that for the 4th time in a row, M80 versus SR will be going 15 rounds. It is a ridiculous streak to see a game go that close, but I think it perfectly showcases how close these two rivals are. On any given day, one of the two can walk away with it. It's going to come down to who's got the composure, who wants it more, and who's better on this top floor bomb site. SR will get the defensive side. Again, I think M80's attacks were looking better towards the end of that first half, so they still got a solid chance, but
5 seconds left.
who knows how this one is going to end up going. I'm just glad we get to watch 2 more maps of this, Parker.
Defuse a bomb.
Potentially.
This SR team is just not able to close out matches without going the distance. Go all the way back to the first day of groups. Against Wildcard, 8-7 victory for SR. Very next day, 8-7 victory over DZ. Yeah, they crushed Cloud9. Yeah, they crush LFO. But those were bottom of the standings teams. Then they go up against M80, and it's an 8-7 victory for M80. Immediate next game, SR go all 12 rounds against OXG. They go 11 rounds against Envy. Now when you look at the groups, in their very first matchup against Dark Zero, all 12 rounds, all 15 rounds, all 12 rounds. Then immediately going up against OXG, 11 rounds, 11 rounds. This is not an efficient team with their round victories. When SR wins, these are scrappy, closely fought contests. It is almost absurd to assume that SR would win a game quickly. They win by simply enduring and outlasting their opponents after they've worn them down, or by the bottom falling off, or bottom falling out, which is what happened against Space Station, which was one of the most lopsided results for SR so far this stage, in which it was a 7-3 and a 7-0 victory for SSG. So again, the expectation should be for Shopify Rebellion to go deep into these matches. It is extremely unlikely that they will be able to win any game under 10 rounds, at least if this stage is any indication.
You can see there's movement from SR. They need to deal with this Monty before he gets up these stairs. Canadian was holding a nitro cell. Ambi went for a play. A team kill's one way to do it. Monty's still up, but the Blackbeard is gone. No clue how that one goes down. Still feels like the pressure is on, though. Hot and Cold has made it up the spiral stairs, and Canadian is in a really bad place. He's got to find some way out of this. Maybe Ambi could bail him out, but really just feels like the pressure is strong for the attack right now.
Oh, upside down repel from Gunner, almost netting a pick. SR holding on for dear life at this point. Ambi entrenched in this position. Banana, whatever you want to call it, over by all those window panels. As Gavin's 18 kills might all be for naught if M80 is toppled here. Gunner takes down Ambi. Nitro cell goes off. That should be clearer passage to this bomb site, but not a lot of time to work with. Gunner hilariously still suspended in the midst of the lobby. Canadian had taken some damage earlier, still trapped in this position. He's gonna have to fight his way out, but can Gavin spend the entire round just staring him down? There's a job to be done. A critical moment, 15 seconds remain, 8 players still up in the lobby. Winner of this round goes up 1-0. Gavin eliminating one, Gunner now on the board too. Gavin out-dueled by Spoit. He himself online, diffuser getting planted in the hands of Hot and Cold. Down goes one more, Spoit and Surf now rushing to the rescue, and they stop the Monty in his tracks. No real joy or celebration from SR as they know how close that one was. Oh my goodness. I can't tell if Canadians lecturing Spoit or what, but all 15 rounds, the job gets done. It's not easy being a fan of the Rebellion, but they're one map closer to going back to face SSG.
Hot and Cold, gotta be 1 second on the clock left for that plant, but it's just not there in time. They stall out on the spiral stairs. Credit to Canadian for staying alive so long. It's a brilliant game from SR. It's a brilliant game from M80, but it's not enough. You'll need at least one more map, and that'll come right here after the break.
Au-delà des mers, là-bas sur le ciel clair, il existe une cité au séjour enchanté. Et sur les grands arbres noirs, chaque soir, vers elle s'en va tout mon espoir. J'ai deux amours.
Available now.
Yeah, killed him from the top trunk.
Batman repels still.
Trump, nice. You can
Gonna plant shrimp double. On the B bomb.
On the B bomb.
One, kill him, Will.
Kill player, kill.
I can't kill him.
I can't kill him.
I
can't kill him. I can't see him. I don't see him. Hey, it's good. Just answer.
Will, I'm telling you.
Okay, they had to go all the way 15 rounds for them to be able to close it out, but 8-7 is the final score for Shopify Rebellion to close out their own map. If this is any indicator of what we can expect for the rest of the series, we're here for the whole evening.
Oh, that was great. I mean, I thought Shopify Rebellion was going to clean it out, especially on their starting half on their defenses. Also, in that last round, Spoid 100% could have seen the guy defusing, but it is what it is. But I really like the innovation from SR with their bans, just banning out Capitao and Glaz, which are two main operators for M80's success when it comes to a map like Bank. They love being able to smoke themselves off, go for the plant inside of the smoke with the Glaz covering. So I really like them challenging that directly, forcing M80 to have to be innovative on their attacks, which explains why SR had such a good lead on it. And then on the flip side, on the vice versa, I really love seeing how SR was using the shields. This was like prime Canadian that we haven't seen in a while, using the blitz, using the Blackbeard, being able to be that spearhead in finding and pushing and navigating his team behind him. And not only was he navigating the team, but something that we desperately needed him to do was step up in the kills, and he was actually doing that.
No, and I think that's actually the biggest thing to highlight here, whether it was on the defense, whether it was on attack. I mean, it kind of reminded me of 2017 Troy, using the pulse, playing in gold, being able to get that information for the side of servers. But again, the shield play from Troy, you know, we highlighted him during their clubhouse match and throughout the stage where he popped off. The rest of the team didn't have a good game. He even made note of it. He's like, well, I shouldn't be fragging out. But this is a completely different Troy. And as you said, he stepped it up. And when we looked at his shield play, he was the one leading the charges. He was the one taking the engagements, whether that contributes to him doing these 1v1s and getting smoked, as you said, in the beginning of this. But clearly, this is not the same Troy that we were seeing throughout the stage.
Yeah, not at all. And I really like their ideology when it came to the defenses of trying to force M80 to go for these executes, and then using the pulse or relying on the clutch players to be able to win out in the end. I mean, that last round was a 4-2-man advantage. Spoy and Surf last alive, and of course, they're able to clutch it out. So that worked out because it's a map like Bank, and you can play slow on it. But on a map like Skyscraper, that game plan is not necessarily the most consistent.
We'll get to that at some point, because I also feel like we kind of like have to stick to the point of Canadian highlighting the impact that he's had this map, because coming into this series, we're like, he needs to step up.
Yeah, this is what I'm talking about. Round 7, him going down main stairs with this blitz, taking all of the attention away to allow the diffuser to go down. This is where Troy I'm talking about. He isn't just, you know, coming into this matchup, being the brains. He is leading with a charge, and he does his job here. He allows the diffuser to go down, and Ambi's like, okay, Troy, you did your job. Let me take you out. Let me clean it up from here. And then Ambi takes the reins, shuts out the map. I mean, he should have used some of those Capitao bolts, Ambi. Let's use a little bit of the utility, but he does get it done. But I mean, looking at Troy's stats right here, 12 and 11, it contributes through and through every single round, whether that was on his defensive half, getting that information, being on Pulse, being on Valkyrie, being on the Mozzie, being an absolute pest, and then you transition over into his attacking side where he was playing the Blitz, he was playing the Blackbeard, and just being that spearhead. He was so vital for each and every single one of these defenses and attacks that it really is. Troy's coming alive. He's looking like he's 18 again.
That's like a decade ago.
Yeah, literally. I was 18 a decade ago.
Okay, either ways. I think we said it at the pre-show. We were like, okay, before this game starts, we need a Canadian to step up, because we were highlighting Hot and Cold and how he is one of the best IGLs, if not the best IGL when it comes to the NAL. And we're like, and Canadian was like, okay, I'm gonna take that personally. So, you know, he did what he had to do. Well, we have Skyscraper coming up next. And what I would like to see is not just the fact that Canadian is performing well. I want every single one of the players to do well, because it felt like this time around, besides, you know, Canadian and Ambi, everyone took a little bit longer to ramp up.
Yeah, but I think it came down to the map itself of Bank, and their game plan was just playing slow and forcing M80 to go for those executes. On a map like Skyscraper, you can't really do that. SR is going to be starting on defense. We know how aggressive M80 is on their attacks. I mean, they 7-0'd SSG on it, so they clearly are very quick. So that's going to be SR and how they're able to adapt on their defenses. They're going to have to be meeting M80 at the gates to be able to stop them. As for M80, though, I'd expect when they're on their defenses, I'm assuming they're going to be targeting Canadian a lot more, targeting those shields, targeting the main spearhead of the push to be able to slow down SR.
Yeah, you'd hope that M80 actually has something in the bank now that we're going to be heading over to Skyscraper, which is their map pick. This is their chance to push this all the way to the third map, or otherwise, Shopify Shopify Rebellion is heading straight into the grand finals against SSG. So we're going to be heading over to our casters to cover Skyscraper, and it will once again be Jesse and Intero.
Yeah, we're going to be here all day, Jesse. Just you, me, and, well, everybody watching at home. The dozens and dozens of you excited to see whether M80 will claw this one back, or if Shopify Rebellion will book a date with SSG for the second time in just 3 days. Will we have a rematch? The social vote has been skewing towards M80, which, based on the group stages, really shouldn't surprise anybody. I don't know about you, but that first game was a little bit too close for comfort. If I'm a Shopify Rebellion fan, I'd be feeling pretty confident if I'm M80 coming to my own map.
You're always going to be feeling good about that, Parker. I mean, this is going to be a map that M80 have been dominant on since the start of the season. They've played it 4 times since this season began. 3 of those games they played were 7-0 victories. So a ridiculous stat line, including 2 7-0s just this stage. The one that wasn't was a 7-2 loss to SSG, but then they 7-0'd SSG on the rematch. So it really feels like there is not a soul that can take down M80 on a map like this. For Shopify Rebellion, they've only played it 1 time since the season began, and that was an 8-6 loss to SSG back at the start of the Stage 1 playoffs. I'm not sure if I want to read into that too much. I'm sure they've been working on this map a little bit more, but I mean, we'll have to find out. Sounds like there has been a little bit of a crash, so we're going to get that fixed ASAP, and then we'll be back to you right on the other side of this break.
All right, thanks so much for your patience, everybody. Just as we were getting all the troops unloaded, the lobby crashed. So here we are. We got everybody back in. We are up and running. Just a brief delay before we get to see the goods here on Skyscraper. For those that didn't watch map number 1, as you can see in the top of your screen, Shopify Rebellion prevailed by a score of 8-7 on their own map. So M80 came as close as they can humanly get. Now they turn their sights on their own map of Skyscraper. Jesse, you theorize that this is very good for M80 and they should have a lot of confidence heading into this game.
Excuse me, I did, Parker. I mean, this is a great map for them historically, and it might get even better with the Rebellion banning Glaz and Amaru. Certainly out there picks. We don't really see either of those operators getting banned at all. Glaz sees a little bit of ban on this map, but Yamaru is crazy. Hot and Cold did play it the last time that they were playing this map back on the 27th of September. So, you know, it's an operator that we do see M80 bring out from time to time, but a little wild to see it targeted in the bans. Glaz also, of course, a favorite operator of Kino's. They banned it back on Bank too. So targeting him a little bit maybe had some correlation with his stat line on the previous matchup, but hard to read into that just too much. I'm expecting that this goes 15 rounds again, Parker. The last 4 maps that these teams have played against each other have lasted 15, including the one that just wrapped up a few minutes ago. So I think we'll get a close game, but anytime you see a Skyscraper defense start, you expect that team to go up early. Shopify Rebellion will be in the advantage for the first 6 rounds, so it's absolutely critical for them that they can get 4 or 5 rounds.
It'll be interesting to see how quick Shopify Rebellion can hold off this M80 advance. Pull up the numbers for Skyscraper for you as we've been trying to track all these maps. Skyscraper was towards the bottom of pick rates on both the group stages and here in the playoffs, and based on the numbers, it was heavily defender favored, which frankly is what you come to expect on this map. That'll bode well for the Rebellion. There goes a Black Mirror window, and now some clear passage into the office and outside. Kino will go off to the races. He'll need a better game than what we saw before, and he's almost matched his kill total. He'll find one. Hot and Cold gets taken down by Rexon. The Blitz charging on in. The Candela's working wonders, though M80 was only able to take advantage of a couple. Now it's Rexon and Gunnar doing battle. Surf getting in on the fun. My goodness, a quick pace from M80. A flash around the corner. Kino at 2 kills. Gavin punishing Rexon. Surf and Canadian now to tie this together for SR. Canadian had a read. Knew where they were. Can't capitalize off it, though. Surf eliminating Diffuser, but there's Kino with a 3K, by the way. My goodness. Not a bad result for him, as he had some struggles to get off the ground in map number 1. You remember how many kills he finished with on Bank? Don't look at your sheet. Do you remember?
Wasn't it 3?
And he's already there. Kino in the first round of Skyscraper, matching his kill totals for all 15 rounds of Bank. Hard to have a worse start than that, hey?
Yeah, that's a pretty good omen, I think, if you're a big fan of M80, and they'll need it again, starting attack side on Skyscraper down 1-0 in the series. But just a well-coordinated rush coming through and catching the Rebellion off guard with that play. Really liked how many dimensions they had to that. Obviously, the brunt of that push was Kino and Gavin coming in through that VIP wall, but you had Hot and Cold, who was making some space over towards the office balk side, had some good work being done there. Diffuser was over on the Shrine window. Got blocked off by Akiba, but eventually was able to come in and have a bit of impact in that round as well. So really nice stuff to come in from kind of the combo of M80 there. Very much a planned attack for them to come through. And, you know, it's important to talk about as well. We should give some context to those 7-0s that M80 have had, because while most of the 7-0s that you see from M80 on Skyscraper do indeed come on the defensive side start, they have had successful 7-0 victories starting on the attack, including the final game played in the North American League group stage. Last play day of the last match on the last play day, I should say. 7-0 attacking start on Skyscraper for M80 over Space Station Gaming, who, if their victory is here today, they'll play right after this game. So never count out M80 on the attack on this map. They are really good on both sides of Skyscraper.
Just flat out a good team in general. Clawing their way to as close to a victory as you can get without actually getting it in map number 1. M80 off to a strong start here on map number 2. What do you think the win condition is for M80 attacking? I mean, we talked about how hard it could be to attack on this map. Shopify Rebellion got to pick the defender side. If M80 can muster 2 rounds, 3 rounds, what do you think is a good position for them?
I think, honestly, if they can get even just 2 rounds, they're probably going to be fine. I mean, SR are not a great team when they have the lead, as we've learned. So I think they should be feeling confident on that second half, no matter how the rest of this goes. But for winning these attacking rounds, I think it's going to be about causing some chaos. You know, they're bringing the blitz once again from Kino. If he can cause some value, move some players out of the way. They got hot and cold on the Blackbeard here as well. Won't last for long, but if these shields can do something, cause chaos, and then they catch the players on the retreat, that's going to be the opening for M80. Unsuccessful in the first minute and a half of this round, though. They get away on Spoit. He's able to walk right back up the main stairs, back to play with the site, and Kino hasn't really gotten a whole lot for his team just yet.
Got that double shield lined up to help them. Gunner with a pick right now onto Rexon. Used all their adrenal surges. Nice pick by Diffuser. He waits out Canadian, baits in the smoke. Down he goes. The gas will still linger. A retake up the main stairs might go under the watching eyes of M80 as the Diffuser goes down. Surf will now need to save the round, but Diffuser, the namesake, will shut the door on a potential retake towards the site. Surf caught in between the 2 bombs, and down he goes. A very formidable start. Yeah. Round number 1, they got a quick pick, but then lost hot and cold shortly thereafter. Round 2, hot and cold dies before anything can be done, but it doesn't change the calculus of the round. SR showing some serious discomfort with how to hold these bomb sites. They will immediately burn their time out. This is very early.
We've got to have a conversation, I think, on how you're going to deal with the space that M80 is taking. That round in particular, Kino never dies. He gets into a plant spot, and both Spoit and Ambi ended up on the bottom floor. Spoit rotated off after getting a kill, then came back on up, then went back down the stairs. He just got a little bit, I think, pushed out, playing sort of around that main staircase, the restaurant stairs by Kino on the blitz. Didn't want to face it head on because, you know, that's going to be a death sentence. You're playing against a blitz player, of course. So he has to play downstairs along with Ambi. And then once you've only got those 2 players on the bottom floor, Rexon dies on site. All of a sudden, the top floor looks really, really light, and Gavin is just holding the angle. So when those 2 bottom floor players eventually do rotate back up and try to help, Gavin is there cleaning them up one after another. There's just no good way of stopping it. And this is what we see from Gavin, able to clean up both of them as they try to make their way up the staircase. So a lot of space is being taken from M80 with SR not able to do a whole lot about it. I imagine after this round, they'll be dealing with it with an operator ban, but even still, they've got 1 more round to get through, and M80 have already hit the threshold of, well, 2 attacks looks pretty good on this map. Now they're just going for bonus time. Can they get 3? Can they get 4? Or maybe even get all 6 attacking rounds like they did against SSG?
Of all the players who entered today by our tally, highest kill total was in the hands of Spoit at 167 kills. If this one does go all 3 maps and Spoit puts up a day 1 of the playoffs performance, he could easily collect 33 kills to shoot over 200. We've been trying to track player kills and player achievements because it's something worth noting outside of just how a team does. Spoit's numbers were not particularly great in map number 1. He finished with 8 kills and 9 deaths, which will bump him up a little closer. It'll put him 25 kills away from 200. Gavin's 19 kills push him up, but I mean, M80 has just not played the same amount of rounds as this SR team, and because of that, the Rebellion have more opportunities to have more defuses, have more kills, and as well, more deaths. Way more deaths, frankly.
Stage 1, we had 3 players crack 200. J90, Ambi, and Ashen. Lots of rounds got played. It was a long playoff run for SSG, as you'll remember, so very much in the cards. Here comes a jump in straight to site, though. The blitz is in first. They're not ready for the second player. Yes, they are. Good pick from Kino. Gavin can start the plant, and this site almost goes down, but Spoit will stop it.
There's a nitro cell tossed out. SR showing the most life that we've seen through these first 2 rounds, now into the third. Down below, Diffuser hoping for a slip up on the side of SR. He won't get it. Rocking a Jinxie Charm. I don't think he's been running that for most of these games. It's nice to see. Diffuser attempting a plant to try to bait out one of these players from SR on that hatch. Nobody is taking the bait, though. Geisha will remain held by the defenders. Diffuser thinks he might have the all clear, and there's coverage from his team. He bails off. Oh my, very close to a team kill at the hands of Gunner. SR just doubling up. Spoit on the board, Canadian on the board. These players breaking the zeros that they had in terms of kills. And there's still over a minute to go, but it doesn't matter. Hot and cold, punished by Shopify Rebellion.
Nice verticality coming through. They do stop the rush the second time around. Good that they're ready for it, okay? That tack timeout wasn't for nothing, and it's a very common play after a tack timeout for the enemy team to go for something a little bit risky, a little bit out of the box, as M80 wanted to do in that round. Massive for them to go for a play like that, but then for it to be read by the Rebellion. Spoit, I think, the most critical kill of the rounds, taking out Gavin just from the hatch. Nothing crazy. That verticality, absolutely massive. Might have been an angle instead of the hatch. We didn't quite see it from his POV, but regardless, that top floor just never really addressed on the side of M80. I think they were supposed to, I think the idea was having Hot and Cold toss Candelas up in there or maybe have somebody else watch it, but regardless, they did not manage to stop that play. Yeah, Hot and Cold, you see him in the top there in the replay, was doing his best to blind the top floor players so they couldn't get a denial, but didn't get the flashes off that he was looking for, and so solid play from SR to just stop that.
Well, the idea is that you go 4-2 on your half, right? And if M80 here can hold SR to just 2 rounds, then they're going to be in excellent shape. Operator bands now locked in. No blitz available for M80. If they loved that double shield play that we'd seen a few times, they will no longer be allowed to do that. Unless they bring the Monty, which does not seem to be in their wheelhouse at
or the
this
fuse
current
shield.
point.
5 seconds.
Or the fuse
Jeff,
shield.
you know how angry it makes me when you talk about the fuse shield. Why would you do this?
I do. I know it's your least favorite op in the game.
Why would you do this to me? I like fuse as an operator just fine. I have watched some teams lose Monty, lose blitz, and then feel they are forced to bring a fuse shield, and I have almost never seen it work. Yeah, every now and then it might. But if your shields are banned, and that's part of your strat, change things up. M80 has gotten that message. They're not running a shield this round.
Thankfully, we won't have to see any of it coming through. Not just yet, at least. M80 have only 1 fuse play since the stage started. So I think unlikely that we do see it come out. Walls being open pretty easily, given the triple ban that we've seen of Kaid, Bandit, and Mute. There'll be nothing to keep these closed, barring a mirror window trick, but they've got the can openers that they need, and this is going to be a great sight line into the bomb site. Rexon's got to be careful. He's fishing for a frag, but it is being watched, and he's on a drone, so this is not ideal for his positioning. Canadian on the pulse as well as a player I'm going to be interested in. He's currently roaming over towards drums, but if he goes down below, starts to put some pressure on Diffuser, maybe goes for a late round C4 to try to win the game, that could be absolutely massive for him and his team. You combine that with all the Kibas that Ambi is still running, with the Clash that Surf has, of course, been using since the round started to annoy them outside the building. And there's a lot of problems M80 will need to think about and will need to deal with.
Now it's Surf taking an awful lot of damage. The Fire likely the culprit on the side of Hot and Cold, who himself takes a beating, Jesse. There go the smokes. And an opportunity to get into the site without the eyes of SR seeing them is present. Gunner on the board. Rexon dies. Surf called into action. Diffuser successfully planted. 9 players still alive. And Kino using his shotgun to work his way out of the building. Spoit dies at the hands of M80. These guns working so effectively. Canadian was downstairs calling on this pulse, and whether he knew of the plant going down or not, it was to no avail, as you don't see much of a benefit had by that operator. Now plug the holes with the Kiba barriers. Give yourself a little bit more coverage. Attempt to get on that Diffuser, which, remember, the vertical play could be the undoing. Hot and Cold dies at the hands of Ambi, and it's Canadian to the rescue. Gunner with 1, Diffuser toppled. Canadian last one, and he's down on the floor below the site. I don't even think he can get to the case in time, should he want to. Kino takes him out of action. The timer had already given the round to M80, but Kino gets the job done and pads his stats, which after map 1, I'm sure he will enjoy a good bounce back round from M80.
Yeah, a valiant attempt at the retake from Shopify Rebellion, but I do just have to wonder if it's maybe a little bit too passive. Canadians down there on the bottom floor before the push even happened. I mentioned, Canadian fighting Diffuser down there could be a massive problem that M80 haven't thought about, but Canadian was very slow to get into gunfights. It took them a long time to get here and eventually kill Diffuser. By the time they were in there, the post plant was already deep underway, and it just didn't feel like there was a great attempt from SR after the plant had gone down. Kivas were certainly an option for them. The Clash was helping them in many ways as well, but M80, they were so ready for the post plant, man. Popping the hatch and dropping right after if you're Kino, really controlling that bottom floor so that the Canadian can't do too much damage too early, and then some big frags from outside the building partway through that retake as well was huge. So I think it comes down to, once again, M80 just being so experienced on this team, so practiced. They've tried so many strats. And are some of these pushes cheesy? Yeah, maybe they're a little bit cheesy. Are SR expecting some cheesy pushes because they banned Glaz, Amaru, and Blitz? Yeah, maybe SR are expecting the cheese a little bit, but it doesn't matter. I mean, on a map like Skyscraper, your traditional pushes of clearing through the map and just trying to win by getting opening picks and getting the plant down is so difficult to run with that I think M80 have cracked the code a little bit. Run the cheese, make it happen, get crazy with it, and SR just have yet to really find a good answer.
I mean, Surf is fired up, though, after a relatively pedestrian first map. He's doing much better this time around. Finding kills in a vain attempt to keep his team in it. Right now, Shopify Rebellion picked this side, and yet they are still getting manhandled by this M80 team. It just goes to show you the familiarity that M80 has with Skyscraper. And if you're picking a map, the presumption is that you're going to win it. Shopify Rebellion got the job done on map 1. It took 15 rounds, but a win's a win. Now it's Canadian under fire, gassing off the entry to backstairs, losing the Kiba barrier, doing some damage. Ambi will trade one of them out. Down goes Diffuser as Kino had put the shield away. Kino at 6 kills, doubling his total from the previous map. And he's done that in five active rounds, 4 completed rounds. These teams, with the depth they have, you expect them to trade kills back and forth and have players pick up when the others slow down. That's exactly what we're seeing. Hats off to Kino for the bounce back.
See, our immediate impact from Ambi's operator swap was on the Jaeger last time they played here, put his Candela or ADSs over towards Black Stairs. This time he's on the Valkyrie, so the ADSs aren't there. Canadian gets destroyed because of that decision, but at least Ambi gets a trade back playing on the Valk. We'll see if those cameras can have any impact later in this round. The bottom floor very strongly being held by SR, so makes the plant kind of awkward. If there's going to be Valk cams in the site, plus a Nitro Cell down there, it could be really, really risky to try to get a plant down. They got to go sooner rather than later, because if the plant does get denied from below, you got to have a backup plan.
What do you say about the Blitz being banned? If you want to run a shield, your real only options at this point are the Blackbeard and the Monty. Was curious when M80 would bring it out, and Kino will now choose to do so. There go the smokes. Kino walking right in. Shield on his back. Diffuser, an attempt. They've been very good at getting the case down. Ambi trying with a Nitro Cell, but Gavin is on the case down below. Eliminating one. Rexon trades him off and will now head for the hills. His ascent towards the site will come out towards backstairs. Gunner punishing Rexon. So retreat spotted. No attempt for SR will go unpunished. That leaves Surf and Spoit in identical positions now, attempting to deal with this Monty. Spoit gets the kill, and one of them can hop on the case immediately. Where are Gunner and Hot and Cold, though? Gunner with 1 kill, Surf with 5 kills to his name now on the case. He's defusing. He's defusing. Hot and Cold breaks the goose egg, finds his first frag. And my goodness, that was a little too close for comfort. M80 very firmly in control of this map. On the hard side, chosen by the Rebellion, and yet it's still 4-1 for M80.
Parker, I'm so excited to see both of these teams at the Munich Major, because after watching these first 5 rounds, there's no doubt in my mind that M80 are the best Skyscraper team in North America. I mean, this round is so clean. I was so worried about Ambi down below. I was like, They're pushing pretty low time. They might not be able to deal with the Valkyrie bottom floor, but the instant that Nitro gets tossed out, Gavin is there to kill the player on the bottom floor. Ambi ends up dying. I mean, everything that SR could do about that round, M80 have thought of. They've got a plan for it. They're ready to stop it when it comes through. And I just think they're so well practiced on this map that it's really impossible for SR to do a whole lot on these defenses. They're struggling to find any way of breaking these attacks. Internationally, M80 might face a little bit more pressure on a map like Skyscraper, and I cannot wait to see how they do against some of the best Sky teams from South America or Europe, because those will be some great games. But for now, on this map right here, 4 attacking wins on Skyscraper. You have to imagine that Chalet is on the horizon.
I mean, I was kind of in that boat before we even played a single round, just knowing these teams. But I mean, hey, here we are, and it's not like I want to seem like I know everything and I'm the be-all, end-all, but yeah, I don't think you make it to the top 3 as these teams are. One of them will finish 3rd, the other will move on and get 1st or 2nd, depending on the result of that SSG Grand Final matchup coming up once this one is done. But yeah, you don't get to this point with there being 2-0 blowouts. I mean, it's possible. You could have an 8-7, 8-7 victory, which gets as close as possible. I just think with the way that SR played in map number 1 and now what we've seen here on Skyscraper, this second map could be done pretty quickly, which then, yeah, would send us over to the snowy pastures of Chalet. I got to stop saying beaches because you don't laugh at it anymore, so I got to change things up.
Snowy pastures I can accept. You know, there's grass around, I'm sure, under the snow.
Thank you.
Not going for a rush strat this time. I think wisely from M80. It didn't work the first time. This was the only bomb site that SR were successful in winning through the first quarter. This top floor is not easy to crack, though, Parker. I mean, they have a really strong defense up here. Every player except for Rexon holding down some part of the top floor. Kino will start to make his aggression now. Smoking this off. The goal is to get down Black and eventually plant, but that is very tough with Canadian playing at the top of the stairs.
When you see smoke, you might as well just shoot into it as much as possible. There's a good chance you'll hit one of these players, at least with how M80 has used them. Canadian sees the Monty go in, but is too focused on what lies beneath to tackle the Mountain. Just finds himself over on backstairs. Gavin and Kino both doing an excellent job from an offensive front. Gavin continuing his great pace that he set in map number 1, even though it was a losing effort. He was still tantalizingly close to 20 kills. He finished with 19, far and ahead of Ambi in second with 13. Kino has been dropped as he tried to escape from backstairs. Diffuser on the board to eliminate Rexon. There goes Canadian. If Kino can be retrieved, oh my, this might be over before he gets picked up. Surf will finish him off, who's now on a single point of HP with Spoit at full just next to him. A rat spot now from Gavin. This has been a very unpredictable series. Spoit taking down Hot and Cold. Surf is now equalized. Down goes Gavin. Immensely winnable, but there's Gunner to the rescue. Spoit will shrug off a couple bullets. Shot through the soft wall next to him, now repositioning himself towards backstairs. He's given his position away. Moonwalking towards backstairs. Diffuser in the hands of Diffuser. Surely not confusing. Spoit will now make an ungodly racket, getting ever closer to the bomb site. And Gunner will stand and watch as Diffuser almost gets the objective down. A dominant 5-1 first half for M80. They are skating through their own map.
Yeah, big coordination coming through from both Gunner and Diffuser, I think, in that 2v2. It was a 2v4 at one point with M80 in the man count advantage. 2v5 if you count Kino downed on the Monty, but I don't. So 2v4 is what we'll call it. It's good from SR to equalize. It really felt like they'd started to turn the tables. Like maybe Gunner pushing up top was going to be the difference maker that could allow SR to win another one of those defenses, but it just wasn't meant to be. I thought Gavin had excellent coverage from the black door, killed 2 players, both Canadian and Ambi, swinging him, and he won both of those gunfights. Just playing from outside the building, protecting his Monty, who was down on the black stairs. It was really a critical couple of fights that ended up going the way of M80. So with them firing on all cylinders, them getting a 5-1 attacking split, you got to imagine that SR are just trying to bail themselves out of the situation. The comms were quite panicked. If you listened to the team comms after map 1, just at the start of our desk segment, it was not a calm situation when they won round 15 on bank. I'd love to hear the comms at this point for the team. I can't imagine they're super positive, but You have to find a way to reset. There's a big 2K from Gavin. You've got to find a way to get your mental back into shape because M80, they're a great team. And Skyscraper defense is a tough nut to crack. But, I mean, they did 5 attacking wins. Who's to say you can't do the same?
Well, I mean, nobody's to say they can't. But SR has not displayed continuous dominance in most of their matches. Again, they are a very scrappy team. They win hard-fought rounds, but they don't blow out their opponents. Obviously, the exception were the lower-placed teams in the NA League during the group stages, but those teams also got blown out by just about everybody else. So it's not really something that you can give praise to SR for.
5 seconds to go.
I don't need to go through them again, but I did mention the results of the playoffs and how this Shopify Rebellion team has made it to this point. But every time they win, it takes 10 or more rounds. Well, good news. They find themselves in that exact same predicament because in order to win without going to regulation, they will need to win the next 6 rounds without dropping one. That's 12 rounds for people who do math. I know we say not to do it on broadcast, but I figured I would help you just in case. Not you. I know you studied mathology, but...
I need some help sometimes. I appreciate it.
You used a big word earlier today, and I was like, wow. I didn't know that word had made it all the way to Alberta.
Wait, what word?
I forget what it was, but it was earlier in Bank. I was going to make fun of you for it, but action broke out, and I was too busy focused on talking about the game. You're welcome, by the way.
Much like right now, where Ambi is getting a gunfight with Gunner on the vertical angle. He's a part of the spearhead of this really strange push from SR where they've entered restaurant side and there's no roamers from M80. They don't have anybody down to that bottom floor despite Diffuser playing on the Solus. I guess it serves as a launch point now for them to walk up the black stairs to take control of T-Room and start to move eastward through this map to get towards the bomb site. Very different look from what we saw from M80 on both of their attacks, going much more direct to the bomb site to get a plant down and cause some chaos with the blitz. This time it's slow and steady round. Diffuser will now make his way to the bottom floor. Ambi does still lurk down there. I think he's on a drone, maybe waiting for a player to come his way, but if he's not careful, that flank from Diffuser could cause some big problems.
Watch for the blast!
Always got to be careful of the movements of M80.
One thing all 3 remaining teams share is that on a good day, every player can step up. Fultz on SSG was the one that was often talked about not being able to rise to the occasion, but he's been excellent so far through these playoffs. On M80 and SR, there really hasn't been a slow performer consistently map over map. Canadian in particular has been great. He gets the leadoff pick for SR. Ambi will join in too. Canadian dies right after that kill though. Not exactly where you want the shield to be. In the ground and not in the fight. M80 on the run. Shopify Rebellion, oh my, in excellent position, and it will get even better. Ambi annihilates Gunner, Diffuser, and Gavin holding down the fort. Outnumbered 2-1. Now it's Gavin's turn to die. What can Diffuser muster? Over towards that little bar, pulls out the secondary shotgun, and he thought he had the down, went back for seconds, but he was denied a chance by SR, who pick up just their 2nd round. If they'd lost, it would have been a 6-1 scoreline map point for M80. SR keeping it close.
Thank God, with our Toronto-based team, we seem to have a ball game on Skyscraper. It's at least one attack that can stop a flawless half coming through from M80. Some great frags coming out from Ambient, who's always preferred the attacking side. It's not a surprise to see him lighting up the kill feed now that he can get the R4C in his hands, start popping off with Ash again. Was able to make some real good moves on the other side of the map. Then once they had that space towards Karaoke, Tea, and even Restaurant, they then rotate the whole push. They move over towards the office breach. They get Canadian in there. Maybe he dies, but Ambi gets a couple kills instead and starts to open up opportunities for SR to get more and more picks. With the man advantage, they look really, really nice. It's been something that actually this team has struggled with all stage long, was getting those opening picks and doing stuff with them. Once they get those entry frags, they have quite a good conversion rate, 75%, only beat by the other 2 teams in the top 3. But getting the entry frags has long been the problem for this Shopify Rebellion team. They've been better in the playoffs, but not flawless. That will be a critical part of them winning these attacks if they're going to continue to push this game deep.
Timeout's still available for M80, so if things continue to go bad, they can always fall back on that. You saw how effective it was in map number 1 after a disastrous 0-4 start for M80. Fabian eventually said, okay, let's talk about this. The team came together and managed to pull off a pretty great comeback. It shot these two to overtime. Whether it be by virtue of the sides or just simply greater gunplay, SR did end up winning their map as they got to defend, which was the better side on Bank twice. Here, though, I mean, it's hard to say which side is better. Right now, the attackers having a pretty good day of it. M80 were able to win 5 of their attacks. SR has won their only attack so far. So if this trend line continues, it'll fare well for SR.
A lot of droning coming through from Ambi, the only player actually in the building, but he seems to have found what he's looking for. Finds the opening pick on a Gavin. Good trade from Hot and Cold. Really well positioned, just down inside a reception. Catches that kill back. Some smokes coming through in the logic bombs as well. Canadian hoping to get a pick shrine window. He might jump in with that second smoke. I think that'll be the game plan. Kino expecting it, just drops off, tosses the nitro, but Canadian's out the window just as fast as he entered.
No shield in front of his face, so he's a little bit more vulnerable here. Taking care of Gavin is a big obstacle that SR has to overcome every single round. It was easier said than done back in map number 1 when Gavin dropped 19 kills. This time, he's still leading the team with 8. But now there's ample opportunity for these 4 players on M80 to challenge him for that spot. A 4v4. We've just hit the final minute of this round. Canadian in a very familiar spot with that defuse kit, but will now have to overcome the defense that M80 has put up over by Dragon. Nitro cell goes out, but nobody is close by. Hot and Cold went fishing. Like many, he comes home empty-handed. Now the shred of the Vector as Hot and Cold takes out Canadian, and he gets another for his trouble. Rexon toppled too. M80 were hoping to put SR on the brink in the previous round. They were not able to do it. Spoy will need to clutch up, or else it's map point for M80. He's got 20 seconds to go. The Gajmat mine that was put out by Gavin almost 3 minutes prior, now giving Spoit's position away. He has no utility to work with, just the SMG-12 in hand and the inhuman reflexes that he's displayed over the last couple days. But it doesn't matter. You have to go through a door frame and you've got 3 guns all trained at the same area. One of them's going to get that kill. Gunner credited with the final frag of that round, and it's 6-2 M80 on map point.
Big round from Hot and Cold coming in on the Mira. I mean, he tosses out the nitro cell. It's an attempt to stop the Selma, I believe, that was currently opening his Mira window looking into Dragon. Don't think he thought anybody was there. It didn't work in his favor, but what it did do was give his position away. After he gets the opening, then this kill right here. Back to back, he finds both frags. He types in the chat, who was Ace? Because in the moment that Ace swings him, it's Rexon, by the way, swinging him on the hard breach, his crosshair is like at Rexon's knees. He's not looking at the head at all because he's trying to finish off Canadian, who he had just downed, but somehow with maybe 8 bullets in the clip, flicks back up, manages to hit the head of Rexon. Not sure how he got away with it, but he does. Hugely impactful. 1 in 6 going into that round. Now 4 in 7. Maybe not a pretty stat line, but pretty enough to put M80 up on the match point.
10 seconds to insertion.
It doesn't need to be pretty, it just needs to get the job done, and right now that's exactly what M80 is doing. I mean, again, talk about the depth on these teams. Diffusers had some very big rounds. Gunner only getting better the longer that this map goes on. He proved his worth, as did Hot and Cold in that previous round. As long as there's somebody to grab that baton and run with it, then you are in okay shape. I mean, the fragging across the board has really not been the issue here for either of these teams. The stats for SR are not great, but given that it's 6-2, should frankly look much worse. SR is losing these rounds, but they are relatively close rounds. A kill or 2 goes the other way, and this could be a completely different scoreline. It could be far closer. So SR need to keep that in mind. I'm sure it won't help them right here, right now. They'll have to win 4 rounds back-to-back to get to OT. If not, Chalet awaits us. And I think, Jesse, if we're being honest, that's what's most likely.
I think it's in the cards, Parker. Attempted run out from Gunner as Kino fed him the information on the Repel player, but doesn't find anything. And now Diffuser ends up going down to Rexon. The Repel still finding a lot of good value for SR. might not have hit the shots in the last round, but this time he is ready. And it's not the most critical kill. Diffuser's not had a super hot map, and he's just playing on the mute, so the util probably already put down. That one's going to be a little more critical. Somehow finds Kino, who is playing, I guess, outside the building. Aggressive moves coming out from the Brazilian, and he gets hard punished.
Down goes Ambi, M80 with their first pick, but they'll lose Gavin as well. Things falling by the wayside as, again, SR they're no slouch when it comes to kills. This just doesn't seem to be the most familiar map for them, and that strategic element is their undoing, not the kills. I guess it bodes well that while the strategy isn't really there for the Rebellion, at least their fraggers have shown up big. M80 is just simply a cut above when it comes to strategy, and again, there's a reason why M80 picked this map in the first place. Still 2 players to be found. If SR wants to win this round, and the comeback will have to be perfect. If they bottle even a single round, that is curtains on this second map, and we go all the way. If you're a fan of M80, that's the only way you want this to end, because if SR prevails, that's it. You are the 3rd place team, and the Rebellion have a rematch against Space Station.
It's a very winnable round for M80. 2-man disadvantage, but an aggressive play could very quickly shrink that number. Both players looking for it, Gunner and Hot and Cold. Now that'll be the find. Spoit takes down Houghton, and there goes Surf. So not so winnable in the end. It was really disciplined from SR, not to rush into that, not to give anything up. And great play by Spoit as well, playing just at the top of those black stairs outside the door, finding that second kill into Hot and Cold. And also the first kill on Kino. I'd like to revisit it just briefly because, you know, Kino and Spoit, they teamed together for 2 years back on M80, and they're close friends. And I guess in that moment, Kino just thought it was the best idea to walk out of the black door on the Clash, put it down, bring out the SMG, and then swing Spoit, trying to win that gunfight. He did do good damage, about 90% of his health, but in the end, you kind of expect Spoit to win that, and he does walk away with the win, which I think was a critical kill to help keep SR alive in this game. Gave them that big 2-man advantage and the critical pick onto the Clash to start this round, or that previous round, off strong. Now they got a bit of momentum behind them. They're still back against the wall. They got to go flawless, but 6-3 looks a lot better than 5-1 did.
No, I mean, it's a competitive match. I don't want to repeat myself because I just said it in the previous round, but I mean, like, the kill totals for this SR team, not what you'd expect given the scoreline. I mean, when you look at these numbers across the board, they are relatively even here. If you do the math on how many kills they are, how many kills they have, SR is only a couple behind, like half a dozen kills behind. You'd think it would be a much larger gulf given that it's 6 for M80 and 3 for Shopify Rebellion. But it ultimately doesn't matter how many of those 6 rounds SR got close to winning. What matters is they didn't win them. And that's why M80 is here, and that's why M80 is still sitting with their timeouts, still in a good position, and still in the favored position to ultimately win this map.
Heavy extension from M80 on the office side of the map. They had 4 players there when we were on top down, with just Kino locking down the site. Gaveni might have rotated a little bit closer back to the bomb site, but still a lot of players who are extended office side, most notably Gunner. I'm not sure if SR are really looking to engage with that. With their current positions, they can hold some cutoffs, right? They can pressure those players as they try to return to the site. But as they currently stand, they aren't really looking to engage with the roam. EMP clearly deals with the mute jammer, and it's not the most beautiful breach you've ever seen, but it gets the job done. They can get some drones in and should be crouch walkable through as well. 8 more X-Kyros from Surf too if they do end up needing it. And these cutoffs are what I'm interested in. Spoit here on the Shrine window, the Geisha wall potentially being opened and catching somebody on a swing there. That's going to be where the opening picks come if they do. Awkward though when you keep getting your breach denied like that.
Seen this Ying shotgun work quite effectively. Now it's Canadian to take up that mantle. Troubling signs for M80 as they lose Diffuser at the hands of Surf, who's only continuing to improve. It wasn't so long ago that he was well in the negatives. Now positive, a +2 as he's picking up his 8th kill. Again, it's a bad sign if Canadian is running away with the frags. That's what we saw in map number 1. Here on map 2, He's at the bottom of his team, which is frankly where he should be and where he needs to be. Though the desk did say they need a bigger game out of him, and I think he's delivered so far. It's not enough to put SR in striking distance of Skyscraper. M80 still the clear favorites here, but Canadians' contributions absolutely aiding this team.
Kind of awkward now. You look towards Geisha where the defuse kit is. There's a player in Drum as well. That's going to be Hot and Cold. So it feels like Hot and Gunner are going to be the main points of contact when this push eventually does come through. They're all out of impacts, which means the wall gets open, the Candelas get ready, and Surf gets a pick. That is a critical frag.
Down with Gunner. Gavin's still there. He himself warming up now. On Cold maneuvering out of this position. Rexon has control of Geisha. They will storm the gates on the side of SR. And if this round is won flawlessly by the Rebellion, I smell a timeout coming just to settle this down. You're at the 1 yard line and you're failing to convert. Kino to save the round. He won't get the job done. The Brazilian punished by the Swede. And suddenly SR gaining momentum.
Parker, I said before that round really began, it was going to be the cutoffs that result in early kills, and that's exactly what happened. It was Surf who found Diffuser as the opening pick, and it was just on the Shrine window, if I'm not mistaken, where he got that frag. And it came off of just a single Candela. Canadian tossed one of those Ying Candelas through. It caused a whole bunch of panic on the side of M80, and eventually we saw Diffuser fall. Diffuser 4 and 7, not the stat line we've known to expect from him. Over the last 2 months, he's been the best player on M80, highest rated, and specifically when you look at his defensive stats, the best KDR on defense in the entire North America League through Stage 2. So a rough game from Diffuser has started to open the door a little bit for SR to mount this comeback. They have good cutoffs, they have good utility to force movement out of those players, and then Surf gets a second frag, Geisha side, onto Gunner, which I think just absolutely blew up that hold. Now there's no control for Hot and Cold. The other players are nowhere near to stop the push as it comes through, and it just becomes easy for Shopify Rebellion. So some mistakes maybe being made on M80 with some of these players not showing up the way that we want, and maybe over rotations, over swings not being advised. But I think you also have to give a ton of credit for SR for forcing out a lot of these movements. Every Candela that Canadian threw that round felt like it had a purpose, felt like it was moving players into his teammates' waiting arms. And I think M80, yeah, maybe the doubt starts to creep in. The fear starts to come back. How many games have you lost 8-7 to SR in the last 3 months? Five months, we'll say. It's 6. You've lost 6 8-7s to this. Sorry, 3. Numbers are hard.
Attackers have located
Point is, the pressure's getting up.
6, no, 3.
10 seconds remaining.
Numbers are hard.
Now you burned your credibility. Now the audience is not going to trust you. How do you feel about that, little boy?
I think it actually improves my credibility because I'll admit when I'm wrong. I'll admit when I say a number that's incorrect. A less credible man would just work through the lies. They would just tell you 6 and they'd commit.
Chat, there's at least 30 of you watching. What do you think of this? Do you think that it makes Jesse more credible or less credible? And Jesse, if you want to watch the chat, do realize that we are on like a 4 or 5 minute delay. So the things that you are hearing right now, the words coming out of my mouth, chat, I am in the past. I am 5 minutes ago.
Changing max.
This matchup might even be over by the time they start to answer the question, Jesse. How crazy that would be.
I was going to say 5 minutes can be a lifetime in this game, and it could be enough for M80 to close it out. If they're fast rounds, SR could even theoretically force an OT in that amount of time, though. Looks like a very standard push coming through. Last time they were on this site, SR entered in restaurant side. They got that bottom floor control, then worked their way up to T. Looks pretty similar this time around. Maybe less focus on the main floor, but entering in through Black, Canadian on the Monty, leading that charge. Spoit holding the cutoff, but this time M80 have reined it in a little bit earlier. They're not going to get caught by these angles. They've fallen back for the most part. I guess Gunner is the exception, and with that Vigil scan, it's going to be really tough to nail him down, and the Boss G packs a hell of a punch.
I haven't really seen a lot of good Boss G play in the playoffs. There's been 1 or 2 good looks. It's quite the gamble. I mean, the Boss G's not going to be your primary weapon for a lot of these players. The SMG-12 right there, it'll be. They called their timeout. Ambi taking no prisoners. He's last man standing, but oh my goodness, the round is over and the map is over. Where did everybody go? Everybody dead on the side of SR in the span of 3 seconds. A stunning result, as it took some time, but M80 finally get the job done. Map 2 goes much faster and much swifter for the team that chose it. Now we go to Chalet to see which of these two teams face off against Space Station in the grand finals.
Massive play in that last round. M80 guns up around Shrine. They get 2 big picks, and then Gunner, it's a little messy, but it gets the job done in the end. A clean one for M80 to close it out. Map 3, I can't wait, Parker. It's going to be a banger.
You know how they say, it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
Available now.
Just stay your ground, boys.
Good VP.
Far done.
Good love. Top point, top point. Top point. Kill me. Finish me.
Top point, kill me.
Top point last. We have 5 vision.
Nice! Good job.
Let's go, bro.
Good shit.
Shit on this guy, bro. Shit it on him.
Going to piss. Good shit.
A much quicker turnaround from MAT on their own map pick going in their favor, which means we are now blessed enough to go to the third and final map after. But before we do that, we need to dissect what went right here for MAT, but also what went wrong for Shopify Rebellion.
Well, what went right for M80 was their attacks. I mean, I think Jesse said it best. If there's going to be one team that you are going to look at when you start on a side of Skyscraper that's going to be comfortable, it's going to be M80. I mean, they were using these shields extremely well from Kino, being able to take a lot of that control, but not just being able to take control, just feeding that information, allowing them to move around the map, whether it was on the bottom floor or the top floor. And then once it got to the final execute, they were just able to condense, I mean, not able to condense, but they were able to constrict the site and win these rounds very convincingly on their attack. But I don't know what it is with both of these teams. You know, we look at the stats for Bank. Bank was a very attacker-sided. It switched. Only 4 attack rounds won. Then you look at Skyscraper, a very defender-sided map. Only 3 defenses were won out of this single series. I don't know what this team is doing. They're like an exact mirror, identical to one another.
Yeah, I mean, I think when we saw that it was a 5-1 for M80 going into their defensive half, I thought we all thought it was going to be a lot cleaner, a lot cleaner of a shutdown. But I think both teams have just been using the shields really well when it comes to getting position and getting those opening kills. And I think when it comes down to M80, I mean, the map just suited them more, and SR tried their best, but I really think they just lost it when it came to their own defenses. I mean, we can dissect every which one and what they were doing right, but it just came down to losing 5 rounds on defense. Skyscraper is not something that you're going to be able to close the map out. So you brought it back a little bit on your own attacks, but when you go down that much, the pressure's against you. You don't have the favorable side, and all it takes is 1 or 2 misplays where you're spread out too thin, or M80 goes for a great double up or a great power, and they get those picks back, and at that point you have no more saving grace left.
And it also came down to Gavinia, because that is also a player that we wanted to highlight after this map, because, you know, as much as maybe that first one wasn't somewhere where he came alive, I mean, he's locked in now.
Listen, I said there's 3 big fraggers on the side of M80, and Gavinia is definitely one of them. I didn't do him a service because they didn't win the last match, but he dropped 19 on Bank, and then coming into this matchup, he is sitting at 10, so he's already sitting at 29, and we're just getting into the 3rd map. But that's not to take anything away from the rest of the team. It's just Gavinia's having a big performance today. And again, you know, I highlighted him already. Him able to be versatile and flex so many of these operators on attack, whether he's playing Thermite, whether he's playing Nomad, whether he's playing Grim, whether he's playing so many different accessible operators. You can't ban out Gavinia. You can try to get rid of him, but he's going to play something else, and he's doing a very good job with these Nomads. And we're talking about, you know, them being able to utilize these shields. He's able to use these Nomads very well, to whether it's locking down, burning util, or just being able to force players out of position and forcing them into their line of sight. Gavinia has really ramped up his performance and trying to push it to this grand final.
It's nice to see him too be impactful now in the playoffs, because we saw him struggle in stage 1 when M80 started bringing so much utility. Even in stage 2 with his team going undefeated, he still wasn't having as great or comfortable of a performance as players like Gunner, players like Diffuser on those utility-based ops. So it's nice to see him settle into this position a little bit more. One thing that I feel like SR needs to look at more going into this final map is essentially just countering Kino, because I feel like that was the main factor. Getting rid of the Glass, getting rid of the Capitao, getting rid of ops like Yang, or worrying about the shield on a map like Bank worked out. In this map, Kino was allowed to play all of those operators, and even though he's not having the best performance individually, he is such a disruptor with that amount of utility. You always have to worry about where the Ying's coming from, where the Glass is going to be. So if SR wants to be able to start off hotter on this side, I think that's still the same game plan you need to attack, is getting rid of those utility-based operators from Kino's hands and focusing on the rest of the team. Because if Gavinia, Gunner, that they don't have that flashes to be able to disrupt what SR is doing, will they be able to have as much success as they have been? I'm not too sure. So SR, I think that's their first step going into Chalet.
Is that going to be the only, like, is that then giving you a little bit more confidence? Because it is SR, and I feel like if any team is able to do it, it will be them.
I don't know.
This has been a really close match.
Yeah.
It is very hard to call. I can't, after seeing both these maps regardless, I can't just be like, yes, M80's going to win this map. Yes, SR. The only caveat of this map is this is a very favorable map for the side of M80.
Yeah.
But again, what we saw from Shopify Rebellion when we first saw them play against Dark Zero, opening engagements is what carried them through that matchup.
Yeah, well, spot in the grand finals against SSG later this evening is on the line. One can only make it. Is it going to be MAT? Is it going to be Shopify Rebellion? We'll find out with the results of Chalet, covered by Intero and Jesse.
I want to say I am admittedly a very large fan of that very large hoodie that Janiro was wearing. I don't know if you saw it. That thing was monstrously big. That's like the California King equivalent of a sweater. I'm like, where'd it go? I mean, it was great. It's a staple. It's a conversation piece. I was very disappointed. I have a very weird body. I have a very large head and very large shoulders and a very small waist. So when I wear like big sweaters, I don't look like kind of like comfy and cute, Jesse. I just look like a giant box with legs. So I can't pull it off. So props to Janiro for pulling it off. Either way, here we are. Map number 3. What are your expectations for Chalet, given what we've seen and given historically how these two teams do battle?
Well, Parker, you said it best, right? I mean, we're here on Chalet. It's sweater weather outside, and I'm expecting to see a competitive, close game as we saw both on maps 1 and somewhat on map 2, especially towards the second half of things. We're going to come through with the operator bans first and foremost. M80 will be very practiced. They ban out the two most common operators on Chalet, both Azami and Castle, meaning that they might have a good opportunity to get some of those kills from outside the building. It could be devastating trying to play inside that top floor with both those operators banned out, but they'll have to do their best. SR removed both the Ying and the Monty. Kind of rare to see a Monty banned on Chalet. It's not the wildest thing in the world. We see a lot of different ops banned on the attack on this map, but Ying's super duper common, a nightmare to deal with how many good doorways there are to walk into, windows to swing into. The Ying makes that a whole lot easier. M80 have been very strong on this map in general. Despite their struggles on map number 1, they've kind of been rewarded with a map that is, I would say, favorable for them. They're on a 4-game win streak when it comes to Chalet. They haven't lost this map since Reload. They even beat Shopify Rebellion on this map back in stage 1. So a little bit of history that does tend to favor M80 just a bit. For the Rebellion, a common map back in stage 1. They played it a lot, but the only time they touched this map in stage 2 was 3 days ago when they lost 8-7 to DZ. So a little bit of recent footage that M80 will have no doubt VOD reviewed and be ready for.
Both of these teams have excellent coaches and excellent support staff and some bright minds on both squads. So they're not going to let an opportunity go to waste. If there's a VOD to be reviewed or if there's some deep dives to be had, they're going to do it. And I fully expect that they and Space Station, who will be in the matchup that will begin after this map, will be in a similar boat. SSG are usually quite a thorough and prepared team. Again, preparation is really only half of the battle. And by the way, is Kino. He's going to do exactly what he did in map number 2, in map number 3. Charging in with a shield, getting a kill. Down goes Rexon, down goes Canadian. Those anchors, those supports from SR falling by the wayside. Now it's Gunner taken down on the side of M80. Defuse kit in the hands of Kino. He'll need to get the case down. He's peeled out of the office, and he's got a read on a player. It's on that yellow 5 ping. There's a frost mat down below. Are they aware that there's a frost on the board? I know they slaughtered Rex, and they should have that information, but they need to be a bit more careful. Ambi's maneuvered his position now over towards office. They're aware of that. Down goes Gavin at the hands of Surf, and what was a very brisk affair is now kind of cooled off.
Oh, Kino gets dropped as well, and if he can't get recovered, that could be really bad. He jumped into the frost mat. They did drone that, Parker, but things happen. It's a chaotic game of Rainbow Six Siege. They're going to do their best to get a plant down, but with Kino on low HP, it actually could be a big difference maker. He'll be slowed thanks to that frost mat as well, so you could, if you wanted, wait till that slow wears off, but it's going to be quite a bit of time it takes if you do opt for that strategy. No real throwables on the side of SR, out of impacts, out of nitro cells, so they're going to have to deny this with the old-fashioned way of just the guns. Kino in a plant spot now will start.
There's the coverage. Hot and cold, out-dueled by a jump out from Spoit. Kino dies right as it hits the mark, and Ambi finds the final frag. SR looked like they were about to be toppled in round number 1, but they fight back again. A very gritty team, a very scrappy team, poised as ever, and they take round 1.
I really thought they had it with that rush, Parker. They had the plant going down inside of office. They had everything going their way, a man advantage, but it was the nitrocell toss by Ambi that forced them to get off and reconsider, and I just got the worst feeling in my gut when they pulled back off and decided, you know what, we're going to slow this down, because it just opened the door for SR to get their bearings once again. We saw some big picks through that mid-round. That kill from Surf on the Gavin, I think, was absolutely critical, and then yeah, you know, the Blitz jumped into a Frost mat. That's never going to be great. So tough end of round from M80 to come through on a round like that. I don't know if Frost was the answer all along to dealing with Kino on the Blitz. It was certainly a menace on Skyscraper, but so far, 1 round through Chalet, feels like SR have the answers.
Just pulling this data from the group stages for Chalet. It was only played 9 rounds. I remember we talked about this the last time we saw it. A bit hard to skew, or a bit hard to gain some information from that, because it's going to be skewed because of the small sample size. But Chalet should be a pretty favorable map for the attackers, which will give M80 a bit of a reprieve on their attacks. They looked like strategically they had it going in that first round. I don't know if Kino was just worried about possible chimney or library control because some of that wall had been opened up or not, but he definitely seemed like he was in a position to pull off a successful defuse before backpedaling and assuming the position outside on balcony. So whether that was a deliberate call by M80 or there was something that we didn't catch, unfortunately, that defuse kit seemed like it could have been planted earlier.
I think it was the nitro.
You saw something?
That was, yeah, it was the nitro from Ambi that forced him off, right?
Right.
He tossed it and it would have killed him.
So I guess there you go. I guess we've got our answer.
We've also got Gunner in the grave if he does end up going down in that round. Kino's making an entry through the basement, and they done a good job of finding these players, but couldn't keep Gunner alive. Diffuser finds Spoit now, so I guess it's a 4-on-4. Weird control at the moment from M80. They choose to enter into the basement for this eventual Bar Games attack that's going to come on through. Pays off as there was a roamer down there, but without getting a man advantage, it does waste a lot of time and doesn't get you map control that's really critical for this push to come through. With Gavin down below, he can eventually use those Selmas to open up the hard wall looking into the back of Bar. That's what he's just tossed out now. So denies a position for the anchors, forces Surf to play a little bit more aggressively now onto the game's window, but that might not even be a bad thing, Parker. If they want to jump in here, especially with a shield, having someone close by to just rip through the feed as they come on in could be a devastating combo.
Yeah, I completely agree with you here. I mean, Kino's been loving this blitz. Can flex onto the Monty if need be, not for this half though, because SR has taken that operator out of the equation. And Blackbeard does have use cases, but the blitz has been in the wheelhouse so far of Kino. They do let the mirror of Rexen slip through that hatch, which is a bit odd since there was double window control from M80. I don't know if that was just a mix-up or what, but that Mira did seem dead to rights. Rexen gets to live a little bit longer because of it. And now 3 players from M80 are stacked up on the exact same spot. They will smoke off the drop that leads to the bomb site down below. Gavin will help them in. He's first one to get inside a library, and they're confronting all of the caliber-based destruction that's been done, all these rotate holes, all these walls that have been opened up. Where do they go next? 20 seconds, and this will be a death drop into the A bomb site. There goes Kino, literally and figuratively. Hot and Cold trades it right back. Gavin eliminates Ambi. It's Canadian and Surf against 3 players from M80. Canadian down below. He'll give information to Surf. Whether he'll get into the action or not, Hot and Cold finds an opportunity to get the diffuser planted. Gavin goes down. Canadian eliminates diffuser. And my God, it's the mid to late round that's just tripping up this M80 team. SR out to a 2-0 lead.
Team player Hot and Cold sticking the defuse no matter what happens. Whole teammate's dead, sacrificing the KD just for the sliver of an opportunity. Felt like SR did a really good job of running away in that round. They never gave up bodies that they didn't have to. M80 spent a lot of time clearing over to the bottom, over towards the basement at the start of that round, right? Took a lot of time to get control of Kitchen, a lot of time to get control of that side of the map, just to not really get anything from it, not even a man advantage 4v4. Then they spend a lot of time right before they execute of taking library control. You know, they use a lot of their smokes. They spend a good amount of time. They send their shield in. And ultimately, there's nobody from SR inside the library. They've all backed off a good 30 seconds before that push even came through. So SR, at every opportunity, they were letting M80 waste their own time, take that space, and ultimately it just resulted in a really late and scrappy push that I don't think M80 had any real shot of winning. So I think good reads from SR to understand what M80 wanted to do in that round. They didn't give them any of those chances. They lose Spoit, but they traded it right back onto Gunner, and at the end of the day, it felt like they were in control from start to finish.
Attacker's objective is to defuse a bomb.
Really terrific start by the Rebellion, and it's a bit of a surprise here with the way both of those rounds have gone. I would have put plenty of money on this going in favor of M80, at least one of these rounds, but again, you don't play based on hunches, you don't play based on ability, you play based on the results, and right now the results are speaking for this Rebellion team as they've pretty aggressive on their roam. Not the first round. It was a very standard defense. M80 were just quick to get inside the building, but then tripped up after that. Round 2, a more aggressive roam. But SR kept the pulse in a spot where he was safe. And if Canadian can give information for this Rebellion team, it's frankly going to be one of their greatest assets. They'll play an information gatherer for yet another round, this time rocking the Echo. It should be no surprise that Canadian will play these info ops. You saw him playing Valkyrie on Bank a whole bunch. So far, his rotation, Mira into Pulse, into Echo, and I think it's safe to call Mira an information op as well.
I think that's totally fair. Playing a lot of these kind of late rounds and having a lot of success with it. Entry point to the building. Again, you should be able to get some kills from outside because you banned out the Azami, because you banned out the castle. That's the whole reason why you ban these ops, is so that when you're sitting on the balconies, when you're sitting on rappel, you can get these frags. They'll have to jump in for the first one here, though. Diffuser just misses his chance. Inside Piano, he was being swung. He'll get a second shot now, but Ambi, is he so bold as to go for this? He is, but Diffuser's missing. In the meantime, the teammates are falling. Surf goes down, and Ambi is kind of in a tough spot.
He's going to fight to die. He's got a read. He'll lose some vision, but for a moment, Rexon will fall elsewhere, and M80 have done something that they've done a few times now, which is get an early advantage. This time, though, it might seem a bit too indomitable for SR. I don't know if a comeback will be had. Canadian and Spoit sharing the same room, now sharing the same lifeline as they're the last two standing on Shopify Rebellion. M80 barely a scratch to their name, but there goes Kino. One for SR before it gets traded right out. Spoit has both kills, a third. Oh my goodness, could he do it again? The 4K Merchant will need an ace. It has eluded him for most of these playoffs. He's just checking his DMs there. I don't know, maybe he stopped to try and hear something. Diffuser still ticking away. Spoit will run up. He knows he's got the Lion trapped into the corner, but Gunner's just a better shot. It was a valiant effort from Spoit, but really, really challenging. You swept the players out of the areas nearest to you, but because it was a 5v1 or a 4v1 technically at that point, the other players were able to get away. And my, oh my, Spoit just had too much work to be done. M80 looking much better in the closing moments of that round, and they'll finally get on the board.
I really thought Spoit was going to get that fourth kill. He leads the North America League in 4Ks. He's had 6 through Stage 2, getting 3 of them in the major qualifying game versus OXG that you and I casted a couple days ago, Parker. Has yet to find an ace since the stage started, so was still hunting for his first. Not going to be in that round versus M80, yeah. Really just comes down to a classic couple of opening kills, right? I mean, it's that traditional fight on the top floor. It didn't feel like there was any massive mistakes being made. It came down to the gunfights. We saw Ambi and Diffuser having a bit of a tussle just over towards the bathroom side of the map. And at the end of the day, Diffuser was a little bit cleaner on his blocks. The trades weren't coming out from SR, and that's going to be how it goes sometimes. M80 on the board for the first one. And I think it's promising that it's Diffuser who steps up and really carries them in that round, getting 2 critical kills. He's been the star of this team, Parker. 138 kills coming into this game to only 102 deaths. The best defensive player in the league. 3rd best EPS in the league of the remaining 3 teams, only behind Newers and Spoit. So he's been the real backbone of M80 since the stage started, but didn't have the greatest performance on Stage 2. I think the start of the series wasn't so kind to him. So if he starts heating up, I think that really will make the difference and could allow M80 to steamroll through this game.
There's always that danger with a team like M80 with so many offensive weapons and so many offensive threats. Prior to the start of today's game, every single player on this team of M80 was positive. It has been an incredible run for them. They've played fewer rounds than a lot of their adversaries because of how efficient they have been. Again, one thing that's skewing this NA League data is how many 7-0s there were, and 7-1s for that matter. There were 2, possibly even 3 teams you could argue that just weren't able to put up the same fight against some of the squads, and it does change the numbers a little bit. It makes it a little bit harder to rely upon them, but M80 has demolished just about everybody that they've come across. The only loss that they've suffered in this NA League didn't come in the group stages. It came against SSG in the upper bracket semifinals. SSG's actually beaten both of these teams. So no matter what, the rematch that will be had, SSG will be up technically in that battle. Whether it was a 2-1 victory that SSG did against M80 or a 2-0 victory against Shopify Rebellion, both of these teams want revenge. Most recently, though, it was the Rebellion to play them and got humbled in the upper bracket final a couple days ago.
I have no clue how Ambi is alive after that. So much pressure playing top mez as Mira window gets popped, but somehow escapes down the blue stairs and is still playing in that position. So bit of a missed opportunity from M80, something that's happened a couple of times now here on Chalet. They're going to jump in and try to hunt for that frag, but they know there are other players to worry about. Surf was the first and they'll find him. Gavin a long angle, takes down the Warden, but Ambi still exists. They find his position. Can they get the frag onto it? No matter who they fight, there's somebody else on a different angle that they have to worry about. Freebie on this point from Diffuser, and it's a 5v3 advantage for M80. 60 seconds to go, Ambi runs back down through the basement to try to regroup on the site.
And nades now on to blue stairs to prevent these defenders from taking up any more space. M80 will immediately assume the position upstairs. Gavin, Diffuser, hot and cold, all arm in arm, running their way towards this site. That leaves old Canadian with one of his worst performances in the playoffs to die at the hands of Gunner. A flawless round was that for M80. Did I miss a kill on the side of SR? But either way, still, those first 2 rounds looked like they could have broken for M80. They ultimately did not, but they've learned from their mistakes. And now we see this mid to late round emerging for M80, and it shows how formidable they are as they've tied the game.
I would give so many dollars to see that team kill from Canadian onto Ambi. I know it was not the critical defining factor of that round, but there was nobody near Ambi's position when he died to Canadian's gun. He was retreating back to the site going up west main. I almost wonder if it was an I hear footsteps, I panic and flick. Hard to know without having the top-down POV or the match replay file, but regardless, not a pretty round from the Rebellion, team kill or not. I mean, it just comes off of such strong entry play coming out and honestly looked very similar to round 3 where M80 are able to win those opening duels. There's no trade backs from the Rebellion to speak of. There are players in position to get trades, I think on both the previous rounds, but M80 are swarming from too many different directions. They're coming in all together at the same time. So no matter what you're able to find, no matter where you're looking, there's somebody on a different spot looking right back at you in the back of your head. Nice to see M80 playing so well as a team deep into the night, already here on the 3rd map after a long series. There's a lot to go if they do win this, but looking sharp, I think, through those last 2 rounds.
I mean, best case scenario, if your space station is these 2 teams beating the ever-living stuffing out of each other, and we get to say stuffing because Canadian Thanksgiving is almost upon us. Oh. Jesse, do you call it stuffing or dressing, by the way?
Stuffing? Who calls it dressing?
I don't, my mom does. I don't know why.
Weird.
You dress the turkey. No, you stuff the turkey. Either way. Don't want to get into this argument here on the broadcast, but either way, M80 and SR going deep into the night. That means that they're going to be fatigued, and fatigue is a very real thing. It was part of the reason why SR struggled against SSG in their initial matchup. Ambi the first one to be toppled as Kino dies too, and both of these teams losing 1. The way that Ambi played through the first 2 maps, you have to think that he's a critical part of this SR defense, and without him, things will get a little bit tougher, but offense-wise, he hasn't been that big of a threat here on Chalet.
And the kill feed wanted to hide it from you, but that was indeed a team kill right onto Kino, so Diffuser shoots him in the back of the head, but gets a frag for it anyways. I'm not sure if Blackbeard for Oryx is a fantastic trade for M80, but it's the trade they get regardless. Now in the 4v4, they've actually got pretty good map control here. Bomb site's going to be bar in game, so this top floor push over towards library is going to be the key focal point. Top floor right now is not really being held by the Rebellion. M80, I'm not sure if they're aware of it just yet, but once they start peeking their way towards library, they'll see that it's completely empty. Rex and Spoit Surf all down on the bomb site, Canadian in the basement. It's a weird defensive setup from the Rebellion, and if M80 recognize this, Gunner, particularly on the sledge, and anybody with secondary shotguns could do a lot of horizontal work, vertical work even.
Again, these scouting drones that can be used, whether it's Twitch, Bravo, or Flores, will gain you information, but the goal of those Rotero drones from Hot and Cold are not to gather info, it's to blow up gadgets and shove defenders out of their positions. Still, he will gain some idea as to where these players are. Now over towards blue. Maybe he is using them for some scouting. I think the F-Nots, though, are the bigger issue here. If you want to potentially sneak in and get under the skin of your opponents, those F-Nots, those F-Mines, those Dread Mines, whatever you want to call them, from the Fenrir of Canadian will give your position away. 20 seconds left and 8 players still alive. Gunner is waiting for Canadian's advance. Canadian knows there's somebody there. Spoit eliminates Hot and Cold. Gunner dies too. Gavin as well. And it's all Diffuser to die at the hands of Spoit. A great comeback from M80 has been blunted by SR, who, after surviving a couple scary first rounds, allowed their opponents to gain ground. No more, they say. SR with their third round.
When M80 can get just a clean team fight v team fight on the roam, it looks so good for them, Parker. It feels like you look at rounds 3, you look at rounds 4, and it's like they're together, they're getting kills, they're hitting their shots, they're not allowing any trades. It looks solid. But then you get rounds like round 1 where Kino jumps into a frost mat, or rounds like round 5 where Kino gets shot in the back of his teammate, shot in the back of the head by his teammate, and it's like, when things go bad for M80, they go really, really bad. And this felt like another one of those rounds where, sure, maybe it's a 4v4 execute, but you don't have any time on the clock. You don't have really good information on where these defenders are sitting. They are anchoring in the site, and you seem to be aware of Canadian down below, but that doesn't help you win the gunfight. In the end, it just feels like every player on SR in the late round has been the better in the gunfights. So M80, they need to find some way to keep forcing these gunfights early, getting into these scrappy fights at the start of the round where they can find a lot of the Rebellion players, because when we get to the late round, once we get to the end of things, it just feels like the defensive advantage is so real for Shopify Rebellion, and they've looked really good in that position.
Final round of this first half, and we are in a position where we may be no closer to knowing the victor. I go back to map number 1 here. Whenever SR wins games, it takes at least 10 rounds. Sometimes 11, sometimes 12. Hell, maybe we'll throw in an overtime just for added measure. It's like one of those old infomercials where it's like, if you buy right now, we'll cut the payment down and we will throw in a bonus towel, cutter, whatever the heck you're buying on television. I mean, don't buy things off of TV, but we're gonna throw in an extra 3 rounds. It's Shopify Rebellion. Hey, yay!
Going in, throwing frag.
This could be a team that's about to play 6 maps. M80 might be in the same boat if they prevail.
See you on the
I don't know why it is that this SR team just has to make it go as long as humanly possible, but here we are. Oof. Final round of this first half, and Canadian will still be on those info ops, this time on an unlikely Italian operator of Maestro.
Yeah, and it's done so much work in this round already, Parker. 12 X-Kairos pellets have been shot off the solar wall. 6 of them by the Maestro cam from Canadian, 6 more from Surf just walking out of bathroom, the window not being watched by Gunner. Makes it a really awkward push. Kino sends the final 4 pellets, and I think he'll get them. His teammates are struggling to secure kills elsewhere. The alibi clone gets a little bit of value, and there's no way Spoit's going to get a run off just off the alibi info, is he?
No, not yet. Please hold.
Reloading.
No!
No.
We'll never. Hey! No. Yay! All right, well, it doesn't look like he's going to do much of anything. Diffuser gets the very first pick. On to Surf. And maybe looking to keep this one close. Canadian compelled into action as he puts away those evil eye cams. The repels for M80 now starting to end as they've swung their way into the building and are a single door frame away from the objective. But complicating matters is that bulletproof camera. Canadian guns one down. Hot and Cold trades out Spoit. So M80 maintains their advantage. Canadian now dies as well, and the numbers will just continue to get better and better as now it's Ambi down but not out. A run out from Rexon. Maybe he's fired up. 3 players on the side of M80. One of them getting the diffuser down. That's a missed nitro cell, but it gets Kino off of his position and buys Rexon more time to reposition. This will be a tough go for Rexon as he looks to walk through the crossfire that's been established. M80 will catch him in the act. Even without the objective play, M80 still gets the job done. 3 of their players survive the round. And would you believe it? Each of those players, that's how many rounds they have. 3-3 the first half.
Even scoreline heading into the second, and it just seems like the 15th round is looming, but for that last round, it really feels like SR is getting a bit over eager. The bomb site was going really well. I thought Canadian played excellent. He got value out of both of his Evil Eyes, delaying the Habana opening on the wall and then using the second Evil Eye to bait out a kill. The player sprinting towards it, he shoots him in the head. So Canadian was doing great on Maestro. The problem is his whole team died across the map. Surf, early death, bathroom, Spoit playing aggressive down towards Mudroom, ended up getting cleaned up by Hot and Cold. Ambi swung the cases window and he ended up getting fried as well. So all over the place, it just seemed like the roam game wasn't working for SR. Gunfights went the way of M80 and they pulled back a game that has a half that started kind of bad for them 0-2. There's that bait kill from Canadian I was talking about, and it was actually a run out from Spoit. Didn't catch that one, but in any case, 3-3 is going to be a fine scoreline to go off of. They will ban the exact same defenders that M80 wanted to, so watch out for a lot of those kills happening out on the balconies, out on the rappel. It really opens things up for the attackers. M80, they will take out both the Blitz and the Capitao, common operators that we see on this map, and I'm sure they will be harmful to SR's chances.
You say harmful?
Harmful.
You sound like you said harmful.
I said harmful. I just put a little spin on it. Keep the viewers on their toes.
We're gonna do another call to action here. I don't watch chat while I cast, so I have no idea whether they said they think that you're more reliable or less reliable because of the numbers thing on Skyscraper. But chat, did you hear harmful or did you hear harmful?
Maybe harmful is just a word you're not familiar with, Parker. Maybe I'm just using words that are outside your vocabulary.
By the way, if we look at the global numbers for Chalet since the start of Stage 2, it is very much in the attacker win column. There are 3 maps globally that have a positive win rate for the attackers. Bank has been played 50 times, and it's got a 50.2% to 49.8. That's a coin flip map. It's a 50-50 map. Border is a little bit above that. It's 51 to 49. Chalet is 56 to 44. So this is across all regions. Chalet seeing 31 plays. And I mean, that's good for the Rebellion. And frankly, is bad for M80 through that first half. If you have a 55-45 split, you're looking at 3 rounds bare minimum, but typically 4 is where you want to be. M80 did not reach that mark. SR now, even though we are tied in numbers, might actually be closer to victory just simply based off of that. And they've got a great start here, and it will continue to get better as we're a minute into action and 2 players on M80 are dead. Very little has been wagered by SR, but all of their gambles are paying off. Spoit collecting his second kill. It's Hot and Cold now to die. Diffuser and Kino are all that's left on M80 with over half of the round to go.
Now they're just fishing. They know how bad this round has got. Kino in an aggressive spot looking for drones, but doesn't find it. It's got to back off. Good punishing of the aggression. SR were ready for every little play that M80 made. That first kill from Spoit in particular, long nade being used to confirm Gunner, was quite nice. But at this point, with the Deimos tracks coming through as well, it's going to be really tough to hold on, I think, for M80. Diffuser has to play aggressive and he has to catch someone off guard, but the drones are there. M80 aren't rushing, or Shopify Rebellion aren't rushing into things. They're using their time well, Parker, and I think they're going to be the better for it.
Launching bombs going off. Surf looking for the follow-up. Diffuser trying for anything. Nobody's been able to find a kill on that side of M80, and it will not come to pass. A flawless round for the Rebellion to start off this second half. 4 rounds for them on the board, potentially 10 minutes away from a victory and a rematch against the Stage 1 champions of SSG.
I think we both know it's going to take a little more than 10 minutes, Parker. The way these two teams have been going at it all night long, it would be a shame for this one to end 7-3, and I don't think that it will. But it was a decisive round. SR looking really clean in a round like that. Again, there were some really aggressive moves that happened from M80 early, most notably the spawn peek from Gunner coming out West Main that got shut down so quickly by Spoit. Hit some beauty shots throughout that round and has done his team a huge service to bring them back up here into the lead, 4-3. 8-4 stat line will be good enough to currently lead the server, and Spoit has consistently been one of those players who has led for SR. He's not been the highest rated player through most of this stage, but he's actually gained it as of the last couple of days, a 112 EPS coming into a game like this, and I think it's largely been off the back of his consistency. Ambi gets a lot of the crazy entry frags, Surf gets a lot of the crazy late round clutches, but every game it feels like Spoit is showing up and putting in a strong performance. You absolutely know he's capable of hitting 4 kills in a round when he's required.
He's 8 kills away from 200 in stage 2, which if they prevail over M80, he will almost certainly break that. I mean, 8 kills could be had before we even get out of Chalet, but if he plays a best of 3 against SSG, that would mean that he has to average fewer than 4 kills if it's only a 2-mapper. Yeah, I think Spoit's good for that. You're absolutely right, though. Spoit's numbers were very human during the group stages. But when the big moments have come and the brightest lights have been on him, he has been absolutely shining. And he's a big game player. You saw it in the Berlin Major. You see it when he goes to LAN. He does not really shake. He shows up when needed. He's not always needed. And frankly, with the threats that are on the side of SR, he really shouldn't be needed as frequently as he is. But again, maybe SR has changed some things up. The fact that he's been able to stand against incredible gunners like Gunner, like Diffuser, like Gavin, who are the 3 offensive threats on M80 more often than not, even when he's had a bit of a down stage, well, it's just goes to show you his abilities. Gavin dies as he's pinched by multiple players from SR. He was holding that angle by the library door on Chimney, and he's flushed out very quickly. M80's roam has not been very good through these first 2 defenses.
No, not a great start for Gavin at all. Kind of left out to dry, too. His teammates giving up that top floor, leaving him alone up there. So not really a position he was ever going to live from, but maybe could have found 1 kill if he'd gone a little more aggressive on the swings. Regardless, his team's not in a bad position. They are losing util in the site quite quickly. 2 different drone operators are eating away at this Denari setup. Okay, Rexon will drive his drone. Was that into a laser? I'm not sure. Might have been shot, but still, this is good information that SR will have inside the site. With a man advantage and loads of time to rip open the floorboards, to play this verticality, to start droning out the rest of these opponents, they're going to have a good chance at winning this attacking round. I'm curious if anybody on M80 is going to make a move. Do we see a flank up Solar and across the top floor? Do we see a player hide in basement to come back for a flank? So far, that's not happening, but it's still in the cards.
It's a bit of a sloppy play by Canadian. He should have expected somebody down in bar. M80 will capitalize off of that with 2 very quick picks, and the deficit they had is now erased. SR has still got some great gunners upright, but now they've lost Surf. Ambi walks into his demise as well. A round that seemed to be going very, very effectively for the Rebellion will come to a screeching halt. Spoit will break 10 kills. Ever closer to that 200 on the stage. That's all he'll find in that round. Diffuser shuts him down, and M80 ties things up.
Yeah, that push, I think, almost was great. You know, if they had been able to push 5 seconds faster with all 5 players up, that could have been a miraculous little play, but Diffuser gets a little bit aggressive from around Kitchen to kill Rexon. We see Gunner get a little bit aggressive to kill Canadian on the hatch, and just a few things go wrong in that execute that turns the tables in favor of M80. It wasn't big aggressive plays like I was expecting. There was no flanks. There was no big nitro or anything that I thought might come out to save the round for them. But instead, it was just little moments, little swings, little peaks, little kills that all went the way of M80. And I think SR stalling out just a bit too much. They got top floor for free. Not for free, but very easily, very early in that round. 1:45 when they got that first pick onto Gavin. But spent so long sitting up there that they got a little bit too complacent, and M80 were able to strike back. We go back and forth in this game. We go back to tied at 4, and we're still no closer to figuring out who's going to win this game.
Did we expect anything else? Start time, 9 p.m. for our second best of 3. We are 7 minutes away from that, and I don't think we're gonna make it. So really just goes to show you that we try to budget as well as possible. Some of these players are West Coast based, so it's not the latest for them. But yeah, we could very easily have this one going until about midnight, give or take. So buckle up. This game might be ending as dawn appears in Europe. Imagine going to bed, watching the first map, and then waking up and seeing that it's just ended. Additionally, APL is going right now.
Yep.
I believe our good friends are currently at PAX in Australia. We've got, I think, Pengu is there, actually. I know Dev is there. Yep. You've got Manic, sadly. And then, obviously, the beautiful and great Jake and Guz. Xenox and Guz. I would one day like to, I would love to one day have an Australian LAN. I know that it's quite far. I know that it's geographically isolated. These are the same issues that the players and teams have, but I have heard that an Aussie crowd is just tremendous. And it'd be nice to experience that one day. I mean, hell, we've gone to APAC a single time, and that was the Tokoname finals, which were wonderful. The Japanese crowd was amazing. Almost, I think it was about 4,000 people were there. Really quite an incredible event. And getting to eat sushi and ramen in Japan itself is definitely a bucket list item, and I'm glad that I was able to check those off. Jesse, what did you think of it when you went to... Oh.
I remember I slept through the finals because it was on such a bad time.
Well, because it was on at like 2 in the morning or some craziness, but yeah. Diffuser will start off this round. Down goes Canadian. He's been having a good series. Not the best Chalet, and with the Brava gone, those are some serious drones that are now off the board.
Yeah, Rexon hoping to make some kind of a difference. Spoit will do it instead. They've gotten good space. There's still a guy in office. Watch out for that. It's Diffuser. Kino's up here too, and there's Nitro Cells. It is not safe on the top floor of Chalet. 3 players all going down, leaving Surf and Ambi alone, still reloading him, doing their best on the top floor. Surf has Diffuse Kit. He's playing in Solar at the moment. Ambi's just outside the trophy window. I guess they're in a position to group up, but it's really tough to do much from this point in the round. If Ambi gets top floor, you might be able to do some soft breach. Surf might look to do some soft breach with the sniper even. And hey, they do have a 1 player kind of pinned down here. They've got to be very careful. There's a flank happening from Diffuser top floor, and nobody is giving up a body gunner on the mid floor. Gunner goes down, but what else can you find?
I don't like the HPs of either of these teams. There is no clear winner that is unfolding at the moment. M80 obviously has the upper hand just based on HP, but I mean, you've still got utility from the Grim, and there's still a Glaz on the board. Surf is quite concerned about this position, and M80 gets both of them at the same second. My goodness, the lead goes back to M80.
And a dominant round, too. I mean, you combine that round with the last one, and you're starting to worry a little bit for SR. I thought their first push at this half was beautiful. It was perfect. It was all flawless rounds. But since then, they've been really, really tough. That entry battle, we can see it go one way, we can see it go another. But M80 have definitely been the better of it. When you see players all combining for top floor frags, it just feels like the trades are better for M80. It feels like the initial picks are better for M80. Doesn't matter if they're attacking or defending. They will take a small lead heading into the final 3 rounds of this game, and we'll get the last couple of operator bans on our screen as well. Dokkaebi and Tuberau to be removed for the rest of this game. I know Dokkaebi has been played a ton so far through this game. We just saw it in the last round being played by Rexon. Diffuser on the tube last round too, but it's going to come down to, I think, how you transition from the early game to the late game. It was a real strong point from SR in the first round, but then second round, it didn't fall. It wasn't there at all. And then the third time that they went for the attack, they just didn't even get an early game. So locking things down, I think mid round is going to be absolutely critical for SR.
Got a busy, had a very busy week here with the NA League Super Week. It comes to a close tonight. So for those of you that have been watching, we've condensed all of these games into a 4-day time frame, and you and I have casted. Well, actually, I've casted every single day. You have had 1 day off, and then we had that very quick best of 3 that we did on, was it last night, Friday night? Could have been Thursday. What? Speaking of very quick, down goes hot and cold at the hands of Rexon. So M80 just gaining the lead, finally clawing back against us SR, and this round might just have been put out of reach. Obviously, it's way too early to tell. Don't forget, though, that with APL going on, we've also got the SA League happening as we need to see which of their teams will qualify for the major. Ninjas in Pajamas and FaZe Clan do battle tomorrow, and Furia and W7M will collide as well. The winner of those two games will represent their region. Two of those spots will represent their region. Los and Team Liquid in the lower bracket to see which of them and their opponents will represent Brazil. You and I have actually had quite a bit of workload. We're going to be casting those qualifying matches tomorrow morning. So basically the moment this ends and it's done, sleep time, wake up, cast, repeat. And then you and I have a bit of a break until we're back at SAL next week. But if you are a fan of Rainbow Six Siege and the esport, you've been eating well the last week.
It's a beautifully positioned Vector on the ground where Hot and Cold died at the start of this round. It was Solar Window. I don't know if he was just caught on a random spray or if he was trying to spawn peek, but regardless, the early man advantage is going to be capitalized by SR as they will be committing to this Solar side take. Canadian, good information already on this Monty and wasting two of those Toxic Babes, remaining only with just one in the pocket for Kino. Where else is this push coming from, though? You know there's 5 players alive. They're not all going to be inside of Solar. Diffuser's worried about the master window. Bathroom, of course, is going to be a common target as well to come through. And we know Spoit's going to be down below on that Deimos. So loads of threats to watch out for. And with Surf getting another kill, you've got to be sharp.
I mean, you've lost the concealment that comes with the Sens, so not all is well in the House of the Rebellion, but I like their chances. I like their odds at the moment. Spoit on 11 kills as his tally continues to increase. Diffuser on 11 himself, and he's involved in the altercation that just unfolded over by Solarium. Down Ambi goes. He's retrieved. Surf dies to Gavin. M80 getting their licks in. Ambi's been able to get picked up. Now they'll hunt down the smoke of Kino. Goodbye to the remainder of Ambi. Diffuser finishes the job he started a couple seconds before, and now sees the shield as well, but he's baited in by Spoit, who's got 12 kills to his name. A 2v2 with 20 seconds remaining. Shield still up on the side of SR. Spoit gets one, unable to find the last. So Gavin and Canadian will now collide. Former teammates. Very different roles, very different experience. But Gavin shows youth over experience any day of the week. Match point for M80.
Huge clutch coming out from Gavin in the 1v1, and it comes off the back that SR really shouldn't have lost. That round was so good for them. A 2-man advantage, full control inside of Solar. It's some amazing play to come out from Diffuser in particular. He gets really aggressive. He hits a nasty shot on the master window. He was aware of that angle the entire time and hit a brilliant shot with the DMR, then got it down Solar side. It was his aggressiveness that I think brought M80 back into the round. Then Gavin stepped up mid-round and late round to close it out. Spoit did so much for the Rebellion, but it just wasn't enough. And now we see our first 2-round lead of the map since round 2 when SR went up 2-0. M80 with 3 rounds in a row have brought this game from extremely close to finishing. 6-4 series points, 100 SI points on the line, and a chance for 250 SI points compared to what the loser of this series will be getting. There is everything to play for, and they will finally call their TAC timeout, doing whatever they can to pull this game back. They've been close rounds, some of them, Parker, that one in particular, and I think there have been a lot of advantages that SR have now tossed in the bin. You go back to round 8 on bar games when they had the massive advantage that they ended up tossing. You go to this round where they had a 2-man lead and they ended up tossing it. They've got to find ways to control the advantages that they control, because it's been little swings, little aggressive moves from M80 that keep catching them off guard.
All the other regions will be watching the playoffs of whether it's SAL, whether it was the EML playoffs or the APAC playoffs that just ended a couple days ago, or now here in NA. VOD reviewing, studying. We've got most of the teams at this point qualified. The only ones we're waiting on are the 4 teams from South America. All of those remaining teams are Brazilian, so there will be 4 Brazilian teams that will be sent on over. And you've got a really competitive spread of teams over there as well. But here for NA, I think there's been some criticism and some concern over the level that they're playing, but watching M80 and SR collide at their best goes to show you that NA is just as strong of a region as the others. Yeah, it might be a top-heavy area, but at the end of the day, NA's top dogs are performing well. I'm tremendously excited for this SSG matchup. Doesn't matter who they play against. SSG always rises to the occasion in these big games. I suspect they will bring the heat. One of these squads, whether it be M80 in the next 2 minutes and 15 seconds, or SR later on, if they can win through overtime, will be feeling a bit of fatigue as they've just played a grueling best of 3 that's lasted over 3 hours at this point, and might find themselves with another 2 to 3 hour engagement dead ahead. Either that, or maybe they'll be warmed up and feeling themselves, and SSG coming in cold might struggle to deal with a team that's actually just had some game day reps. We'll find out. Canadian with the swing in takes down Gunner. SR cannot drop around before overtime, or else that's curtains on this series. They finish third, and M80 moves on to the grand finals. Canadians' opening pick will give them a great spot to sit in for the remainder of this round.
The first round, we've seen Ying all map banned in the first half. Coming huge from Canadian to get his 4th kill. He tosses a second Candela. Can they get much with it? The Lion Charge comes through too. They know this last player just inside the doorway. They'll collapse on him from 2 angles and secure the kill, but it's not without cost. They're gonna lose Ambi and Spoid on this top floor clear. They are not slowing down Parker. Gavin to the top floor. He gets run down by Troy. 3 huge kills in this round to come through off the back of those Candelas, 2 specifically from Canadian, and they put Diffuser in an impossible situation.
And now he'll drop a dozen kills. How many more can he add to that tally? A 13th is there as he's on the run, blinded, but he will find safe harbor down in the bomb site. Neither Rexon nor Surf were in a position to refrag. Now they'll approach from a similar area. Unless one drops the hatch, the line of sight will come from over towards blue stairs. Diffuser needs to be cautious of any drones, of which there is one. And he's being watched. That drone is in the bushes, but it actually looks like it from the lights might be one of his own. He takes a chance onto the engagement against Surf. At this point, you cannot allow them to get into position for a crossfire. You have to take the engagement as they come. Diffuser knows that. If he pulls off a clutch here, he moves to the grand finals along with the rest of his team. SR knows what's at stake. They're lined up. They're on drone. Those red pings will aid Diffuser as he's now backed away. Under 10 seconds to go, and he'll play keep away. Surf holds the defuse kit. If he goes to plant, Rexon will be the only coverage. Then it becomes a 1v1. Diffuser knows that. Surf attempting the plant. He needs to bait out Rexon. He doesn't see him to his left. He's thinking over towards library stairs, and he chooses the wrong direction. SR pushes us to the final round of regulation.
Really nice try from Diffuser. He played that so well, but just guessed wrong at the last moment. I really thought he was going to put the nail in the coffin there. The second he killed Canadian, it became a possible round. It started turning me into a believer. Canadian a huge impact in that round, as I was starting to say. I mean, we saw Ying get banned as the very first operator in this game, so it wasn't available to be picked through the first half of the matchup. M80 didn't choose to ban that op, and it wasn't really being brought until after the TAC timeout. Finally, Canadian said, let me give the Ying a try. It's the most banned attacking operator aside from Blitz when you look at the Chalet statistics. So he said, let me try this Ying out, see how it goes. I thought he used it perfectly to dismantle the roam game up on the top floor. Was able to pick apart those M80 players, cause some chaos, get the man advantage, and then it would have been painful if they throw in another man advantage in this game, but they lock it down. They shut out Diffuser at the end of it. If they can do that one more time, get value early off the back of Canadians' Ying play, and then collapse with the man advantage, then we're going to be headed to overtime. But it's something they've really only been successful with once.
Why are you here, soldier? What's your drive? To excel as a recruit, man.
Classic SR needing to go all the way. Look at that. Oh. We've yet to really see what all can be accomplished with an operator like Denari. I feel like the skill ceiling is very, very high. Credit to the devs for putting in an operator that can be quite so ingenious. Frankly, at such a late point in the game. I know a lot of people say, well, you just make simple operators like Sledge. You just got a hammer. Okay, it's easier said than done. I like the complexity that an operator like Denari brings to this game. The devs did publish on Twitter a feedback guide about how they are approaching some of the commentary that the community has had over the last couple weeks. We mentioned it on broadcast yesterday, but a part of that is buffing operators over nerfing them. In line for some buffs will be Hibana, Thermite, and Maverick, but also Denari. So it will be interesting to see the way that they revert the nerfs that he got and also buffing that side shotgun. That's great in a pinch for soft destruction. In the meantime, we'll have to see what Gavin has cooked up and how successful it is with the current iteration of the Swiss Op.
Kitchen defense. Last time we were here, we never really got to see Kitchen. It was a fury of kills top floor that mostly went the way of M80. This time, the Rebellion don't seem to want to contest top floor. They know how badly it went for them before. There's not that many players actually up there. It's just Kino and Diffuser. Even if Diffuser has been a monster this game, it might be something that they could take care of, but instead they're going to focus relatively linearly. Canadian does go in and he drops the hatch. Tries to make some space for his teammates, and it's seemingly working.
Down goes Spoit. M80 desperately needed that kill. They will find it, and they will keep these numbers close. Hot and Cold had some very early deaths in many of these maps, but he's picked up the pace. Spoit going down as the main offensive threat. The only player on the side of SR to break double digits. Surf is next in line with 9. Kills pretty evenly spread across M80, though. Ambi having a quiet day. He's had a quiet stage 2. He's had some big moments in the playoffs. But when the rubber meets the road, as it does here, he's going to need to be a little bit better. The team captain taking matters into his own hands down below. He heard Gunner creeping up. Gone he is, though, as Canadian slaughters him through the wall. Last Candela in hand. And now it's Surf. Unaware of Diffuser's position from above. He's a sitting duck. Down goes Diffuser. Ambi traded out. And a 2v2 with 20 seconds left. The kit not in hands for SR. It needs to be retrieved. And Kino's in an excellent position. One player from SR will have to vault on in. Canadian taken down. It's all up to Rexon to pull off a 1v2, but Gavin will swing, denying the overtime. And M80 move to the grand finals with a date against Space Station. SR will settle for third.
A furious final round, but in the end, M80, they don't shake, they don't panic, they don't care about the Sens and the Yings all coming into their sight. They will happily sit still and wait for the push and do just that to make their way to the grand finals. Space Station Gaming awaits. This was a grueling series. SR tested them like crazy. They're going to get tested even harder in the next one, but for now, they've locked down 150 SI points and a bare minimum of second place.
And a mirror matchup for SR, making it to the upper bracket finals in stage 1 before getting beaten and getting pushed down to the lower bracket finals where they lose 2-1 and settle for third. The exact same result, different teams, but the same position for SR. Safe to say that they are the third best team in the region.
You know how they say, it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
Exposed.
Watch your short. No one hatch. Watch your short.
Trophy dead.
Hop in.
Short.
He's in.
He's
He's in.
Blow. Quick house.
I'm up.
MAT continued their dominance here in the NAL and punched themselves a ticket to the grand final through crawling in that lower bracket by taking down Shopify Rebellion. For those of you guys at home, I know you're used to us having interviews straight after these games. However, there is quite a tight turnaround between the lower final and the grand final. So we're gonna let MAT do their thing. And instead, you're gonna be stuck with these.
No, we were right. We were right.
Yeah.
M80.
I can't remember if I'm even wrong. Yeah, the game really was down to the wire every single which way, every single map. And I think the biggest takeaway was yes, the opening kills were exactly even. Every player on the team, on every team, was doing very well. I think what set both teams apart is the trading factor. For M80, it felt like every time that they would lose an opening kill or they would go for an aggressive play and it didn't work out, they were instantly transitioning into how they can get that kill back, how they can be able to equal the man advantage, or on the vice versa, if Shopify would go for a trade and M80 would get the advantage, they wouldn't give away those easily of kills to make it even. I mean, you can see it on your screen right here. Every single kill getting traded regardless of the situation. And I think that's the only factor that set M80 aside and got them the much crucial 1 or 2 rounds that was able to close out the best of 3 in their favor.
I wouldn't even say just that. I would honestly say their defenses too on the side of M80. I mean, what I was talking about going into this matchup is, you know, their mid to late round on defense is so strong. They use these big operators like Ella, like Malusi, like Denari, being able to slow down a lot of the attacks. So when it gets into that last little bit of that late round, they can pounce on top of them while they're trying to go for these executes. And again, that interrupts a lot of the flow of comms. You think you have the execute, but then it's M80 punching right back at you. You have to then transition on your next approach, what you need to do. And they were just doing that round after round on those defenses, which again, that's what they did in their match before this. And then they're doing it here. And this is, I think, what honestly propelled them to even finish out this match just in the way that they did.
Yeah, and we're going to want to see them doing that against SSG, but also a couple of factors that we need to take into consideration here is just that M80 has just had quite a long game, a long series. It was close, as you mentioned, every single time. It was a 1 or 2 round difference. So question for me then becomes, will they be running out of steam?
I don't think so. I mean, it can be. We always talk about it. It can go both ways. You can either be tired, you can be warmed up. Essentially, SSG's just been sitting, watching, and of course, they're a very adapt-heavy team, so I'm assuming they're going to be looking at it, trying to dissect what they can. But at the end of the day, M80, very adaptive-heavy as well, very fast on the fly, and I think the one thing that puts everything into their favor is the utility that we just talked about. I mean, they're constantly able to use these utility-based operators to win rounds without really necessarily needing to shoot anybody. So I don't think that factor is solely reliant on them being tired or not, because you can put the utility down whether you're tired, whether you aren't. So I think M80 should be fairly fine.
Yeah, something as well that I really wanted to discuss was whether or not NA is cooked on the larger scale of things. Of course I did. I'm trying to. So what I thought we could discuss or dissect a little bit is looking at the attack win rates for every single one of the regions, or the 3 major regions that we're looking at. They're going to the major. I just want to put out there that SAL is not qualified yet, so I just thought I'd go for Furia and NIP considering they were at EWC. Secret and Falcons have already qualified, and then we have SSG, M80, and Shopify Rebellion. The stats, you know, I would like your professional opinion on this. Are we cooked?
I mean, I don't think it's the biggest thing to worry about.
It's region to region matchups. That's the biggest thing. You're going to be comfortable in your own region. So of course, some stats are going to be, you know, significantly better than maybe in other regions. I mean, the fact that Brazil's at the top at a 68%, that's not very surprising given how aggressive that region is as a whole. And even for the side of VML being at 64, I mean, you also have to take into account with it coming from the side of Team Secret being the EWC World Champions, then coming into this, you know, already secure in their spot. I mean, it's totally different play styles that when you actually do match up with each region, that's where the true testament comes from. That's where the big adapting, being able to transition from one region to the next, that's where it more matters most. But if we're looking at this, then yeah, we're cooked.
Also, there's something that has to do with teams being inter-regional, just really good at their own region. True. Something that we felt when we were players is every other NA team would always be way better versus us than teams from other regions. And I think it just came down to, because you're scrimming all the time, because you're practicing all the time, and in NA it's very competitive, not to say the other regions aren't, but everybody is trying to play counter-strat level Siege, and that's why the teams that make it to the events are the ones that can adapt, that can learn. So it's not necessarily like every other team in NA is trying to improve, they're just trying to counter you.
Well, and another important point is the idiosyncrasies. Every team knows exactly what each and every team's going to do. They've scrimmed each other, they've played against each other regionally, so of course those, like I said, those stats really aren't going to paint the bigger picture than what it's going to look like at an international level, because you aren't watching that team every single day. You aren't scrimming that team every single day. There's things that you're going to be caught off guard by just due to the dynamic of completely different styles of play and adaptations throughout the game. So from your standpoint, looking at it, yes, we're cooked. But in the actual grand scheme of things, that really doesn't
might
play
still
much.
be
Also, who even else is in the EML? Like, come on, of course Secret's going to be farming. It's Secret, Falcons, G2. Like, everybody else there is just plumbers. Like, they're not that good. It's like they're still playing, you know, 2018 Siege. Like, of course, you could put Standby in the EML. They probably get top 5.
All right, so if anyone that's going to be working the major from the production side is watching this, please clip this whenever there is an EML NAL matchup, okay? We need this clip put up there for the pre-show.
We're definitely not losing to Secret. It's Falcons, maybe. G2
Well, we knocked
with
out
Stompin.
Falcons at EWC.
Yeah,
so
Falcons.
I would say Secret's more of the threat here.
I feel
Really?
like, you know, you guys just picked up the shovel and started digging, and I was like, just keep going.
No.
I think that was a good clip.
At the end of the day, it doesn't matter because Furia's there, and SAL is the best region to ever touch Siege. So, does it really matter who's playing for second?
Okay,
And first or last.
And on that positive note, we're going to be heading over to a quick little break, and we'll be back with the grand finals of the NAL Stage 2, SSG against MAT for the title of the NAL Champions.
On décode l'art des mers, là-bas sur le ciel clair, il existe une cité au séjour enchanté. Et sur les grands arbres noirs, chaque soir, vers elle s'en va tout mon espoir. J'ai deux amours.
You know how they say it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
Available now.
the NAL Stage 2 Grand Final. M80 taking on SSG for the title of the NAL champions here for Stage 2. Can SSG do it back-to-back? Will M80 be able to have a redemption after a bit of a flop for Stage 1? This is the game to prove it. I'm Ginny, joined with Foxy and Lax. As you can tell, we changed up the mood a little bit because we thought it would look better for his hair.
For my hair?
No, I don't think anything can fix that. Because we just wanted to get in the mood for the finals.
Oh, I thought it was like spooky season, so like make it more ominous.
Maybe it's spooky season for M80 because they're going up against SSG, and what we saw last stage was that they had to crawl their way through that lower bracket. But this time around, they punched their ticket straight. They haven't lost anything here.
Yeah, I think that's an important thing to note is SSG has been waiting very patiently to see who their opponent was going to be. It's now going to be M80, and as for M80, this is a little bit of a revenge for them because they got knocked into lowers by Space Station. So I'm sure, if anything, they want to win this and prove that they are the best in the North American League.
Yeah, SSG has proven last stage that they were the best at the time. A little bit of a rocky regular stage here in Stage 2, but now they find themselves in the finals, the team to be beat.
Yeah, I mean, but it's something that goes without saying that their resilience, the way that they've been playing throughout the stage, to have their ups and downs, to now make it to the playoffs and have almost a perfect run, which is polar opposite to how Stage 1 went. They had to go through the gauntlet, and now they find themselves in the finals, having a little bit of a break. And it comes down to the team showing up when they needed to way earlier on than having to go through that lower bracket. I mean, we've highlighted it so much that we needed Folt, we needed Benja, we needed J90 to step up because we know Ashton and Newers are going to be doing such a phenomenal job. And the supportive cast from SSG, if anything, we're only amplifying and making everything so much better for SSG throughout the regular stage into playoffs because now they've been able to just excel with how well that they've been doing cumulatively as a team.
Yeah, and this was the last matchup that sent M80 through this lower bracket run. I mean, you can clearly see this Space Station coming into playoffs is not kidding around. They are showing up on every single front, and you've already talked about Folt and J90 needing to be able to step it up. But when you're looking at that conversion rate of 100% going into that consulate match, I mean, that when you watch that game, that was such a good back and forth. And that map really came off of Ashen having a very pop-off performance against them. And then you look into Labs, I mean, they just completely shut out M80. And then we talk about that resilience, we talk about the ferocity, we talk about tenacity, and all of that just goes hand in hand with the way that SSG plays. And again, they've done this at a way faster pace, and that also is a little bit worrisome for me, I can't lie, because what really shined for them throughout that playoffs was having that resilience, having to fight tooth and nail for every single gain of a round, a map, into a grand final, where that carried them through of having that momentum. They don't have a lot of momentum this time coming around because they've been waiting and because they were so flawless throughout playoffs.
Even in that first map of Clubhouse where they lost, they still felt like SSG had the whole game in their hands because they were dominating in the opening kills, constantly getting picks against M80, and they needed time to just steamroll down. And I feel like that's the story for SSG is in a best-of-3 series. You let them go to third map, they're going to dominate. I mean, they 7-2'd M80 against Shopify Rebellion. They 7-0'd them on Cafe. So consistently with time in a best-of-3 as they get to learn their opponent inside of the match, gain that confidence, they just look scarier and scarier. So if you're M80 in this situation, you want to be able to close it out in a 2-0 because you know when you get to map 3, SSG is going to be playing at peak performance.
But it's not just the fact that SSG is going to be picking up pace as you get to the third map. It's also like when you're in the side of M80, you've already played 3 maps, and the first one went all the way to the final round. So you want to close this out as quickly as possible because at some point, this roster, as great as they have been, will also run out of fumes.
Yeah, you definitely want to close it out, but I think them losing to SSG really lit the fire from with underneath them because when we talked to Hot and Cold going into the lowers, he took all that blame, as I said. But then he realized, I just need to be the one calling here. I need to be the one making the strats and facilitating an entire round. And since that, they have been dominating all their way up now to this grand final point where we're seeing everyone find their stride. Even in that last matchup, I highlighted the 3 big fraggers on their team of Diffuser, Gavini, and Gunner, and all 3 of them have stepped up. Kino has stepped up. Hot and Cold has taken a little bit of a back seat this time around, but when you're looking at their performance, you don't need Hot and Cold dropping the big numbers he was throughout the regular stage because they're getting it done inside the server. And a big key thing that I highlighted, especially on their defenses, they do such a good job at constricting the attackers, not letting them ever find comfort inside those attacks, making them have hectic comms, hectic strats. They just do such a good job at constricting so many of those attacks. attacks on their defense.
Yeah, and the three players really, Gavini, Gunner, Diffuser, when we're looking at them, they are the spearhead, as we like to call them, for the success of this roster.
Yeah, because they've been the entries, and we're not used to seeing them on utility-based operators. We've been seeing them always be on that entry frag, a team that is very hot or not. I mean, they're either going to be dominating in the kill sheet or a team's going to be slowing them down. But throughout this last year, we've seen them progressively grow as players because they've been put in uncomfortable situations. They've been put on uncomfortable operators all throughout stage 1. They struggled. They didn't make it to EWC. They've been playing with stage 2 with a chip on their shoulders to prove to everybody that they deserve to go to Munich, that the progress and the change since bringing Fabian on to be able to adapt and learn, they have been showing it and why they wanted to learn this new style of play so that they could be way more consistent and have way more diversity for when they go up against a team, when they get into that last map 3, whatever the case may be, they can sometimes switch it up on a dime. And that's something that a lot of teams struggle with. And M80 struggled with it at first, but now everything is working for them.
Yeah, and with Fabian as well, it's going to be really great to see how they're going to be approaching this map veto even further, because we've already seen so much of them earlier today. You don't have a lot of turnaround time, so for SSG, of course, you want to capitalize off that.
Yeah, I mean, this makes perfect sense. You know, in some areas, why would you want to go to a map you just recently played? Fact of the matter is you're very comfortable on it, where SSG isn't. I mean, SSG's attacking percentage on this is only at a 37.5%. They aren't even hitting above half. So if you're M80, you just have a solid attacking start here where we already have seen. You just go back and pivot to your defenses, do what you were doing with the utility, with the Malusis, slowing down that aggressive SSG. You're going to walk away from this map very unscathed. Then you jump into that bank.
Yeah, SSG is obviously trying to leave maps up that M80 has just played so they can just hit on all cylinders when it comes to adapting and trying to counter out essentially what M80 is doing. And from what we just saw, I mean, M80's attacks, when it comes to a map like Bank, they're at a 38%. So it's very difficult. And like we just highlighted with SSG having bad attacks on Chalet, it's the same for M80's Bank. And that's one of those maps where SSG is going to try to exploit, and then it's going to fall into Clubhouse, which is the map that SSG should have won, but M80 ended up clutching it back. Even though they only had 3 opening kills out of 12 rounds, M80 clutched up all of those rounds. And that was one of the maps that Hot and Cold was saying there was too many cooks in the kitchen. And now SSG leaves it for a 3rd map. So 2 easy counter-strat maps that we just saw M80 play. And then finally a good playing ground where SSG believes they could have won that game. They should have won that map.
I think we go all 3, and I love that Clubhouse is the decider, because it's kind of like the Coliseum. It really, who is going to be the better team walking out of this, because it goes back to those basic fundamentals. And like I said, I genuinely believe this goes to
a Club's a map that's won based off of who the better team is.
So we're going all the way to 3rd mapper, but who's going to be lifting that title?
I think if it goes to map 3, SSG's going to win. I mean, they're scary when you give them the time to just get comfortable.
I got to go with M80, because we've talked about with both these teams just being able to carry momentum, and M80 has this time around had to crawl all the way from the depths, all the way into this grand final and carrying that momentum. And if they can start out hot here on their map pick and have a very convincing side, I think they carry that momentum through and through.
Well, M80's got a chip on their shoulder after an unsuccessful stage 1 here at the NAL. They've bounced back in the regular stage. They've crawled through that lower bracket, but can they close it out? Because SSG has a title to defend. Pride on the line for both of these rosters, but we're ready to head into the grand final with our casters.
Thank you so very much. We finally made it here. Time to crown a champion of Stage 2. And Jesse, the champion of Stage 2 might look a little bit like the champions of Stage 1, which remind me again, was which team again was it? Oh, that's right. It's the team on the right side of your screen. SSG Aura Farming, as Newers is. But it's been M80, the story of this stage. First in just about every single metric, and have been an excellent team, but they have shown some deficiencies and have not had a clear run here to the finals. The same cannot be said of Space Station. They have been an indomitable force. Or, as Ashen just put it in the chat, if you saw it, something I don't really want to repeat.
Yeah, M80 have been fantastic all season, Parker. Since the stage began, they were flawless through groups. They've been nearly flawless through playoffs. They've only lost a single series since the stage began. It's just a shame that one series was against SSG, upper bracket semifinals, the only team that could take down M80. Can they do it again and be back-to-back stage champions? That's what we're here to find out. And we're going right back to Chalet. The sweater weather continues. And we'll get to see how M80 can adapt a very short period of time between their last game and this. They got to choose the map, so they felt confident enough in their Chalet that they wanted to bring it after SSG just got to watch that third map against Shopify Rebellion. And fair point to them. As I said before the previous matchup, M80 were on a 4-game win streak. With that last win, it'll be a 5-game win streak on Chalet. They love this map and will play it as much as they possibly can. PlayStation Gaming, not bad here either. Their last 5 games have all been 12 rounds or more. Their last match was that 8-6 loss to Furia in the 3rd place game of EWC. So maybe not as many recent performances from Space Station, but certainly happy to play Chalet when the time comes.
Sorry, I'm squinting really hard. This looks a lot like the map we were just casting.
Yes, Parker. That's what I was saying over the last probably 60 seconds.
I'm
or so.
looking in the top, and it looks like the next map we're going to go to is another map that we just casted.
Yes, yeah, we do.
I'm furiously taking notes here, Jesse. Winter map looks the same. LOL. I mean, at this point, I don't know how. Okay.
Yep. Get your thoughts together. We got all day.
Actually, we got all night.
Sure.
I was just gonna make a joke, but I'm not gonna make a joke. I'll save them. We have to pace ourselves.
Reload. All right, Parker. M80 pacing themselves as well in this attack. They're very aware of the library corner being played. That's gonna be Benjamaster on the Aruni, who set up these Surya gates, who will now be playing behind them. Gonna have ADSs and probably magnets to defend him too. It's gonna be really tough to get him out over the spot. Capital bolts now being caught by Jaeger makes this really tough. Flores could be a good pathway to clear some of that out, but you can see them just having to burn it with good old-fashioned util, and Benja falls down.
J90, not before he can get the leadoff pick. On to Kino. Kino has been a bit of a bellwether for this M80 team. So goes Kino, so goes the game. And Kino performs really well. M80 has an excellent shot at closing out the map. His quietest game was in map number 1 against the Rebellion, and it was the only map of that best of 3 that M80 lost. So what will happen now that Kino is off the board? Gunner almost off the board as well, Jesse. Maybe a bit of a troubling sign that your attack has been as limp as M80's has been.
Map 15 of that first, around 15 of that first map that we watched where Kino didn't really put up numbers. He got team killed by Diffuser, and he did tweet that he would have gotten an ace if he didn't get team killed. So very much acting as the bellwether, as you say. This is a really tough clear. They don't have any util left for this shield. Maybe the nade from Gunner could do something, but it's not really in position. They're all falling on the side of M80. Asher and Benja combined for 2 big kills, and now Diffuser has to reposition, but with the barricade, his spot will be known, and Ash isn't done with these frags. The shotgun takes down Diffuser, Gaveni in the 1v4 now, and Parker, they know where he's at.
I mean, Gavin still can make some noise, right? Takes a little bit of damage walking through that barbed wire. That's 1 kill, and will now engage over towards Bar. Knows that the Jaeger of Fultz is creeping up on him. Big game Fultz. Game day Fultz, who's been on the bottom of the team in terms of EPS, in terms of his rating, in terms of kills, but has leveled up during this playoff run. That's a former world champion right there. 2 former world champions actually on this SSG team. Another player that's been under the microscope is Benjamaster, the Danish world champion who won it with G2 in 2023. Fultz was the one who won it in 2020. Both of them bring a lot of experience to a team that has some younger players on it in Newers and Ashen. And SSG did surprise us by winning stage 1 after that lower bracket run. This time, a much more dominant run as they made it without needing to lose a single series. And now here they are, potentially 2 maps away from being entire year champions.
Space Station starting on bar games might be in part due to the match that we just watched, because Shopify Rebellion were successful in both of their games' defenses. That came in rounds 2 and 5. But now they've got to switch things up, of course, winning that, and they'll go to Kitchen Dining to finish things off. This was only brought actually a single time by SR, and M80 were successful in attacking it. So trying to go 2 for 2 on this bomb site tonight, hopefully trying to keep the magic alive. They've got a new look for it, I'll tell you that, Parker. This is not the lineup they had previously. Amaru from Hot and Cold, Diffuser on the Sens as well, a bit more traditional, but I'm looking forward to see what they can do with this.
I mean, when you're going right back on the map that you just played, you got to bring some new tricks. You cannot play the exact same style that your opponents have watched. Admittedly, I don't think there's been enough time for SSG to dissect all of Chalet. It was a map that was played less than an hour ago. So you got some idea. And I know that Callout is a studious man, likely was watching that game, as were the rest of the team. But at some point, you just have to focus on the way that you're going to play it and how you want to approach that. So M80 will change some things up. They've got depth, not just in their players, but also in strategic elements. Hot and Cold on this bottom floor for an Amaru seems a little bit unorthodox, but that's exactly where you want to be if you're not going through one of the windows early, because then you can fire yourself up through one of those hatches. Right now, it just looks like he's on flank watch, hoping for somebody on SSG to walk downstairs haphazardly.
Yeah, dining hatch is usually the play, but usually you'd seen Amaru do this with the defuse kit. Hot and Cold has no such utility, so it might just be a bait. You'll hear that Gara hook, and you'll assume it's going to be a plant inside dining, but in actuality, it's coming trophy.
Down goes Diffuser in the hands of J90. Diffuser yet to find anything through these 2 rounds. Hot and Cold's entry will also be heralded by a death, similarly at the hands of J90, who's immediately punished by Gunner. Newers from above with the super shorty will trade him. SSG is not allowing any of their players to die without an immediate refrag. Excellent coordination by this team, as now Kino is punished by Fultz, and Fultz will find a double with Gavin going down. Again, the support players from SSG coming in clutch through these 2 rounds. J90 and Fultz both having a good bit of action.
Yeah, J90, incredible anchor work there just on the site. I was setting it up. It was like, we're going to bait the plant with the Hot and Cold Amaru over towards dining. That should be drawing all the eyes, and then Diffuser could have snuck in with the plants, but J90 is not falling for that. This is not his first rodeo, and after getting the opening pick onto Diffuser, dropping the Diffuse Kit and trophy, turns right around, slams Hotten as well. Some really nice play coming out from J90. Brings himself up to 3-2 so far in this game, and I mean, you mentioned it, the support's really starting off strong for Space Station. J90 was actually Space Station's highest rated player in Stage 1. He hasn't maintained those stats into Stage 2, but we know how capable he can be as an individual. You put him in positions where he has to thrive, and he shows up more often than not, especially given the fact that they are so rested, not having to play before this matchup. You're going to be expecting some big things out of these players.
Oh, when you're in the grand finals, you expect big things out of everybody, and I don't think there will be opportunity here for a consistently bad performance from either team on any player. Like I touched upon in the matchup against Shopify Rebellion, and you touched on it as well, when you get to this level, the depth you have means that not every player is going to show up every single game, but you do need other players to pick up the pieces. SSG has been having a mighty good go of it when it comes to drawing first blood. They will do so yet again. Gunner is gone. M80 is yet to be able to pull off an entry into this building with all of their troops and all of their utility. So we can't really gauge what their strategy is or their execution because they keep getting knocked on their heels.
Nice little aggression coming out from Space Station. This is how they like to play Siege, and it won't be unexpected from M80, but it's easier said than done to counter play like this. Space Station have done a good job so far of working that man advantage. The spawn peak from Newers will take down Gunner at the start of this. The Dokkaebi should be your answer. We see the first logic bomb come through now, but it's not resulting in any immediate kills. More so just allowing these drones to get some space for free, clear things out a little bit more efficiently. Kino on this Ying, it was absolutely critical for SR to start to mount a comeback in the last matchup. It was banned against M80 by the Rebellion when we previously saw this, so it'll be Kino's first chance to bring out this operator and try to cause some chaos on a top floor bomb site.
Reloading.
Expect that to be a very impactful bit of utility as the 4v4 push comes in later in the round. Gavin finds an equalizer onto Ashen.
I mean, Gavin really is the key here from M80, right? You don't beat Shopify Rebellion without Gavin moving heaven and earth and killing just about everybody in the process. Players that I'm going to be keeping my eyes on are the two in the bottom left corner. Kino and Hot and Cold had a bit of a sluggish day in terms of kills across the board. Kino did improve as the day went on, but it was too slow for him, I think, for his liking, and especially with the way that he's played. There's more than just kills. And Hot and Cold and Kino are the two players on this team that you expect to get the least frags, but if their guns are not able to match up with the aggression of the support players of SSG, of whom are already doing quite well, then there's a troubling sign. Fultz killing Diffuser, Newers picking up his second, Gavin another as well. A very top-heavy round. You've got the fragger of Newers and the two supports of SSG. Now it's just the two supports as Newers is punished by Gavin. A tight angle across this door frame as J9 gets swung on. Gavin, a quad kill. Against the Stage 1 champs, his ace will be denied by Hot and Cold, but I think the team is overall fine with that result. M80 looked like they were in trouble early on, but they stick the landing, turn things around, and they pick up their first round.
Huge plays from Gavin. That really should not have been an M80 round win. You saw Newers have that impactful kill onto Kino, dropping the defuse because he swung in the solar window. No control down below the bomb site. So SSG able to exist down there without really any pressure, but it doesn't seem to matter. If Gavin is walking in, playing angles, shooting you in the face, it is a difficult spot to come out of no matter what type of map control you have. Entered this playday with 127 frags. We'll be continuing to march that upwards through both the last series and this one. And it's actually going to be a attack timeout called by M80. Despite the last round win, I think Fabian recognizes that, okay, the first two rounds were not exactly what we were looking for. And that third round very easily could have been an SSG win as well, had Gavin not dropped 4 frags. So trying to right the ship, get the team a little bit more time to re-energize after a long series against the Rebellion and hopefully get back on track with these attacks.
Early timeout called yet again. Both teams able to talk here. It looked like the timeout was going to be called at the tail end of that second round, but maybe a bit too early for M80 and their coach Fabian to try and corral the troops. I mean, even when you win a round, it doesn't mean that fundamentals are there for you, right? I think this round was a little bit too close for comfort for M80, and when you look at the other previous rounds, there's a good reason to settle them down. Chalet, as we said in the matchup that just concluded, is really the only bona fide attacker-favored map globally. Now, obviously, the way that NA approaches it is different, but it's hard to go off of those NA numbers because there were so many lopsided contests throughout both the groups and the playoffs that I think right now you need to look at global numbers. 55% or 56%, I believe it is, of all rounds played on Chalet have been won by the attackers. The other two maps that were closest was Border and Bank, I think, were 50 and 51% or something like that. But I mean, those are coin flips. Those are not friendly, the attackers. They're just not defender favored. Like Chalet is one of the few maps where I was getting a bit ahead of myself. I was looking up in the top right corner. Chalet is one of those few maps that the attackers actually have a pretty distinct advantage, and it's been that way more often than not since the rework of this map some years ago. Just the way that the bomb sites are approached, the fact that top floor control is always so important, the fact that we don't tend to see teams defending that bottom floor bomb site the way that they used to. It means that with all the soft destruction that can be brought and all the operators that do that, this is simultaneously a big map, but also can feel awfully small. And when you are a defender and you lose a lot of your walls and your floor or your ceiling, it begins to feel a lot smaller. So if you're M80 and you're looking at the first 3 rounds and you've only taken a single one away from your opponents, yeah, I'd be calling a timeout too.
It'll be their 4th attempt attacking under bar games in the last 90 minutes. They have yet to be successful, but this time they brought a secret weapon. Kino on the glass, a new addition to this lineup. They are weary of this roamer down below. Fultz is on a drone and he's gonna take the fight, but siege timing kind of bites him. He pops the canister and does run away. The fire extinguisher giving him a bit of safety as he retreats back up the blue stairs. Nice little siege exhibition coming in for value. Does eventually get cleaned up by Gunner, so no real impact in the long run, but still nice to see a mechanic get used that we didn't have last year. Now with the man advantage, what are M80 able to work with? This is probably their best look they've had at bar games all day. Could it finally convert into a round win?
Activating shock drone.
Good thing about a Denari is that even if he's dead, his gadget will persist. So those tripwires are still up. You saw Fultz doing something a little bit similar to what we've seen out of Denaris in the past, just making it a pain to get into the bomb site, to jump through the window, to push up through bar. You're going to get slowed. You're going to take some damage. Nice read by Ashen. Takes down Gavin, but not Kino as they doubled up. That could have been very bad, and that Scorpion does chew through opponents like no other. Maybe the Vector or the SMG. On Cold now eliminating Benjamaster. That's another world champion that we talked about. Leaves just J90 and Newers as the last two. Again, doubled up by M80. A rough start through the first 2 rounds, but M80 dealt with that against Shopify Rebellion and still managed to prevail in the best of 3. This time they're looking for an equalizer. 30 seconds left on the board, and it's Newers and J90 policing this hatch. You see from the silhouettes, right now most of these M80 players are above SSG. J90 will have to fend them off, and oh my, he gets collapsed upon by Diffuser right as one of those gas canisters go out. Now it's Newers taking some serious damage, and there's no way for him to get to this diffuse plant whatsoever. Being guarded at the moment, he'll throw out some impact nades. Gunner has time to rotate, and really a great and formidable end of round for M80 as they perfectly rotate to take on those SSG defenders.
Yeah, it was a great start of the round, too, honestly. M80 took that round very slow and steady. They droned out the one roamer down below, caught him on the rotation. That was massive. Traded out on their top floor clear. You know, it wasn't a flawless clear of library, but they did it without losing the numbers advantage that they had gained earlier, thanks to that brilliant shot from Kino. And then working picks from above the bomb site. I think that frag onto Ashen, who was just trying to do his best over towards the snow stairs. He got caught on the vert angle from Mez that the defenders had likely set up to stop that aggressive push from the attackers. In the 2v4, not a whole lot Jack or Newers could do in that position. Did their best, of course, but sometimes siege timing just gets you. Equalizes things now, and I think this is a really good sign from M80 to have undoubtedly their strongest round win of the game so far come immediately after attack timeout. Shows that they're very much settled into this game. It wasn't a great start on their last series either, but after some time, after they took a moment to get back into things, they really started to feel like a brand new team. You'll be happy not starting this series in an 0-4 deficit.
Attackers are moving to defuse a bomb.
Immediate conversions, 2 in a row for M80. It seems like they've had a really good run of that, Jesse, when they've been able to call a timeout and figure things out. Just my back of the napkin math here is that they are perfect from the games that I've watched with immediate conversions. So whether it's just strategizing or whether it's an emotional thing, or maybe they just don't want to be yelled at by Fabian. I'm not really sure what it is, but it's not just Fabian doing all of that work. Hot and Cold taking on leadership with the team. Diffuser also being a leader. Kino has been an experienced voice in the past. There's lots of people there that can help them right that proverbial ship.
Reloading mag.
Benja facing a little pressure here. They'll find the clash as well. So there's pretty heavy commitment to Solar. M80 would love to be able to break this hold and find an entry point, but it's not going to be so easy. Diffuser down below, watching just in case there's any runouts. You've got 3 guys out on rappel on Solar windows, so you need to be very careful that nobody goes for a run out big garage. They're going to commit some throwables now to try to clear out faults. He's playing really passive though, Parker. I'm not sure if this is going to force the movement. The nade does get him to move a little bit. Down below, the angle's being held too. This should be an impossible spot. How could faults possibly live? The fire arrows will grow, but somehow, as the first one grows, or the first one shrinks, the second one grows, he manages to escape and is still on the Solar stairs.
What did they send at him? 2 nades, 3 nades, the fire arrows, and none of it did anything, really. I mean, it took away half of his HP, but Fultz just endures in that position. It's remarkable, frankly. Now smoke will go in as Kino sees the clash, but he's tempted to fire. He finds Newers, but there's no protection for Newers there. He just dies as there's no shield in front of his face to reflect those bullets. Now Kino knows that Fultz is in this spot, so he pushes up. Let's continue to fire away. The rate of fire on that DMR really is quite a fantastic thing. Fultz doesn't want any engagement, so he backs away now and will give that position up for M80 as Gunner gets dropped. And there's Fultz now taking down Kino. The support will drop. The Capitao close by. He sees him, but does not pull up the shield. 2 players from M80 now encroaching upon this position of Fultz. All the while, there's still 3 other players on SSG to deal with this. Gavin takes him out of action. There goes the shield. Solarium control wrestled away as M80 paid a dear price to gain that map control.
20 seconds left. They've got good plant spot. Up top is not going to be safe, so they need to be careful with this plant, but it seems like they found a gap.
15 seconds left.
Benjamaster reading into that one. Hot and Cold gets Diffuser down. 6 players still alive. 40 seconds now with the timer continuing to run away. This upstairs control for SSG seemed like a great thing, but now it might be exactly the opposite of what they want. Ashen's presence known as he slams the door to get into the bomb site, toying with it, just shoulder peeking, but nobody from M80 shooting bullets his way, not giving their position away. Benja dies at the hands of Diffuser, a great lockout from M80, it so appears. J90 looked like he would drop the hatch towards Kitchen, but instead opts to go for leg day. Down the stairs, gets some workout in. Gavin punishes him. 3 in a row from M80. They've been perfect since their timeout.
And honestly, I think a lot of it comes off of that Warden ban that they had after round 3 too. M80 choosing to take that off the board. It's been Benja's primary operator on this map, and particularly on Kitchen, he's played Warden close to 100% of rounds in recent memory, but he doesn't have the ability to play Warden. Notice his position. He's upstairs playing around Master, playing around Office, and there was a player watching the trophy window jump in. But because Kino jumps in the trophy window under the cover of smoke, he's on the glass. None of the defenders can see through that smoke. He's able to find that first pick. He's cracked the egg open and has the opening frag onto the player inside the bomb site. It's honestly a massively impactful kill that I don't think is as easy, or certainly not as safe if you have the Warden up above watching for the jump in. M80 will, and I'm gonna talk about it before it gets locked in, but if it does get confirmed, M80 will play Glass for the 3rd time in this half, and you have to imagine it's all coming off the back of that Warden ban, something they didn't show against Shopify Rebellion, something they didn't show in the first 3 rounds of this matchup, has now become a staple for them, all because they took off that one defensive operator.
Attacker's objective is to defuse a bomb.
These SSG bans have really hindered M80 as well, so they've had to change things up with 2 operators that are very firmly in their wheelhouse. Both this Ying and the Blitz are just staples of M80, just as you say the Glaz is being used to take advantage of the Warden ban. Well, they don't really have a choice as well. Kino doesn't have that same flexibility on some of these operators. He's a very dedicated and very consistent player, but his operator pool isn't as large as some of his other teammates because it doesn't need to be. He plays these hard roles. And I mean, Glaz is a terrific operator, probably better than a lot of casual observers would think. And M80 is using the operator very effectively so far. Being concealed, doing some damage, not just the direct engagements, but when you have a Collier or Glaz on the board, Jesse, and you don't have a Warden or you don't have bulletproof cameras or Evil Eyes or whatever can see through it, defenders need to act as if they can be seen at all times. It will change the way that they defend, even if the Glaz is not directly pressuring them. SSG will be fighting the remaining 1 minute and 50 seconds of this round without a pulse. Ash will not be on the operator, or Ashen will no longer be on that operator, as it was picked off early by M80.
Believe it was the master bedroom window where he dies. Gavin outside the building, able to get that frag, potentially from spawn as well. Long angle shot. Might have been piano window too. I didn't get a great look at it, but regardless, from outside the building, he does fall, and we still have some roamers to deal with. It was Fultz and Benja on the top floor. It's just Benja now. We find him ratting inside of library. That's probably not going to get checked by M80. They see that there's a basement defense in front of them. Of course, the bomb site down below. Benjamaster, unlikely to get droned at this point. I'll be interested to see where they actually want to plant from. Diffuser does look like he's got the defuse kit on the backside, which means it's probably going to be a wine finish, which means they probably don't even care about library control or anything like that. Benja will have to make quite a rotate to get that going, and Gavin is aware that there could be a flank coming. He might not know exactly where Benja's at, but he's watching the drones so that if something happens, he'll catch it.
And I mean, because you've got the numbers advantage, you can stick somebody on dedicated flank watch. There are no operators on the board that lend themselves to it. No Grim, no Gridlock, no Nomad, nothing along those lines. The flank will be where SSG lives or dies. If they can pull off a successful flank and cut these numbers down, they'll be in great shape. Kino takes out Fultz. Immediately answered by J90, and Jack's Nitro Cell blows up hot and cold, leaving the diffuser completely vulnerable with 15 seconds left. Somebody on the side of M80 will have to take up the case, and it'll be diffuser to do just that. Gavin, the only one to watch over it, is Gunner's felled by J90. Third kill from Jack. Down goes Newers. J90 with a quad kill. No ace as diffuser shreds him. Ultimately a Pyrrhic victory, as it's a huge bounce back by diffuser, but the timer gives the round to Space Station.
Or getting stage 1 J90 in the finals. Good lord. Huge impact coming out. Trades his teammates to take down that glass. Kino's been the biggest threat on this attack ever since they banned out the Warden. So once he gets his first pick, what happens? The call gets made, and J90 swings out to get the trade. Then the Nitro Cell from Blue. I mean, it's as traditional as is all any strat on Chalet. I mean, perfectly comes out to stop that plant. No one's able to shoot the Nitro mid-air, and then they just keep on coming. Strong position deep inside of the blue hallway will be massive for J90. Ties up this game at 3. And Parker, if you thought the first best of 3 series was lasting long, this one is tempting us with potentially an even longer one that could send us deep into the night.
I personally can't wait to finish casting this, sleep for an hour, and then wake up and do Brazil with you. I think that'll be an awful lot of fun. No, I mean, it's been quite the gauntlet that you and I have been on. I mean, a lot of these players are in the same boat. Many of these teams playing day after day after day with very little reprieve, just as we've been casting back to back to back. But this Super Week has been fantastic from a viewership perspective because you get to watch wall-to-wall Siege in our talent group chat. We had the Aussies getting annoyed with us because our games were going a little bit late, and they had to delay the start of their matches on this stream. Apologies to our good Australian friends, but sometimes there's just a lot of Siege. Some would say too much. I say just enough Siege. J-E-S. Just keep that in mind. I do expect this to be a relatively deep best of 3. But again, if you go by the numbers of Chalet, despite the fact it's a 3-3 scoreline, just as it was in Shopify Rebellion and M80's attempt at this map, M80 were attacking on Chalet. They should have been able to get 4 rounds. They didn't. Didn't really matter in the previous map. Now here, will it matter? Well, Space Station is a different team from the Rebellion. And so far, SSG has been a more consistent team through these playoffs. I suspect SSG will do what most teams are expected to do when attacking on Chalet, but I've been surprised before, so we'll find out in the next couple rounds.
Last time they defended this site just a few minutes ago on the last game versus SR, Hot and Cold was on the mute. He's now going to be rocking the Solus, which is a definitely a more creative operator to be bringing out, but it means these Sens walls could be absolutely devastating. There's nothing to stop them other than the one impact being held by Gavin from blocking lines of sight, from causing a menace. Bulletproof cameras, of course, will not be able to see through those walls, so if you don't know where that plant's going down, it could be bad. I guess Hot and Cold will still be able to spot out the plants, but he then will feed that info to the rest of his team. That's going to be the critical factor. Logic Bomb comes out. Does it prompt the first push? Not really. False is just looking up above first, figuring out exactly what parts of the map they can take for free and what's not going to be given up. Spot Hot and Cold, and that might be able to prompt the push now. But with 90 seconds, they can really push whenever they want to.
Yeah, we've gone through half the round here with some damage being done to Hot and some damage being done to Fultz, but not much else beyond that. Fultz really getting immense value from the shield of the mountain. Ashen dies. That's not ideal for Space Station. And now the gas will come down, and Kino fires away. That was a 50-50 gunfight, and the Brazilian comes out on the right side of it. M80 tearing through 2 players on Space Station does not bode well for the remaining cast of SSG, of which one is Benjamaster with just a single kill at this point. That's okay, though. Top frag on Space Station has been J90, a player who historically should not be in that position. So again, there's depth here for SSG, and that depth will have to work as they've got their hands full with 5 players on the side of M80. Gavin tears through Newers, Benja dies too. J90, the only one able to muster a single kill. Gavin's got 3 of those on the round. SSG as a team just has 1. So J90 on the wrong floor, right floor for the bomb site, wrong floor if the defuse kit above him gets torn away at by Kino, who had a critical round, stopping Fultz, disabling that push upstairs and then getting the exit frag to give M80 the lead.
11 kills through 7 rounds is pretty incredible to come out through from Gavin. And of course, it's a big 3K in that one too. SSG a little bit lost on that push, unfortunately. They get control of Trophy and then they sit in Trophy for quite a long time. Gives M80 a very clear read as to where that push was trying to come from. I think SSG themselves were trying to debate if it was worth going in and pushing into the site or if they should clear up above. They eventually chose to go up top, but it just didn't feel like everybody was there together. The opening death was Ashen, and that was from Gavin, who pushed up into Trophy right as the Monty was leaving it. So he catches Ashen off guard. Now Faults is all alone on the Montaigne, pushing up, doing his best. But again, there's no other players with him. Some outside the building trying to hold cutoffs, but nobody actually in the building to assist Monty. And after that point, once he goes down, there's really no hope for that push. Good attempt by Ben just sneaking in through the fireplace side of the map, but ultimately just doesn't really go their way. Too sharp on the side of M80. So clean little start to this game. And I mean, can't ask for a much better defense than that.
Attackers are heading out to defuse a bomb.
It looks like today is your lucky day. You get to learn from the best. Really? That's great.
Just a fun little metric to track was first to 200 kills in this stage. By my count, I don't think Spoit hit it in the previous series, and obviously with SR failing to make the grand finals, if he didn't hit it, I don't think he's going to hit it. I don't know about you, but that's just, that to me is how numbers work.
The odds are low for sure. It would require something that I can't conceive of, I'll tell you that.
Highest frags on the side of the Rebellion heading into the M80 game was Gunner at 141. Gavin sat at 127, and Gavin has just been putting on an absolute clinic in these games. He's broken double digits a number of times at this point. And I mean, he's been the main tip of this spear. You know, sometimes you get like the pitchforks where all 3 of the spears are the same level, and then you get some tridents where there's the one spear that's a little bit longer. That's the one I think they're working with right now. And boy, oh boy, is Gavin sharp. Kino finding big impact, and Gavin is back on the board. They've lost Gunner on the side of M80. Diffuser now active as well. So all 3 kills from M80 coming from separate players. Kino will double up, almost tripled up, as J90 has not even come close to getting in the building. He's by the piano window, by the library window, now on the roof searching for something. Maybe a cheeky run out from bathroom, maybe. I mean, M80 could do that, but it would be a gamble. And guess what? M80 wants to be the best, and they're going to exercise quite a bit of caution here. I mean, if I'm J90, I'm taking a timeout, and that seems to be it. He's laid down in defeat. 1 minute and 30 seconds left in the round, and Jack is just lying on the cold roof of Chalet. He'll talk to his team. M80 will win the round with 1 minute and 10 seconds still remaining. M80 calls it in the chat. And Jesse, my, what a stifling defense it's been from M80 through these 2 rounds.
Yeah, lots to talk about up here on the roof. SSG's second round in a row where Faults on the Monty's completely by himself and ends up just getting shut down by a close-range defender. You saw a couple other players on SSG trying to enter the building. You had Newers over by Mudroom, ended up getting shut down. Ashen top floor library window jumped on in and also lost his gunfight. So it's been a very solo attacking half from SSG. It's uncharacteristic from them to be missing that team play, but I just don't think they've been warmed up on their attacking half yet. Of course, not playing in that previous matchup. It's been something that maybe they need to work into as the series goes on. I will also say, a little fun fact as of round 8 on Chalet, we can now officially say that every single attacking operator has been brought in the North America League, as Newers brought Yana for the very first time in that round. Which means we now have seen every attacker at least one time. We're still waiting on a couple defenders, Doc and Thunderbird, yet to be played. So I'll keep you in the loop if those show up, but seems unlikely.
For what it's worth, this is one of the few maps where Thunderbird has actually seen some use. Another map is Oregon. Obviously, it's not in the map pool anymore, so a bit of a moot point. But I'm not too far removed from the days of remembering the roaming Thunderbird, where you'd set down 2 of her gadgets and then keep 1 in back pocket for you to play in what is often referred to as suicide spots, where you're just playing for a long period of time, but you know the outcome is that you die, whether it be on library stairs, whether it be on solarium stairs, whether it be off-site downstairs in kitchen. There was an application for Thunderbird. I just think we're at a point in time where, in terms of utility, you don't deal with as much chip damage as you used to. There's a big reason why Finca is not played either, and it's that there really aren't a lot of opportunities to get a player back up from the dead. Finca does still show up from time to time, especially when you're going with a rush trap, but there's more that needs to be brought. Smokes, secondary hard destruction, information. Information has never been a bigger deal in the game than it is right now. Maybe during the Mute Mozzie era, but that was more about taking information away, whereas now it's about finding this info. And when you look at the operators that get brought, Amos being brought almost every single round, a shield being brought largely for information, but also for aggression. Dokkaebi being brought. Lion has roared back into the meta as well. There just isn't room for some of these operators to find the pick rate that you'd maybe hope. Doc is a completely different story. A lot of times he was brought for the ACOG, they took his ACOG away, and now he's functionally useless. So Doc is still fun. If you're playing ranked, yeah, bring a Doc, why not? But there used to be a theory that, you know, when in doubt, cog it out. You can't really do that anymore if Doc and Rook don't have the ACOG, and Rook in particular doesn't really have much usage anymore at this level either.
Definitely telling that the only two healing operators on defense are the only two operators that have seen 0 plays.
Reloading!
Doesn't exactly bring value in a game where time to kill is as low as it is. Regardless, this time around, M80 are in no short supply of different defending lineups. They will bring another new setup to bar in games. Hot and cold on the Mira is not something that we've seen from them before today, so going to be interesting to see what he wants to do with it. Going to be a heavy commitment to Library Corner as well. Anytime you see a defending team bring Jaeger, Aruni, and Wamai, you know you're going to be in for a bit of a tough time if you want to clear out ADSs and Magnets and Sturdy Gates to force a player out of position. I believe it'll be Diffuser playing in that corner, currently just being ignored. The attacking team realizing it's a lost cause to try to clear that side of the map. They're going to have to push all the way from office side to make this type of a push work out. Right now, inside of Piano, trying to make some space happen too. Gunnar finds the opening pick onto Newers as he will start things off with an advantage for M80.
By the way, I did pull the numbers from the previous match. Spoit finished with 198 kills. So, I mean, that's still a great high watermark, but sadly, just too short of breaking 200. Nobody else particularly close. I mean, I think some of these players are about 30 kills away, but I'll have to do some math when we're not in live action. That said, Newers is dead, Gunnar is dead. That's 2 fraggers on both teams. No more, but the traditional fraggers have not been the ones getting all the kills. Kino is second on the team right now with 7. Obviously, Gavin is doing Gavin things, but Bolts with 5, J90 with 8. Those are great tallies for support players. Benjamaster has now jumped up. He's gone from 1 to 3, J90 on the board. And Ashen will find the exit frag as Kino falls in short order. 2 players on M80 slayed at the same time. A great series between these teams, as even as ever. But boy, oh boy, SSG is just such a tricky team. You cannot count them out. They're within 1 round of tying this game.
Benja, we didn't get to quite see it, but a miraculous 2K in the midst of that round. He was down in the basement. He kills 1 defender on the snowmobile stairs, 1 defender on the blue stairs, back to back, flicking between the staircases. They seem to know where he was at. The logic bomb, of course, giving him ample opportunity to hear them coming. And so nice quick thinking coming through from the Dane, gets him off of the breadstick that he was on. There we go. We got to see it in the replay. Nicely played. Starts to give, I think, a bit more life for Space Station. You'd yet to have an attack before that round. Finally, Benja gives you a little bit of an in, and I think the collapse into towards the site comes at a well-executed, well-coordinated time as well. You only win the tertiary site. You're still not, I think, set up for greatness, but they can use that as a bit of a spark, right? Get the momentum back in, get the energy flowing. You finally won an attack today. You've been sitting watching games all day long and maybe weren't so warmed up on the offensive side, but now you've got 1 under your belt. It's time to chain that into even more.
5 seconds left before insertion.
SSG has been so efficient in getting to this point that they've still got players below 100 kills, by the way. Fultz right now with his 5 from this series, sitting at 97 kills across the entire stage. The high watermark at the present moment is Gavin on M80. He's sitting at 177. So that's what we're looking at just in terms of overall frags. And if anything big happens, we will jump on in. But I mean, when you've played as few rounds as SSG has and as few matches as they have, your numbers aren't going to be anything particularly good in terms of competing with your opponents. They're going to be great in the KD department because you are so efficient, but doesn't help when we're tracking overall stats.
Benj is in a great spot to kill Gunner in just a moment. He's sneaking up the library stairs. There may be a goo mine. In fact, there probably is, which should alert Gunner. It's the problem with Nook. She might be invisible to cameras, but anything else is going to be a problem. And Gunner, as long as his headphones are working right, might be able to stop this play before it happens. At the same time, teammates are causing a lot of problems. Ashen up inside the library has an opportunity to get a pick, but doesn't quite find it. Here's the frag, and Gunner is indeed ready for it, finding Benja lurking up from down below. Ashen still unable to find any frags, pushing deep now in through mezzanine, but nothing is being revealed. He's got to deal with the default camera, and Parker, I don't love the map control that they've got.
No, not at all. I mean, Benjamaster fell flat on his face that time around. If you're bringing in Nook, you either want to strike early or you want to be in a position to do damage later on. J90 continuing his incredible run at the moment. He's broken 10 kills, far and away the leader on SSG, and these have been high-impact kills as well. Fultz taking care of Diffuser. It's not actually his kill. There was a down earlier, so he's not credited with it. You didn't like SSG's control, but guess what? They're now very firmly in control of it, Jesse. Gavin and Gunner are the last two standing on M80. Gunner still firing away, though. Goodbye to Fultz. He's leveled the mountain, and now another for Gunner onto J90 as he's found all the kills on his team. Ashen bleeding out, and Newers will need to clutch up. Gavin tearing through what little remained of Ashen as he was on the ground. Newers with the case inside the site. He'll be watched by that bulletproof camera. He has to worry about the kill holes above, of which there are plenty. And most importantly, there's that hatch. He'll smoke off some areas as he spots Gunner playing on those trophy stairs. Newers needs to pick his poison. Swung on by Gunner. Huge round from Gunner. Big round by M80, and they move to map point.
Massive coming through. Gunner wants this victory in the NAL. Already being qualified to the major. He's been to 4 majors. 3 of them were with that old Shopify core of the Sonics. The 4th one he ended up winning. Now in a great spot to be the #1 seed as well, starting to run over SSG. It just doesn't feel like they can get their attacks in order. And Parker, I hate to be a broken record, but again, for me, it's the Monty. That kill right there, trying to walk into the bomb site. There's no trade for it. He can't survive as Gunner is able to hit that shot with the vertical angle. Feels like every time we've seen Fultz bring the shield operator, the team isn't able to work around it. He's not in the proper position to make that space and force kills for his teammates. Definitely a weird round where it was opening up the way of SSG, and then M80 brought it back, and then it went one way, the other, bouncing back and forth depending on who had the advantage. But in the end, Gunner being that difference maker. Great play from up above to watch that diffuser.
10 seconds
After they downed Fultz, they were able to get even more kills because the kit was on the ground. I mean, it was just really good control from the top floor.
Attackers must locate
Troubling
and
sign
defuse the
for
bomb.
Space Station here as M80 have worked this disadvantageous second half into a spot where they're now ready to close it out. Now SSG seems to know how Shopify Rebellion feels. M80 and SSG did do battle earlier in the bracket, if people remember. Obviously, with Space Station making it to the grand finals, they prevailed. It was a 2-1 scoreline. The maps were Clubhouse, Consulate, and Nighthaven Labs. Only one of those maps will be played, and that's if we go to a best of 3. So there's no, or if we go to a third map in this best of 3. So there's no guarantee that we will see Clubhouse. Clubhouse was won by M80, 7-5. So still a nail biter, a really, really close match. But when you get to this point in time, as we said during the SR M80 game, and we got to see, you expect these teams to be closely matched, and you expect these games to go deep. Overtime right now not looking terribly likely. Now it's Fultz getting lit up by Kino as he blanketed that doorway with some gas, fading away towards the library stairs. He'll go for seconds. Diffuser now taking some serious damage at the hands of somebody unknown. Maybe Benjamaster, unsure. Hot and cold with the very first kill. Down goes Benjamaster. Hot and another as they trade, him and Ashen. SSG really suffering through this, Jesse. I don't like their odds at the moment. A sweep in, no. Down goes Diffuser. J90 on a rampage, taking down Gunner 2. Now it's Fultz breaking 100 kills. Newer's dropped. Gavin last man standing, and he's shut down by J90 as SSG survives for one more round at least. We will go all the way. Round 12 on deck.
Parker, I don't have a damn clue what we're watching in this game. SSG, from a man disadvantage, bring it back, and it's all thanks to J90 walking in that office door, getting his 1000th kill in that round. Massive impact to come through. I was about to say the same old song I've been singing since SSG started their attacks, where Fultz was seemingly all alone on that Monty, taking big damage. Then his teammates were falling elsewhere on the map, all over the place, but maybe it's all on purpose. Maybe it's just the distraction play. Everybody's eyes are focused towards Monty. They're looking at the entry into Piano. They're looking all towards the west side of the map. Who's then creeping in on the east? Of course, it's J90. Huge frags to come on in from him, and I think he's been an absolute standout from SSG, saving them in this game, giving them life now on round 12. Running the exact same bomb site back, and the exact same operators will be M80. They did not feel like that round should have gone awry, and we'll try it again here. Let's try to win the map and send this over to bank with a lead.
Action so fast, my brain broke, by the way. Meant to say Fultz still in pursuit of that 100th kill. He's still 2 away. But beyond that, I mean, you've got the support cast fragging. You highlighted J90. Would you say he was the best rated player in stage 1, Jesse?
Yes.
He has been sensational in his role. He's been providing good value on the operators that he plays on. He's playing this pseudo support now because he's bringing Striker. Your job as Striker is to just blow things up, and that's your utility, right? Flashes, grenades, drones, get some kills. You've got the M4 in hand, the gun that's usually on Maverick, but there's no real purpose to bring a Maverick on Chalet, so if you hear that gun, it's not him. It's one of the 2 recruits that were added to this game a number of seasons ago, reworked from the regular recruit. M80 will run back a familiar set of operators now, as Denari is a staple of seemingly both of these teams, but has been favored quite heavily by Gavin. I mean, why not? You got the Scorpion. It's a terrific gun at close quarters, and it really does slow down your opponents when you've got all those Denari trip mines scattered about. SSG will have to tussle with them. I mean, I hate to point fingers here because it's been so impressive what the supporting cast of SSG has done, but Newers and Benjamaster combining for 7 kills is just frankly not gonna get the job done with the way that they are being deployed on this map. Ashen takes down Gavin, and now Gunner will drop, and it looks like SSG will be pushing us to OT. On Cold's got something to say about that. Down goes Newers. Not much that Newers can have impact-wise. On that Twitch, any anti-gadgetry must have already been done because now those drones will just sit inoperable. Just a little bit over a minute for SSG to use this lead and this advantage they have to secure a 6th round and send us to OT.
Time to reset if you're M80. You already got aggressive down on the mid floor with Hot and Cold, and he barely escaped with his life, so I think it's unlikely you're going to get away with another aggressive little play. They do still have good site utility. Mirror windows are up inside the site. Kino, 3 toxic babes in his pocket. Not sure what the plan will be from SSG. Last time it all came off a big office door walk-in. I don't think that's going to be the play this time around. They're opening the wall as if they're going for a plant strategy, and I don't hate that, but again, with a Nitro and 3 toxic babes, planting on this Monty is not going to be the easiest thing in the world.
No, they just have to bait out this utility, and with 30 seconds left, this is about the time where you want to start blanketing the bomb site with gas and explosives. Kino's been very patient in this regard. Nitro cell goes out, nobody to be found! But Hot and Cold hits the hottest flank at 2025. Down goes Benja, down goes Fultz. Kino with 1 kill. Suddenly, SSG's advantage has completely evaporated, and J90 and Ashen will have to work together to save this round and save this map. The smoke of Kino picks up on Ashen, and the best player for SSG will accomplish nothing in a 1v3. Kino shutting the door on a comeback. Wow! M80 a stunner in that round, and they take map 1.
The most mechanically talented captain in North America with a huge flank. I didn't think he'd commit to going back down to the mid floor after being on 1 HP, but Hot and Cold does things that nobody else would dare. They take their own map pick. They get themselves into a good spot in this series, but the day is far from over. They know it. So do we. We got map 2 coming up right after this.
And dash together. Unbelievable. Can he get there in time? Cameraman's going to complete. Big ET finds a huge 4K and Gimbo. There's only 4 seconds left. There's no way.
Whilst not easy, is potentially winnable.
No.
They've given him a 1v1. And they've given him both down.
They find the down as well. Yesterday they took the crown from LA. Today they take their kingdom from Blacktown.
Keep an eye out for contact.
Available now.
spot. Come here.
You have bomb. He's in office by the bomb.
I can call Ivy.
One snowbalk, I think.
Yeah, okay, one.
Oh, half-wall,
Ivy.
half-wall,
Dead. Nice one, Ivy.
Wow.
Hi, Bobby.
No,
Fucking call, Sean.
Come on, Sean.
Oh my God.
What fucking calling that is. That is brilliant, Sean. Good shit, guys.
Good shit, my boy. Good fucking.
Great job, guys.
M80 is on a hot streak, and with that, only one map away from securing themselves the championship title here at the NAL of the second stage. A great performance from their side of things against SSG. This is what we wanted or hoped to see. It is their map pick, expected them to win it, but Bank is up next before we head into that.
Yeah, I didn't expect it to be as close as it got. I mean, SSG, got to commend them. They did try to fight back as the best they could, but M80, especially in that last round, and we saw that huge flank come out of Hot and Cold to be able to bring it back. But I was actually really impressed with their defenses. I mean, their kitchen dining defenses. I really like the castle and the Denari play. They were using the castle up top to slow the push to go across. Then they had players playing inside game and bar, using the Denari to make sure no one could enter. They just did a very good job at controlling all of the entire map until it fell into the late to mid round, where we would see then M80 spring into action and close it out on that defensive half. Again, very innovative in terms of what we were seeing from their side of defense. And then as for their attacks, I thought it was a little lackluster, to say the least, comparatively to what we've seen from them before. But again, that is coming off the backing of how well SSG played.
Yeah, I think when it comes to M80, them worrying about the late round and late game and what the win condition is going to be has definitely been the successor for why they've been doing so well. Specifically on Chalet, I mean, their main point was just to try to disrupt SSG, get some type of opening pick, and then stall it out, wait it out, because they know that they're going to have so much for the late round, the utility for the late round, go for the executes. And SSG tried their best on defense to stop it. Jane, I know, had some really amazing rounds on defense, just being able to, try to shut M80 down, but it looked like it was a one-person game when it came from SSG. They did their best, but it didn't look like everybody was feeling as comfortable as always when it came to this map. I mean, I think it just happens to be Chalet. It's very difficult for you to find openings, find an area to be able to exploit M80 with how slow M80 was playing. They were always worried about that late game scenario.
Yeah, and then hopefully as well for the next map, considering it is going to be SSG's pick, you'd expect them to be, swapping things around and maybe feeling a little bit more comfortable. But before we head into that, we'd like to talk about round 10 and 12 specifically when it came to the side of M80 as well.
Yeah, it's big rounds like these that we already talked about even during the SR matchup. It's big frags coming from these players. Gunnar having a huge, I mean, this round realistically should have went in SSG's favor, but Gunnar did such a good job at capitalizing each individual engagement here. And then round 12, M80, Hot and Cold in particular, the man of the hour, the IGL, having a huge flank. I'm sure they would have much rather had the Nomad for this setup over the Striker to be able to negate any of these flanks coming out from that side. But again, masterclass coming out of here from Hot and Cold. But it just speaks into what their defenses really look like. They're constricting all of SSG, not allowing them to find comfort and hitting them where it hurts.
It was a really great play, and that's why everyone was commending Gunnar for the call. I guess he must have made that call, but they essentially, as Hot and went for that flank, they powered through Library, coming up main, and that's why we saw Gunnar on catwalk, essentially them retaking Library, and Hot and Cold played it so well because it wasn't necessarily about getting the kills, it was just about throwing SSG off so that they would have to look at so many different angles while everybody else from site pushed out. So it worked beautifully well because Hot got the pick and then played his life on the blue stairs.
But Chalet is done and dusted. Bank is coming up next very, very shortly. So in that regards, when it comes to SSG, this is their chance really to put a shit all the way to the decider. But for M80, I mean, it doesn't look like they're running out of steam. They're on one today.
And this is what I mentioned, the momentum that they're carrying all the way from the losers bracket, coming off of a very hot game versus Shopify Rebellion. It's a very real thing. Now, by no means do I think SSG is just going to fall over. They're going to find comfort more on their bank map because, as we have seen with M80, this is not one of their favorable maps. This being able to go through, this is going to heavily favor SSG. It's more so for M80 to find comfort on this defense, get as many rounds as possible. I would like to see them get at least 4 rounds to sit comfortably, then to switch it onto their attacks and pivot into those operator bands.
Yeah, hopefully SSG is able to bounce back as the best of 3 goes on. We already know SSG warms up with time, but I guess it just goes to show that when teams have the preparation of playing in the day before, they're not necessarily running out of gas, more or less as they are just having that momentum be able to carry them through, because SSG didn't play until now, so they were sitting there a little cold, so they needed this first map to be able to keep it close.
Definitely.
And now you're going to a favorable side. I mean, we just saw M80 lose bank to Shopify Rebellion. It was really close. Shopify Rebellion targeted Kino. I think that's going to be the exact same conversation that we have to have here is, can M80 impact Kino based on where he's going to be? Will SSG be able to target Kino the way Shopify Rebellion did?
Well, with this map being bank and being SSG's map, you'd at least hope that him to have a plan to be able to come into this, because at the end of the day, it is the championship title here for the NAL Stage 2 that's on the line, and they are our defending champions. But M80, they are looking to make up for Stage 1 and even more. But is it going to be a 2-0? We're going to have to wait and find out with their casters, Intero and Jesse.
Well, greatly appreciated. What has been a very long run of NA League games might be approaching its end. That is, if M80 can succeed here on SSG's map. We will go to familiar territory for the astronauts as they look to stave off defeat and give themselves an opportunity to go to Clubhouse Map 3 to be the Stage 2 champions. That's the only pathway forward for Space Station, because if they fall here, M80 takes your crown and assumes your throne. Jesse, we have been treated to some terrific games over the last couple days. Do you want it to end? Do you think it's going to end? Do you think SSG can do it? Or do you think M80 is going to win it all?
Parker, I mean, we're here in the grand finals. It would be a shame if we didn't go all the way to map 3. I'd love to get a little clubhouse action between these two teams. And frankly, I think we will see it as well. M80, they've not been a great bank team since the stage started. They just lost an 8-7 game to the Rebellion a few hours ago. So anything is possible. Maybe M80 will power up on this second attempt at bank, but frankly, it's going to be an uphill battle.
And I mean, an uphill battle just to actually get into the lobby. Heard that there was a rehost and a game crash, some issues, so a break is ready for us. We'll come back with map 2. Well, after a bit of a false start, we're live with the goods. Operator bands rolling through. We saw some funny stuff in our very first map, and you, the resident banologist, must love to dive into it. Does anything stand out? Maybe one operator in particular?
Yeah, I think, the desk kind of predicted it. The bans being focused, I was going to say the bans being focused on Kino. I guess it's M80 banning the Blitz and the Glaz. So more of a focus on SSG's players' faults. Maybe going to be hindered the most with that Glaz ban. Going to be a bit of an oddity on a map like Bank. Again, you traditionally look at Bank and you expect to see Habana ace every single time because it's so powerful to have ranged hard breach on this map. Habana great for the hatches in the basement too, of course, but ranged hard breach will help you get the Kanto wall open. It'll help you pop the mirror windows or get angles into Janitor if you're playing from CEO. It helps stop mirror tricks in case there is some mirror trick shenanigans going on, as you sometimes see on the server wall down here on the bottom floor. So these are by far the most common operator bans that you see from attackers, but I think as the meta has developed and as we've had more and more time in CGX, teams have been experimenting more and more, and teams have gotten a lot better at attacking Bank without Habana or without Ace. So you're seeing a lot more experimentation coming through. SSG taking out both the Kaid and the Mira, very common bans to be removed. You'd never see Kaid left alive on this map. And then the Mira as well being a very common ban. Very similar to what we saw out of SR when they banned their operators.
Very eager to see if a conclusion is in front of us or if we go deeper in. It's been a real pleasant time casting as much with you as we have over the last couple days, and as the teams are working through stuff, it's nice to be able to voice the progress and the improvement that we've seen. It'll be interesting to see how these teams handle the international competition in Munich. M80 and SSG have both qualified. Wildcard and Shopify Rebellion are the other two teams. Yes, you heard that right. Wildcard is one of the teams that will be going to the Munich Major. Not easy. Not OXG. Not like you thought. Wildcard earning that rightfully. Newers with the first pick, and, well, here comes the dance. Down in the basement of Bank. Gas goes out. Fultz, he was a bit belated to get into the site, has to back up a little bit. Now it's Newers searching for kill number 2. Onto the Goyo, who manages to evade the lion scan for the time being. Newers will see the leg of the smoke and do some damage to Kino. There goes that marigold-colored gas, and down he goes to Gavin. Now it's hot and cold, getting up nice and close. Look at this double Talon shield. Ashen with a kill as well, as Benja had gotten one just before. Now it's Gavin and Kino. We're inside of Garage to do battle. That's a bit of an ugly one from Fultz, but that's okay because you got backup. Ashen in this position, shreds Kino. Gavin's moved out of the way, and he gets finished off by nades. Hucked down by Benjamaster as SSG start off Bank strong.
Classic little server OSA push coming out from SSG with some pressure in Garage and up above as well. I think the top floor pressure actually from Benja was very critical in winning that round. Yes, you've got the OSA plank coming down, which is massive as well, but Benja's able to really catch a couple of kills top floor and stop M80 from really doing anything with that OSA shield coming down. I would have maybe liked to see M80 adjust a little bit as soon as they saw those OSA shields. It wasn't a surprise that the OSA was being brought out. You had plenty of time to witness it, but the only Nitro cell that was being played was in the pocket of Diffuser, and he never even touched the bomb site that round. He played the entire round up on the top floor in open area, which just didn't feel like a part of the map that he could be impactful with. A couple of impacts in the pocket of Gunner that round as well, which maybe could have been used to counter the OSA, but he goes down kind of towards the Garage side of the map, the opening death in that round to Newers, who made the entry point on the ace. So didn't feel like they responded super well. They're maybe going to agree with that assessment as they run the exact same bomb site back with the exact same operators. SSG will not give them a chance to replay the same round as they don't bring the same attacking lineup, but even still, M80 want to redo on that one.
In fact, SSG was able to pull that off with an OSA instead of a regular shield operator is really quite impressive. And I mean, that's a bomb site where a Blitz is great, a Monty is great, a Glaz is great. Two of those operators have been stripped away from this SSG offense because of how impactful they were on the previous map and frankly how strong they can be here on Bank. is a little bit more normal for SSG. Kapatawa, hugely valuable operator on this bomb site. If you're going to have a shield walk in, it'll be the Monty. Smoke off a couple pain points, flame the rest of it, force the defenders to waste their nitro cells. Their gas, as Kino will be playing smoke probably most rounds. We've also got those Goyo canisters strewn about. A bit surprised to not see a Twitch being brought by this SSG team with how much value you could get, but I suppose they're only really worried about the Goyo, and that can be handled with another operator that doesn't have a drone.
Yeah, you don't see a lot of Twitch from SSG on this map. Sometimes in the basement you'll see it run by Newers or Benja, but it's been a while since they've pulled that out. Didn't get any play the last time they played this stage 1. That was, of course, their last game against Envy this stage, where they did walk away with a victory. 6 plays this season with a 3-3 record. Now, Gunnar is not in the elevator with the hatch, so he's got to fight his way out, but he does just that, Parker. One big kill. He does lose it in the end to Faults. A little bit goofy, but, I mean, getting 1 kill is better than he should have.
My! You sacrifice your hard breach. That's quite devastating. You've already used your secondary hard breach. It was brought by Benjamaster's Grim. You've got 2 more in pocket for Fultz, but I don't know if he's in a position to do much. These hatches already opened up, so those will likely go on the walls down below. If not, then you don't even really need them, and that's great. You've accounted for all the issues, and you've already found yourself ahead of the problems. So, Diffuser also potentially living on borrowed time. Nope, there's 1 wall that still needs to be opened. Also walk in to scout things out. 1 Goyo canister will need to be handled right by that door frame. It's been pinged by Space Station, so somebody will be charged with dealing with it. And there we go. 36 seconds when it's popped. 20 seconds on the flames means 16 seconds free and clear left in this round for the defuse to go off. Ashen, standing above in a very common spot, will have both fire arrows and both smokes to shoot down and deal some considerable issues to M80. Out go the gas canisters, and in will rush the Monty. Full shredded by Kino, whose gas canisters don't do the job. Benja, an unfortunately timed team kill, and he'll have to redeem himself, but with very limited time. 4 seconds left. He attempts the defuse plan, and it's a jump over for Diffuser to get one of the easiest kills in this playoff for M80. They answer right back. Time management, an issue for M80, as SSG blanketed the bomb site and played the clock so well.
You remember back on round 12 versus the Rebellion, Kino got his first kills of the map when he pushed up deep into server on the smoke to stop both the plant denial and the plant coverage from going down, forcing that incredible round win on number 12 for him, forcing the overtime, I should say. Does a similar thing in this round. He uses his Toxic Babe so perfectly to deny the time, forces Faults to go for a really weird plant position. He's got to kind of dodge the smoke, go quite deep into the site, probably farther than he would have liked. Didn't quite have the smoke coverage that he was hoping for. Kino pushes past some of that smoke, finds an angle on the plant going down, stops it in its tracks, and I think as soon as that Monty dies, it's game over for Space Station. Was a little bit worried after the double... I'll call it a roam. The double play up to the top of main stairs ended up going down with Gunnar and Hot and Cold dying in that 2-for-1 engagement. But M80 didn't panic. They stayed calm. They knew they had time on their side. Toxic Babes, a Nitro from Diffuser, which didn't land, but still got good value. Goyos from Gaveni, again, not being popped without a Twitch drone. So classic bank basement defense coming out from M80, and they get the job done without numbers.
There we go. No, there. Okay, now there we go. I remember somebody saying that it would make more sense if Oryx passive was the ability to punch walls, and she's got a bionic arm, I get it. But I was like, yeah, Oryx punching walls and making huge holes does make an awful lot of sense. But that's one of the leftover passives, as Ubisoft has stripped away a lot of those hidden mechanics, so to speak. Withstand for Zofia was another one, if people recall. Now Withstand still exists. It's just when you have the Rook armor plates on. Gunnar, a nice long-range shot, and the Dane is shot down from outside on Repel. SSG cannot continue to lose early picks. The utility that's lost is so valuable, and it puts them in a terrible spot against a team that's been pretty sharp on defense so far.
Gotta watch out for those long-range shot with the DMR. Gunner can be so efficient with them. Still holding that top floor control, and you start to wonder what is SSG's game plan at this point. They've got Ashen in through top square, playing on that gridlock. Got a couple other players playing on the rappel angles, but generally your game plan will be clear the entire top floor and then commit to either a stock hatch drop or going through bottom square to get that plant down in cafeteria. J9O is droning through top, and he notes that there is nobody there at the moment. M80 eventually do fall off of it. They've just got Diffuser in the basement. If they're going to go for a square push, that's going to be a huge problem. Even if they go for the stock drop, he can walk up main, I do suppose. But with 60 seconds and without any real entry point, they can only just now get started on the soft destruction on the floorboards. I don't know, Parker. The time is not going to be on their side. They need some real big performances from individuals if they want to walk away with a successful round win here in number 3.
I mean, the Ram's really your best option at this point for soft destruction. That Sledge could do so much damage, taking up space on this top floor, but alas, what could have been? Benjamaster's early death has not just put SSG in a hole numbers-wise, but also no gadgetry that could have a gigantic impact on this round. Ashen's been given an opportunity to get close to the bomb site, and he misses out on it as there was a player inside a break room that he wasn't aware of. They're worried that he might thirst the kill. Hot and Cold finishes him off, and now it's J9O to pick up exactly where he left off. Now a drop in is greeted by M80 as we're running out of time. Only a couple seconds left. Newers and J9O on the board, but J9O is silenced by the weapons on the side of M80, and it's 2 in a row for the team in highlighter yellow. I don't know exactly what color that is, but it's kind of a greenish yellow. Help me out here, somebody, please, desperately. Marco, if you're listening, what color is it? Either way, M80 2 in a row, and they take the lead on Bank.
Yeah, it's nice to see a team like M80 have such a deep strat book on so many different maps. You know, I think almost any other team, especially in the NAL, any of these lower teams, if they played the same maps back-to-back in 2 separate series, you'd see a lot of the same defenses, a lot of the same strategies coming out, but M80 seem to have an endless strat book of sites to go to and of game plans to run. They only played open area a single time up against Shopify Rebellion, and that wasn't until round 11. So you would watch that game and you think, okay, well, this team clearly hates open area. They don't want to go to it. It's not the bomb site that they want to play. But now against Space Station, well, it's the second site that come out after that basement bomb site. And certainly the defensive setups had some similarities between the 2 rounds, but I still think it's impressive how much they're keeping SSG on their toes. They're going to call attack timeout at this point, just feeling like maybe M80 are holding a bit too much pace in this game. You go back to that last round, and what do SSG do after losing the opening pick? They stall around for a long time. They basically just wait for M80 to concede the top floor to them. They're never really able to challenge it after Benja dies, and so ends up being a low time push without really great soft destruction. Players around the map really just struggling to get anything done, and the stock drop, I mean, no hope of that push working out, so difficult if you're SSG. The Monty eventually gets banned out for faults, and the smoke gets removed from Kino's kit. So targeting the operator of the desk, or the player of the desktop that might get target bans, and well, we'll keep the site rotation going as Archives Tellers as round 4.
Kino really just being bullied across the board here by these SSG bans, so no smoke. That's going to be tough. I mean, it's definitely possible to pull this off, but hey,
5 seconds.
how she goes. Blackbeard, the shield being brought now by Space Station as Benjamaster will run the sledge back and hope for better results this time as he was picked off early. This is yet another bomb site where some serious damage can be done. Downstairs, Archives Tellers. You got a ram up there, likely repelled, yep, exactly where we thought on the front side of the building. Immediately a boogie drone will go through. Newers doesn't even need to line it up. You hope that it's doing what it needs to do and doing the damage it needs to do. He's got the next window, and he's still got 2 more boogie drones in pocket to strip away at some of the protection for the defenders down below. Though this isn't typically a bomb site where you actively hold the bomb site. You'll typically be either upstairs or on the periphery of the bomb site. So you'll have a rotate usually leading to the stairs, or you'll have somebody playing an open, or somebody by tellers, or inside a lobby. But upstairs control will be the main focal point here for M80.
Hot and Cold about to get found out by Jaina, I know. He's just outside the loan office, and he's here to shoot some X-Kairos. I don't think he knows Houghton is here, and he's going to pay the price for it. Not taking the time to shoot off those Hibana pellets, deciding his life is more worth it, and he gets out just to make sure there's no trade to come through. Like that a lot from Hot and Cold. It was a real rat spot, and when I was watching since he got there at the start of the rounds, thinking, oh, will this amount to anything? Absolutely, it does. You wouldn't be able to make a play like that if you banned Hibana and Ace. That's for damn sure.
It's been a while since we talked about tracking kills. Fultz stuck at 99 right now. Down goes Kino. Down goes Benja. Down goes Ashen. A flurry of kills to start off the action at the halfway point of round number 4. M80 taking map number 1. It was their map, so it was to be expected. It comes in round 12. Gunner finding a double kill as now Fultz is gone. Newers is on the board, and Newers is the only one remaining. Removing Gunner from the equation. Diffuser and Gavin, the last 2 math problems to solve on the side of Space Station. Newers started this round in a very similar spot, except he was outside. The boogie drones tearing away again at the ceiling above them. Now it will go a castle barricade as the final boogie drone has been sent out. Newers has to play this one slow for the final 45 seconds.
Don't believe the default cam is up, so this position is going to be unknown. It was up. He has to shoot it. That's going to make his position likely known, and the Banshee will make it even more confirmed. Heads to the bomb site and starts a plant. Watch out for diffuser inside square, and Gavin, just there, open area, will be looking to make the pinch happen.
Neither of them moving at all. Newers spotted on not just 1, but 2 bulletproof cameras now. M80 with tons of intel. 3 bulletproof cameras. Are you kidding me? How many bulletproof cameras does one team need? And they're all in the same area. All you got to do is survive for another 5 seconds. Newers taking down diffuser and will now prolong the round by planting. Newers doesn't strike me as the kind of guy who's going to commit. Out comes the pistol. Gavin shredding through him. 3 rounds for M80. SSG already burned their timeout, but no successful conversion here. M80 walking away with this first half.
Newers not a single plants through all of groups and playoffs, by the way, so that doesn't change today as he's denied at the end there. Good attempt, honestly. Made me a bit of a believer the way he was moving, but caught on default cams and Banshees and bulletproof cameras, 3 of them. That's a tough spot to be in for any caliber of player. Just nice little aggressive moves that I don't think SSG were really ready for. M80 have, I think, really shocked everyone with how many different ideas and strats they have on a map that they didn't even choose. Space Station Gaming, I think, picked this map in part because they got to watch M80 play against Shopify Rebellion and they got to see a lot of their strats, but let me tell you, Hot and Cold is not ratting in Lone Office up against Shopify Rebellion. That's something he's saving for this game. Operator bans are changing up quite a bit, and so we're seeing M80 change their strategy to align with that. The flexibility of this team is coming in absolutely clutch in this grand finals. It's defense on bank, and you know, maybe you think M80, okay, you expect them to go up in this first half. If they get a 4-2, sure, SSG's still absolutely in this, but I just feel like with the way these rounds have been going, SSG have been very flat-footed and caught off guard in a lot of different situations.
So much for any speculation that M80 would be fatigued coming into this match, Jesse. It looks more like anything that M80 were fired up and ready to go. It was SSG who's coming in a bit cold. It honestly cuts both ways. Sometimes teams are just not prepared for it and are a little bit slower to the punch, and other times you feel rejuvenated. Maybe you've taken a couple energy drinks. Maybe you've drank an awful lot of coffee. Maybe you're just somebody who never really slows down. Either way, this M80 team so far has been pretty consistent. And right now on bank, this is a worrying position for SSG to be in. Admittedly, we expect bank to be a 50-50 map, so there's no real benefit to which side you start on unless you just feel that the operator bans and your team matches up a certain way against your opponents. But I mean, the real troubling sign comes, I feel like, by round 8. If SSG has let the lead continue to build, at that point, it could be very, very challenging for them to claw back and push us either to a victory in regulation or to overtime.
Yeah, I agree 100%. Round 8 will mean they've played 2 of their own defenses, which could make a huge difference. Ashen works his way through the sewers and finds Hot and Cold. He's got a drone in server, Parker. That's absolutely massive. We were so focused on the util game up top, had no clue he was so deep now into the site. With the Fuser also falling to Benja, this round has completely collapsed for M80. Never mind a 4-2. They got to get to 4 first, and it doesn't look like it's going to be likely. They still have strong positioning. 2 players actually still playing here around servers. They got to be really careful. If Kino gets 1, they're still in it.
And I mean, not just 1, but 2. Gavin as well on the board. A nade will go out to push Kino back, but he flattens Benja on the stairs and also has diffuser control. Ashen and Newers working together. Nowhere with the case. Kino continuing his reign of terror, this time from above, patrolling that hatch. Newers will hunt down Kino. And he thinks he has a good read on Gunner now as Gunner moves his way through Vault. Newers trying to track him down. Keep in mind, that tracker works both ways. So Kino is likely relaying this information to Gunner as, once again, M80 is just wasting time. Newers with the shotgun out is realizing that the longer he does this, the further away the objective gets. Newers taking the engagement, slaughtering Gunner inside a Vault. And now it's him and Kino in a 1v1 with 10 seconds left. Remember, that defuse kit at the top of blue, so Kino's just going to continue to run away. Newers will have to prolong this environment. He grabs the defuse kit, but he's going to run out of time. With 0.5 left on the clock, he's a sitting duck. Kino knows it and will drop and get the kill. Newers, a valiant effort, but 2 rounds in a row, he just does not have the support from his team and cannot get the plant down in time. Frustration grows on the side of SSG. You can see it in their faces as M80 continues their streak now at 4-1.
Newers doing everything he can to try to get his first plant of the stage. Back-to-back 1v1s that are unwinnable, where he sticks it, does not care about the KD. I do respect it. Honestly, again, in the clutch, I thought he played really well. Newers is the type of guy to make you a believer, but that's the problem with the Deimos tracker, right? You don't get to track someone unless you scan them. You would have loved to track Gunner inside the bomb site while Kino was alone just sitting on the defuse kit, but he couldn't do that because he didn't have the Aruni scanned at any point in the round. So meant that he had to take it the old-fashioned way. It took a long time to get that kill, and then the clock's just not going to be in his favor. Kino playing that perfectly. Talking a lot about the 1v2. Even before we got to the 1v2, Kino was playing outstanding. The nitrous up for the first frag, pushes up with a shotgun for the second, and then the kill on the Benja through the hatch. The fact that he rotates out of server stairs and gets the angle behind Benja. Benja, no doubt, expecting him at the bottom of the server stairs. I mean, Kino's playing 9D chess on Space Station at the moment, and it's really paying off big time. Again, I'll repeat myself. It took him 12 kills, or 12 rounds to get a kill up against SR on this map, and well, he's been a little bit better against Space Station.
SSG's offense sputtering at this point in time. Newers with 6 kills. Everybody else is either even or well in the ground. The support cast that was so impactful on that Chalet map, even though it didn't help them or at least give them enough to win the map, it was still integral for them keeping pace. Those 5 rounds won by Space Station on map 1 were in large part because of the contributions of Fultz and particularly J90. But they've both fallen off of a cliff. At this point, they're a combined 2 and 9. At least the fraggers are doing well, but just simply not well enough to match this M80 team. And I mean, even if you look at kills here, Jesse, the kills are not that far apart. This is what we saw with that SR and M80 game, where SR was only, I think it was 6-2, but the kills were relatively even. So there's still hope for Space Station, especially with a side swap. Ashen will give some hope to them this round by eliminating Kino, who's the savior of round number 5. Now Diffuser is in the ground at the hands of J90. Weapons on the side of Space Station firing up. Fultz will finally get his 100th kill and immediately die. Hot and cold in a 1v3. You called him the most mechanically gifted IGL. In a very familiar place, one of the best clutches we've ever seen in Pro League. In the Pro League Finals in Tokoname, Uncold was able to do this on an anchor. He did it on Maestro. Different operator, looking for the same success, lining up one. He's got the intel. It'll be helped by his teammates. Firing away. Patiently playing this one. 50 seconds left, but there will be no seconds. Newers shutting him down. SSG desperately needed that exit round from the first half. They will get it, but still they trail their adversaries. M80 only needs 3 rounds to claim champions of stage 2.
And that would have been an absolutely devastating round to give up if you're an SSG fan. That's a huge sigh of a relief that you finally take down Hot and you deny any potential of that clutch getting out of hand. You've successfully made it to defense with only a 4-2 disadvantage. You can come back from this. Yeah, maybe you would prefer the 3-3, but 4-2 is okay. All you have to do is have some strong defensive rounds coming through. I'll remind the viewers again, M80 only won 2 successful attacks on bank against Shopify Rebellion. They had 8 chances to get attacking round wins too, because we went 15 rounds and they started offense. So 25% earlier today. That won't be good enough if we do repeat the stat line, but it's a completely different game, completely different team. Operator bans coming through. Space Station, this time they choose to target both the Capitao and the Ying. Once again, Foxay was talking on the desk about how it's important to target Kino with your bans. The Ying will certainly be a focus. That's an operator that we saw a lot of play from Kino. But I'm not sure exactly how they're going to respond without this Kite and Echo being played as well. Going to be a lot to deal with, a lot to work around in this second half. And again, everything on the line as SSG, you said it, just need 3 more rounds.
Not SSG, M80.
Ugh. It's late, Parker. I'm sorry.
It's late. It's been a long stretch of casting, but
10 seconds to
it has been frankly wonderful to be by your side here for all of these matches, getting to lay our voice down to some memorable NA League action. You and I, of course, are not done. We have the SAL playoffs tomorrow, and then we'll be back next Friday and next Saturday covering SAL 2, in which that will wrap things up. And I don't know, maybe we'll go to Munich, maybe we won't. We'll figure it out. You like Germany, Jesse?
I do. The last time I went to Germany, my flight got delayed by 24 hours, and I landed like 2 hours before I had to do my desk segment.
Isn't that great?
It was something.
Probably Air Canada.
Ah, well. You know what? I think it was actually Toronto Pearson who were at fault for that.
Toronto's never done anything wrong. Neither them nor their airport, which is not even in Toronto, it's in Mississauga, but that's not the point. So fine, okay, maybe Mississauga screwed up. That's fine, I'll let them take the heat.
All right, that's fair.
SSG picking up where they hopefully left off at the tail end of this first round, or this first half, and now they move to the second half. Again, it's the supporting cast that has had some struggles. Fultz and J90 now amassing for 4 kills. They had 2 combined. On Cold with the entry frag on the Aurora, an operator that sees some play here or there. It'll be intriguing to see where Hot and Cold chooses to cut off doorways, because this isn't necessarily a bomb site where I see Aurora getting an immense amount of value unless you have a particular strat in mind. And when you're a team like M80, you probably do.
Well, once this hatch gets opened up, Parker, you can close the door to the hallway that leads just from the site here in server into that long server hall. Could be effective, especially with the way that we've seen some defenders, particularly Kino, push up through that door to deny plants. So that's going to be my best guess as to where that doorway's Surias are going to go. Not the Surias, but the Aurora gates. Kino's definitely positioning himself for a server plant, so that seems to be the most likely outcome. Still 4 of these Sens walls as well in Kino's pockets. We'll have to find out where those are going to go, but at the moment, they'll have to do it in a 4v4. J90 finds a big frag. And here they go. It's actually the other hatch. They're going to close the other doorways in the hallway.
And make life really quite miserable for these SSG defenders. Houghton waiting for the all clear as Diffuser barrels through the site amidst the fire. Houghton finds another, but he's shredded by Benja. SSG trying to keep numbers close. Diffuser pulls this off, but he'll lose some of his supporting cast. Down goes Gunner. Kino with all 6 kills. Diffuser with 3 to his name. They will hightail it out of there. Kino patiently waiting for somebody to open themselves up. SSG with the advantage. But where do they go? What are their next steps? They've used about half of the time on this diffuser. Benjamaster searching through those openings. Kino's in a position where he can't be seen. Still waiting. About to hop on the diffuse kit is Fultz. Nice shot by Diffuser, stopping them in their tracks, and now it's Kino who's dropped, trying to buy time. He only needs to last a couple more seconds. Past the point of no return. All of M80 is felled by the wayside, but Benja will not have time. There will be no Yaga clutch. M80 will take their 5th round on a bare-knuckle fight in the basement of Bank.
Oh boy, Parker, you could tell it's getting late because there are some shots being missed, but it's okay because in the end, M80 do get the job done. They do just enough work. Kino, perfect positioning in that post plant. Can I just say, he starts off in open area holding the doorway, but once he realizes the player is going all the way up to the top floor, he fully understands what he's got to do to avoid the sight lines. He knows that he's got to reposition over towards the hatch because they're going to be coming up above. It would have been a great way to stop Kino if he wasn't ready for it. Then he drops the hatch. I mean, so well executed by Kino, making every correct decision. He has been the MVP on this map, which is crazy considering how poor his stats were back on the first map of the night. Same location, but all the credit in the world to him and the rest of M80 who have turned this map around. 8-7 loss now to a 5-2 lead. Losing that first defense is absolutely devastating if you're Space Station because that's supposed to be your anchor. That's supposed to be your rock. The first side of the map, the basement, everybody wins Bank Basement. Space Station to lose it, now you've got to rely on top floor going your way. With the fact that you still left up all the range hard breach, Gunnar going to be jumping in onto the ace. Worrying signs for the Astronauts who are hoping to repeat back-to-back stage champions.
The curse of the upper bracket, isn't it? Dark Zero found themselves in this spot in stage 1, and it was Space Station through that lower bracket effort that was able to topple them. Now it looks like SSG is going to find themselves in the exact same predicament that, well, EZ was in. At least the consolation prize here is that both of these teams will be at the Munich Major, so Space Station, whether they finish first or second here, they still pick up some much-needed SI points, they pick up a greater prize pool. Might not be the bragging rights and the glory that they're looking for, but you also get a game day rep-in, which for how few games are played through the 2 stages, especially for teams that don't make it to playoffs, there's a lot of value in just simply playing more maps so that you can learn, sort through things, get VODs on other teams, and workshop some issues. Not that any team is looking at it that way, but upon reflection, a post-mortem being done, hopefully you can take some good from that. Kino leading his team at 8 kills, by the way. 9 kills now as Benjamaster falls. Gavin died at the hands of Newer. Just moments before that. They'll need a bigger round from the supporting cast of Space Stations. They've lost one of the tips of SSG Spears.
Kino's not done, dude. He is so good today, just having every bit of value that he can, playing around Banana. Gunnar finds one of the Newers. Ashen and Jane, I know, the last alive to fight off match points. The Nitro, not enough to hot and cold. He does survive, and now in a plant spot. And Kino is still fragging out of his mind. A 3K with the Blackbeard.
I mean, it doesn't matter what shield operator it is. You've got double shield duty. Hot and cold, getting diffuser down. Jane, I know, isolated at the top stairs. Jack has been great. You cannot place any of these issues on his play, especially in map number 1, but there's just an awful lot for him to deal with right now. The mountain will move ever closer to him. The Blackbeard as well, getting in real nice and close. And a 4K from Kino propels M80 to championship point.
Parker, in stage 1 of the North America League, M80 not only missed the top 4 spot, they also got 6th place, losing the 5th place decider matchup. That means that in stage 1, they earned 0 SI points. There is probably no team in the North America League who needed SI points more than M80. And now they are 1 round away from locking down a big 300 points, heading to the major to potentially get even more points on top of that. North America Finals will be early December, where they can get even more points on top of that. From how this team started the season to where they're at now, they've got to be feeling absolutely fantastic. The last time M80 were stage champions in the North America League wasn't until all the way back in 2023, the very first stage that they played when this organization first joined the scene. They were stage champions, and they haven't won it since, but 6-2 up in the map, 1-0 up in the series. It's going to be hard to imagine any other result than M80 champions at this point.
Quite a climb for Space Station. There goes my there go my glasses. I don't know if the actual cast picked it up or not, but
I certainly heard it.
You heard it. That's really all that matters. What an impressive performance by Kino as well. Just as a person, Kino is all around a nice and lovely guy. If you're a fan and you see him at an event, he will go out of his way to say hi to you and take photos with you. He is just a lovely person. In fact, most of the guys on M80 are incredible people to just talk to. They're good humans. But I know that on the different teams that he's been on, Kino has been a punching bag and a whipping boy for criticism. And I mean, hey, as casters, we have quite often rightly called him out. But when he does shit like this, pardon my French, you just have to shake your head and go, okay. He has been, bar none, up there with Gavin as the two most critical pieces to this M80's playoff roster. And it is good to see him flourish in his role. It is great that he is finally getting around to shutting people up that have spoken poorly of him. And that includes me when I have rightfully criticized some of the things that he's done in game.
The longest standing member of M80 across all esports as well. A bit of a franchise player on this team, so nice to see him getting his flowers. 4 more kills to find, though, and they are starting to head towards the bomb site. Nice little pick from below. Diffuser finds it on the hatch. These smoke clouds are deadly because Kino is on the glass. Top-down control as well. Absolutely massive. Gavin finds Ashen, and Benja and Jane, I know, will be tasked with the impossible 2v5.
Well, just like what happened with the Rebellion yesterday, a total collapse right in the most important match. M80 gets a flawless round to secure themselves the Stage 2 NAL Championship. All 5 of these gents, and of course their coach and supporting staff, worked hard to turn this ship around after a disappointing Stage 1. And boy, oh boy, do they look like a well-oiled machine. That's right, Kino. Take a victory lap. You've earned it. All of these teams will be in Munich, so game day reps, good to go. But M80 will be the Stage 2 champions. Congratulations to them. Congratulations to SSG for being the second place team as well. We're all done with matches, but let's hear what the desk has to say about this game after the break.
You know how they say, it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
Keep an eye out for contact.
Available now.
One S1 and Kitch double. And
I'm gonna hop in
Archives.
printer, okay?
Archives rushing to tellers. Last scene. Let's play Kitch. Play kill on Kitch.
Kitchen that.
Nice.
Okay,
I can plant in Kitch. Hold.
Nice. Chance, baby. Come on, baby. Come on.
Well done, guys. Really proud. Well fucking done.
In a clean 2-0 sweep, M80 qualify themselves as the champions of the NAL Stage 2 here this time around, beating SSG, the defending title holders.
Oh, they deserve it. They absolutely deserve it. It was such a clean win from them. I mean, we were worried about Bank being a little bit closer, but it wasn't even close. M80 really shut it out. Specifically, Kino. Wow. Yeah. What a way for Kino to pop off in the final game. I mean, it's been so nice to see him slowly but surely improve and, be the main factor on that Bank win.
Yeah, but before we head further into the analysis, we actually have an interview with Fabian, who for some reason lied to us and said he was only going to do one. We now get a second one. Is it just because you won?
No, Sean actually said they needed a good interview for once, so they sent me back. I didn't have a choice.
Fair.
I actually had to get dressed specifically for this interview.
He doesn't have pants on.
Okay.
I do, but not the team or org I can show on the camera right now, so let not have me stand me up.
Yeah, we're good. We don't want to know. We're fine. We believe you. But when it comes to the fact that you guys are now champions, it would be really nice to kind of like cast our minds back throughout the entirety of this stage, because of course, when it comes to the expectations that you guys probably had for yourselves and you as well as a coach for the entire team, stage one, I guess we can call it a bit of a fluke. So how does it, feel right now to be in the position where you've gone for Munich, you got the most SI points you can get this stage, and you also are the champions?
I mean, championships doesn't really matter unless they're the big international ones, I'll be honest and say that. Like, we're the champions of North America today. Tomorrow, another team can be. It's all about going consistently and doing this. Like, if we do it next stage and the stage after that, yeah, I'll be happy then and I'll say that we're the best team in North America. But last stage we weren't, we had a hard bracket that time, and we had a hard bracket this time too, if we're being honest, right? If you look at the big four or whatever you want to call it in North America, we only had to play those teams to make it further, right? Or to get the spots at Major and EWC. So we had a tough time both times, but it's the growth that the team has shown that's really impressive to me. Like, we're looking both at the individual level, but also as a teammates is probably the biggest one, because we have such an open and honest relationship within the team where we bring up all the issues we have. So problems that players have been suffering with for longer than I've worked with them have been able to be ironed out simply because we're talking about them. Like, if you're having an issue with player A or player B, well, you mention it to them in the weekly meeting so that we can work on them week to week. And I mean, if you look at it during this entire stage, the composure and the consistency that my team showed, except that one game against SSG, which was for the major spot, every other game we showed incredible composure. And when we do that, sky's the limit.
Well, Fabian, I want to congratulate you not only on obviously qualifying for Munich, but also being the Stage 1 champions. I kind of just want to ask you from your perspective, being the coach, coming into this team, coming into NA, just how you feel as a whole from Stage 1 to Stage 2, and obviously where the boys are looking currently.
I think we've improved a lot, everyone, as I said. Like, Matt's mid-round calling and his calmness. He used to be so pissed off all the time when I started working with him. Like, 2 things goes wrong or 3 rounds in a row goes wrong. But now it's about, okay, well, if the 3 first rounds in practice go wrong, you still have 9 to work with, right? Because we always played 6 rounds defense and 6 rounds attack. So you always have those 9 more. Don't waste 9 because 3 of them were trolled, You can't do that. And same with Sean. Sean would be a little yelling, I'll be honest and say it, he would be a little bitch. And he would complain about everything and everyone and everything again. He's calmed down massively. His criticism is no longer personal. It's way more direct to the issue. Leo had massive issues with tunnel visioning, and it can come back. Look at the first Bank game today, right? He was struggling. He couldn't get his going. And then he did on this time, right? It was like, look at the night and day difference. Leo from Bank 1 and Bank 2, it's uncomparable. Gava can't fix, he's the best player in the world. He just does his own thing. And for D, for example, him individually, he has stepped up massively when it comes to calling, which might not be what people expect of him, because honestly, he's dumb as a brick. But he keeps people responsible with communication. The 3-2-1s, like having introduced that to them in a different way than probably none of them have worked with before, it's showing the results, right? Mm-hmm. Players are stepping up, they're doing a great job, and I'm check stealing because that's what Leo said, so I don't even do anything. I'm just kind of here talking shit.
Yeah, congratulations on making it to Munich and getting first in NA. My question would be, I'm glad that you brought up the fact of keeping composure. I mean, yeah, we saw a little bit of the composure going away in that SSG matchup. That being said, M80 as an org, before you guys were even a part of the team, has always had this history of going to an event, getting 0-3'd. Is that something that you guys are even thinking about? Is there something to do with focusing on making sure that the composure is even that much more better? Because once you get to the stage with the bright lights, it's a different environment, we all know.
I love Booba as an entertainer, but one thing is for certain, composure is going to be there. I'm not going to go up and fight players. Who knows? I might. You never know how the situation evolves.
I mean,
but
you're 6'8",
yeah,
you're pretty scary.
Yeah, I'm 6'8", pure muscle, 250 pounds, pure muscle. Like, you should see my six-pack. No, but on a serious note, I think that for us to go to an event, it's the first time off the reload, but that wasn't a real event. So we're going there as a team. We're going to prepare as good as we can at the boot camp. And I think that we're not going to see a 0-3, that's for sure, because the amount of work we're putting in and the seriousness and the professionalism, it's something that this team has never worked with. Like, they have expectations on them, but not in the way of expectations of results, expectations of professionalism. And that professionalism builds composure, which builds long-term success. If we don't see it this event, who genuinely cares? You don't start winning like this, it comes from working hard and putting your ass out there and putting in the hours.
Yeah.
That's what our team is doing. And I mean, you can see it on the server. I mean, look at how fucking good we were in that final.
Yeah, it was amazing. I'm just genuinely curious about this one. I don't know if you remember, but after Chalet, you and the rest of the team were all commending Gunnar for an amazing game round play call. Would you be able to share us what that call was and why it was so impressive?
So one thing that we've struggled with and I don't know if this is a North American thing in general or if it's just the modern day player not being so mature maybe, but sticking on cams when you're dead, those sort of things, and then giving the call outs in a way where it's like you're pushing it to go there, but not in a stressful, you're not shouting, you're not raising your voice, you're telling him, Matt, flank blue stairs because we have it clear on the camera, or library stairs, call it whatever. We call it green stairs because we want to split the 2 floors apart, right? But flank blue stairs, and then he's saying, wait, I have the info, now go. And then we get the 2 frags. And what happens then? The other players on site are reacting to this as well. So Sean is actually coordinating the entire team, and the entire team is also picking up on his communication, right? So Leo pushes out from piano, and all of a sudden we're just coming from everywhere. In a manpower disadvantage, we are outnumbering them in the fights. That's as good as it gets. Awesome by Sean. But honestly, him and Matt together are probably some of the best callers I've ever seen.
I do have one question because, like, watching this defensive side of M80, I've highlighted it a few times now. It does remind me back when we played you guys on G2. Similar, you guys tend to not slow down. You guys fight aggressive in the beginning, get that early pick, but then when it comes down to the mid to late round, that's when you guys have an aggressive push back, like an aggressive defense to stop, to thwart off an attack, to interrupt the comms. I mean, similar to what you're explaining in that round. Gunner's setting up everything. It's going to be all in sync, and everyone's pressuring that 1 or 2 players to flood the comms, to interrupt the state of mind of the attackers. Is that something that you kind of helped condition these guys, or is that kind of something that they've replicated on their own?
People will say that the coach is the one that should be in charge of all gameplay. I don't believe that to be true. I think this is a mix of everyone in the team, but also I think if you look at it, when was this team the greatest, right? We look at their Manchester success, minus Leo, he's never won anything. Just to make sure everyone knows, Leo has never won it. You say that, and it was dog shit back then. But now I'm here to save you guys, don't worry. But if we're looking at it as a whole, like, it's not me, it's part of it is me, a lot more of the timing in the coordination, and again, the composure comes back to it. That's me pushing them to do it. But in the end, I cannot do my job if these guys don't want to do it, If I can sit there and tell them these things over and over and over, but if they don't actually take it in, we're not going to get anywhere. They are listening to the feedback that we're giving them. We have individual goals, we have team goals, every single thing, every single day that we show up for work. We're doing something with purpose. And they are showing that they're picking up on that purpose. I mean, as you said, the aggression. Yeah, why is it coming? Because Matt's a great in-game leader for attack. We take that for defense, but we also solid up the defense in the mid-round so that we don't make these mistakes. We don't give away the picks. And that comes maybe a little bit more from me, where I've said, guys, we need to play crossfires. We need to play off each other. We need to bait for each other. And some rounds you'll just hear one of the guys say, oh, just shoot for me. We had one round in I think we lost the, I don't remember if we lost the round. Or we had 2 guys in elevators on bank on this last game, right? Both in elevators on the 2nd floor. It was Sean and it was Gav. And Sean is telling Gav, shoot for me, so they hear your gun, so that they think that it's just you. Those small things and like the micro communication and the micro coordination, it comes from them listening, learning and improving, and then they're great guys to work with, so it's super simple to get them to do it.
Well, thank you so much for the insight. And again, I mean, we've already said it multiple times. Congratulations, you guys are the
Thank you.
NAL champions. You're also going to Munich. You're the first seed. I hope you guys don't get matched up against any SAL teams first round. That would be really great. But
who cares? We're smashing them.
okay, I love that. Clip this, ship this. Thank you so much. Have a good evening. I know it's really late wherever you are located in Europe. Have a good night. And
6 in the morning.
well, have a good morning.
Start making breakfast.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I'll start cooking some eggs. See you later. Thanks, guys.
You know what? Everyone is cashing strays during that interview. Little bitch, dumb as a brick,
Hey.
and it was dog shit. Never won anything. Damn.
He's the one player, the one coach that can say that, given his history in Siege and all his accolades. If there's going to be one person that can talk shit and can back it up in that level, it's going to be Fabian.
I mean, I've always loved a coaching approach or just a team approach where you can say what you want to say and feel it and not really have to worry about how you express yourself, because that's pretty similar to how real life coaching is. I mean, I've never had a sports coach yell at me or in a very polite way, and gaming sometimes can be a little too sensitive.
It's competitive.
Yeah, it's competitive. So you got to be able to let your emotions reign through, and it's nice to see him say that. And, you know, it goes to show that it's working because they looked phenomenal all throughout playoffs besides that first game against SSG. Up until now, they've only gotten better and better. And this game, a rematch against SSG, specifically on Bank, I mean, to shut it out in such a way, it really was amazing to watch. Not only that, but each individual player, you can really see, as he was saying, all the little minute calls that they were making and adjustments, shoot your gun here, you know, bait here, stuff like that. It really was working for them. Everything was finding success, and specifically Kino. Kino had an amazing game, and that's great to see because in his first Bank matchup today against SR, he looked like he was in his own head, and to just instantly bounce back, playing the same operators but different situationally, that is something that a player cannot do unless they are actively trying to improve.
Yeah, let's also cast our minds back to the bracket because it's been quite the eventful last 4 days with a lot of best of threes carried out for M80 to end up this way. As a reminder, they were in that upper semi-final, which they lost against Space Station Gaming, dropped into the lower bracket and crawled their way out. History did repeat itself. The team in the lower bracket came out, but it was just a different roster this time around.
I will say, it probably feels even better for M80. I'm sure they wanted to get to the grand finals a lot quicker like Space Station did, but to have to fight tooth and nail to get all the way to this point and then end it the way that they did, and to highlight everything that Fabian was saying, that only was possible due to everything that Fabian was saying, that they're working with a purpose. They aren't just showing up. They're able to take on criticism. And I think that's one of the most important things for a team to be able to be finding success at such a fast rate is that criticism part, being able and willing to grow as an individual. And clearly it's deserving of a champion.
Absolutely. But also our final blacklight detail of NAL Stage 2 is going to be going over to Hot and Cold for round 12 with that beautiful flank.
Yeah, it was such an amazing flank. I'm glad we get to watch it one more time. Now we know that they had the information on the cam to be able to call Hot and Cold up these green stairs to be able to go for the flank. He's able to get one, but then he plays his life, and that's the importance of it. He's not just going 1-for-1 or trying to snowball a multi-kill. He knows that the importance of the time against the other team's back. If he gets that first kill and stays alive, they have to consistently worry about him. And then the rest of the team pushing through the wall, pushing through library, everybody in sync off of that information. And now we understand why it was such an amazing call from Gunner.
Yeah, it was clean. And, you know, you even saw in that last kill feed, the player was looking frantically trying to figure out where the next approach was going to come from. But it's off that synchronization that M80 has. And, you know, I am looking forward to see what they can do internationally. If you look back even at Reload, they did have a good run. They just didn't play the Reload format properly. So curious to see where they would have ran. Unfortunately, that's neither here or there. Munich is what's important.
Who knew? Who knew that being a good team and a good player, all you have to do is want to listen. It's really that simple, NA. Get to it.
All right, NA is going to be going to Munich. We have our 4 teams, SSG, M80, Shopify Rebellion, and Wildcard. Gentlemen, it's been a great Stage 1 and Stage 2 working with both of you. It has been. Enjoy Munich. And what? Are we cooked? Are we cooked?
I don't think we're cooked, but I mean, I will say it's nice to end the stage with you here. We didn't get to end it with you last time, so it's been a pleasure working this stage, Fox. As always, it's a pleasure working with you.
I don't know why we shook hands
that was
there,
weird. But as for the viewers, obviously it's more of a pleasure to be in front of you guys and talking with you and just spending as much time talking about Siege, enjoying Siege. And again, this stage, I mean, it lived up to the hype. We saw a lot of hype moments. We saw a lot of sad moments, but comparatively to stage 1 to stage 2, this was quite the stage to have.
Yeah, it's been a great time working with you both, you know, amazing. Yeah, no problem. No problem. And I'm sure we'll be working more together. I don't know about you, but we'll see.
Don't know about that either, but either way, we're going to have to wait and find out. But thank you guys as well to everyone for tuning in. We're going to see you over in Munich. But until then, take very good care of yourselves and enjoy Rain.